Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from tylawalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 1. Damien. The boardroom smells like oversteeped Earl Grey and desperation. That's the first thing I notice. The second is that Dean Whitaker's tie is crooked, which wouldn't matter except it's always perfectly aligned with the seam of his shirt collar. Today, it veers half an inch to the left. I clock it like a deviation on a graph, anomalous, but not yet significant. Dr. Caldwell, he says, fingers steepled under his chin like a benevolent cult leader. Thank you for making time. I don't point out that I always make time. That's the only currency I value. Precision, punctuality, control. I've built an entire career on those three pillars, and now they've summoned me with the kind of smile people use before they put down a beloved dog. Shh. Of course, I say, evenly. My voice, like my life, does not waver. Let's begin. The room is too warm. Or maybe it's just the way they're all looking at me. Dean Whitaker, Dr. Hassan, Dr. Flores, and Dr. Linden. A panel of expressions that range from discomfort to pity, which is interesting considering I'm the one holding the highest-funded neuroscience lab on the East Coast. Or I was. Whitaker clears his throat. We've reviewed your independent grant proposal. Your work on the neurochemical underpinnings of romantic attachment is, as always, compelling. But, I say, I've learned to hear the preamble before it lands. But, Dr. Hassan says gently, the board feels that continuing the project in its current format lacks the interdisciplinary collaboration we're encouraging this cycle. I know he's just implying that it's too clinical, so like me. The new funding model, Linden chimes in, is prioritizing studies with broader social applicability, cross-departmental initiatives, human-centered data. I arch a brow. My study is literally centered around the human brain. Yes, Flores cuts in, but there's also the matter of public interest. We're hoping to fund a project that engages not only the scientific community, but broader social conversations about love, connection, and emotion, I finish, and it tastes like iron in my mouth. Whitaker hesitates. We've already awarded partial sponsorship to Dr. Celeste Harper from the Social Psych Department. Her proposal overlaps significantly with yours. And there it is. The anomaly becomes significant. Dr. Celeste Harper, the human glitter bomb of academia, the woman who once submitted a research article to the Journal of Social Psychology titled Love as Quantum Entanglement, a Non-Linear Theory of Soulmates. It read like poetry. It also read like a rejection letter to the very concept of empirical rigor. She believes the universe sends people signs, I say deadpan. She has a robust track record in emotional attachment theory and long-term bonding studies, Linden offers. She believes astrology is an emerging science, I counter. She's your new research partner, Whitaker says. Silence. If I could hook my brain to an fMRI machine right now, I know what I'd find. Elevated amygdala activity, suppressed prefrontal control, rage, restrained. I consider walking out. But then he says the magic words. If you want the funding, he says, you'll collaborate with Dr. Harper on a single joint study, the 36 Questions to Fall in Love protocol. You'll conduct it, together, on each other. I stare at him. You want me to fake date the social psychologist equivalent of a TED Talk with legs? Flores winces. To eliminate participant bias, the board agreed the principal investigators would undergo the experiment personally. It's groundbreaking, intimate, a media-friendly trial. I look around the room, searching for the punchline, but it's just tight smiles and awkward silence. And to maintain the integrity of the public-facing narrative, Hassan adds, you'll need to present as romantically involved for the duration of the study. Pretend to be in a relationship, I say flatly. Yes, Whitaker confirms. Publicly, it's important that the university's community sees the realism of the experiment in action. I've been ambushed, strategically, subtly, and irreversibly. Any questions? Whitaker asks, as if this is a routine memo about lab safety protocols. Just one. What fresh psychological hell have I been conscripted into? But I don't say that. Instead, I lean back in my chair, hands steepled, mimicking his earlier pose. It feels like war paint. No questions, I say coolly. Only variables to control. They relax visibly, but it's performative. We all know I'm calculating, strategizing, finding the weak point in the plan. Because there always is one. The meeting ends. I stand, slide the proposal packet under my arm, and nod at each board member in turn. I've already memorized their body language, their micro-expressions. Hassan's twitch at the tip of her mouth, Flores's thumb tapping the edge of her tablet, Lyndon's compulsive straightening of her notes. Signs of uncertainty. Good. Let them be unsure. Because I'm about to make this study my own. My office is a sanctuary of symmetry, papers perfectly stacked, books arranged by subject, color, and citation frequency. I lower the blinds before I sit, light filtering into horizontal slats across the wall. I stare at the empty chair across from me. In 48 hours, that chair will be filled with Celeste Harper. She'll talk with her hands. She'll wear something with too many patterns. She'll probably bring some glitter-covered emotional support notebook. And I'll sit here, tracking my heart rate, forcing my facial muscles into something approximating patience, while convincingly pretending to be in love with her. I rub my temple. My neurostimulator patch buzzes lightly in response. Elevated cortisol. Mild tension. I want to laugh. I don't. Because this isn't funny. This is my career. My reputation. My lab. My research. And now it's all tied to a woman who thinks soulmates are a replicable variable. I tap open my tablet, scrolling to her published work. I've read it before, of course, opposition research. But now I read it differently. Line by line. Trying to see the mind behind the metaphors. She's chaotic, but smart. Too smart. And that makes her dangerous. Because smart people with feelings are unpredictable. And I don't do unpredictable. Not anymore. The door creaks open. My assistant pokes her head in. Dr. Harper confirmed her availability. She'll be arriving for the pre-study meeting Monday morning. I nod, dismiss her, and sit back in my chair. It begins. The study. The chaos. The unraveling. I open a new document on my laptop and title it The Love Experiment. Controlled Variables by Dr. Damien Caldwell. And then just below it, I type one sentence. Let's prove love is nothing but a myth. Even as I type it, something about the word myth feels fragile. But I ignore that. I need to stand my ground.
Chapter 2. Celeste. I'm 13 minutes late, which, according to my therapist, is not a character flaw, just a chronic optimism about time. According to Damien Caldwell's furrowed brow and micro glare when I burst through the door of the campus coffee shop, it's also an unforgivable sin. I spot him immediately. Not just because he's the only person here who looks like he could file a restraining order against fun. Oh my God. He's actually wearing a lab coat in a coffee shop. Wow, I say, breezing up to the corner table like a glittery hurricane of apologies and irony. You really commit to the bit, huh? Damien looks up slowly. That gaze, sharp, stormy, all sharp angles and British American disapproval, slices across my face, my polka dot blouse, the stack of papers I'm trying not to drop, and finally the cup of chai precariously balanced on top. He blinks once. "You're late." I grin, not sorry. "You noticed. That means you missed me." "I noticed because we had a meeting scheduled for—" He checks his watch, like a villain in a time travel movie. "Exactly 13 minutes ago." I sit down before he can stand up and leave out of moral superiority. My tote bag flops onto the floor with a small dramatic thud, and my chai tips dribbling golden foam across the top page of my notes. The corner curls and darkens. I mutter a half curse and grab napkins. Damien doesn't move to help. He doesn't even flinch. He just watches me like I'm a statistical outlier manifesting in real time. "Good morning to you too, Dr. Caldwell," I say, pressing the napkin to the soaked paper. I can already feel the chemistry between us. "That would be oxytocin, possibly cortisol," he says dryly, tapping on his tablet. "Although in your case, I suspect novelty-seeking dopamine spikes are responsible for most of your decision-making." I blink at him. "You flirt like a TED Talk?" "I wasn't flirting." I rest my chin on my hand, eyes glittering. That's what makes it so hot. For a fraction of a second, I swear I see his expression stutter, a micro twitch at the tip of his mouth, but he covers it instantly by clicking his stylus against the tablet screen, repeatedly, like it offends him that pens run out of ink. "I'd prefer we keep this professional." I give a dramatic sigh and flop back in my chair. "Where's the fun in that?" He doesn't answer. He's already pulling up the shared grant proposal, like we're at a board meeting, instead of a mismatched coffee date forced into existence by funding politics and the universe's relentless sense of irony. I study him, head tilted. He's clean lines and cooler colors, steel gray suit beneath the lab coat, because of course he layered the two. Starched, pristine, unrumpled even in a room full of students wearing pajama pants. His hair is combed so perfectly it looks photoshopped in real life. And the eyes, sharp, pale gray, like winter, or the prelude to thunder. "You know," I murmur, "you're a very aesthetically satisfying human, until you start talking." Would you prefer I remain silent? Honestly, I lean forward, elbows on the table, my smile not innocent at all. "No, I like watching you try to speak feelings like they're a foreign language." He exhales through his nose, sets down the stylus, and finally looks at me. Really looks. I feel it like a pinpoint of heat between my ribs. "Dr. Harper," he says, "we are about to conduct an experiment requiring sustained deception, emotional vulnerability, and performative intimacy. I'd appreciate it if we could begin by establishing at least the illusion of mutual respect." I blink. That actually hurt a little. I cover it with a laugh. "Fair enough. But just so we're clear, I do respect you. I think your research is brilliant. Also emotionally stunted and kind of morally gray, but definitely brilliant." "Stunted," he repeats. That's rich coming from a woman who once used heart emojis in a peer-reviewed journal footnote. "Only one emoji," I point out, "and it was ironic." Which undermines the integrity of the data. Which humanizes it, I say, leaning forward. Love isn't just measurable brain activity, Damien. It's messy, inconvenient, magic. There is no scientific model in which magic constitutes valid terminology. "And yet," I say sweetly, "you're still single." He flinches, just slightly. I didn't mean to go for the jugular, but it lands harder than I thought. There's something shadowed behind his eyes now, something brittle. I soften, just enough. "Okay," I say. "Truce." I'll stop making fun of your emotionally sterilized worldview for a minute, if we can agree on ground rules. His shoulders straighten. Rules are productive. Of course they are. Rule number 1. I begin, flipping open my slightly chai-damp notebook. No lying about feelings, even the fake ones. If we're going to pretend to be in love, we have to actually engage with the emotions being evoked. No running from them just because they're inconvenient. He stares at me like I've asked him to donate a kidney. This is not therapy, Dr. Harper. Oh, I know, I say. If it were, you'd already be halfway through a breakthrough and crying about your father. He blinks. Once. Touché. I smile, softer this time. We don't have to like each other, but if we're going to survive the 36 questions and living in the same space, you have to meet me halfway. Living in the same space? He echoes, horrified. You didn't read the whole participation protocol, did you? I chirp. We're moving in together, full immersion, for 4 weeks. The horror on his face is so real I almost feel bad. Almost. I have a system, he says, voice tight. A routine. A life that does not include being woken at 2 a.m. by your whatever it is you do at 2 a.m. I color code my dream journal, I say innocently, and occasionally rearrange furniture when I'm emotionally overstimulated. He looks like he's considering faking his own death. Welcome to love, Damien, I say, raising my cup in a toast. It's chaos, and you're in it now. He says nothing, but he watches me longer than necessary, like he's trying to solve me, map the neurons, measure the magic. He won't find an equation that works. That's what makes this fun.
Chapter 3. Damien. I spend the next 24 hours trying to recalibrate. It doesn't work. Every time I attempt to resume my usual schedule, early wake-up, cardio on the stationary bike, half a grapefruit with black coffee, and 3 hours of uninterrupted lab analysis. Celeste Harper's voice appears in my head like a glitch in my operating system, her tone bright and mischievous, her words soaked in emotional chaos and caffeinated charm. You flirt like a TED Talk. She said it so casually, like it didn't cost anything. For me, every word costs something. Energy, focus, ground. I'm losing mine rapidly. I open my laptop and really try to review the finalized Phase 1 schedule. We're due to begin the first recording session for the 36 questions by the end of the week. I've already reformatted the script to remove unnecessary small talk. I annotated the questions with reference markers, peer-reviewed studies backing each one's neurological efficacy. But all I can picture is her chai-stained notebook. A mess, unlabeled, but somehow alive. I walk into my lab at 7:55 a.m. the next morning, 5 minutes ahead of our scheduled meeting, to find she's already there, wearing socks with cartoon planets on them. She's sitting cross-legged on the edge of my lab counter, which is neither sterile nor structurally rated for human seating. Her laptop is open, surrounded by half-drunk coffee, one of those ridiculous sun catchers she insists on hanging in any space she occupies longer than an hour, and what appears to be a heart-shaped crystal. "What are you doing?" I ask, halting in the doorway. She beams like she's been waiting for this exact moment, reorganizing your brain, vicariously. I blink. "You're on my sequencing station." "Exactly. Your most sacred altar. I figured if we're going to pretend to fall in love, I should get to know your most intimate space." "That's not how that works." She shrugs. "Tell that to the suncatcher. He's already named Harold." I should tell her to get down, that this is a controlled environment, not a boho Airbnb. Instead, I close the door behind me and inhale, slow, deliberate. The room smells like citrus cleaner and vanilla hand lotion. My usual scent profile has been invaded. She points at the whiteboard where I've meticulously outlined our joint protocol. "So," she says, "I was thinking about question 3. The one about your perfect day. What if we let our students analyze our responses afterward and predict compatibility using a sliding emotional congruence scale? I stare at her. That would introduce observer bias. She nods. True. But it might also generate cross-data on performative intimacy and perception, which could make the study even richer. I hate that it's a good idea. I hate that she's reading my mind. Again. She hops off the counter and walks toward me, barefoot now, barefoot in my lab, and holds out a printed paper titled Love in the Lab. Emotional Proximity in Synthetic Pair Bonds. It's her. Peer-reviewed. Solid. Elegant, even. I take the paper despite the fact that it smells faintly of lavender. You do know you're supposed to wear shoes in here. She lifts a shoulder. We're redefining intimacy, Damien. Might as well start from the ground up. Literal intimacy is not required. She tilts her head. Yet. I freeze. She doesn't mean it sexually. I know she doesn't. But it still sparks a flicker of heat somewhere in the base of my spine. Completely involuntary. Completely irritating. She takes my silence as an opportunity to stroll around the lab like a museum exhibit. She pauses in front of my bookshelf, pulling out one of my oldest texts, Cognitive Bias and Predictive Attachment Theory. She flips through the pages like she's looking for a secret map. I read this in grad school, she murmurs. Didn't realize it was yours until I saw the author bio. Did you agree with it? She closes the book gently and looks at me. No, but it made me angry enough to build an entire dissertation in response. For some reason, that feels more flattering than any compliment I've ever received. You're remarkably at home here, I mutter. She smiles. Maybe I've already started falling in love with you. I freeze. It's a joke. It's always a joke. She says these things like she's testing how many times she can poke me before I crack. But something about this one feels heavier. Not entirely real, but not entirely fake either. I move toward my desk and sit, needing space. A line between us. She sits opposite of me, the crystal on the table between us. So, she says, opening a shared doc on her screen. Let's talk strategy. Public appearances. We've got the first couples seminar next week. Think we should go full PDA or keep it subtle? I blink. Neither. She raises an eyebrow. Then what? I don't perform emotions. She nods thoughtfully. That's okay. You just have to experience them. I open my mouth to reply, but stop, because there's a question behind her eyes. A genuine one. One I don't have an answer for. What? I ask. She leans forward, voice softer now. Why do you hate love so much? I flinch. Not visibly. Not in a way anyone else would see. But I feel it. Like a hairline fracture through my sternum. I don't hate it, I say, voice cool. I just don't believe it's what people think it is. She studies me for a long moment. What if you're wrong? My fingers hover over the keyboard. Then this experiment will prove it. She smiles, and it's quieter this time. Not flirty, not teasing, just real. Then let's begin.
Chapter 4. Celeste. There's a specific kind of glee that floods my bloodstream when someone hands me a legally binding fake dating clause and expects me to take it seriously. Which is exactly what happens this morning. Dr. Damien Caldwell, my emotionally frostbitten academic nemesis, slides the university-drafted agreement across the polished oak of the lab conference table like it's a ceasefire treaty in a Cold War. Neither of us agreed to start. I don't think he expects me to read it, but I do, out loud, with dramatic inflection. Clause 4B. Both parties shall engage in cohabitation for the duration of the study in order to simulate the bonding conditions of an established romantic relationship. I glance up from the text and wiggle my eyebrows. So we're playing house? Adorable. Damien doesn't look up from his tablet. Please refrain from using terminology that infantilizes the parameters of the project. You mean calling it adorable? I mean calling it plain house. I hum thoughtfully and keep reading. Clause 5A. Participants shall maintain the illusion of a romantic partnership in both private and public university settings, including, but not limited to, departmental functions, academic lectures, faculty mixers, and residential environments. Would you like a highlighter? Damien deadpans, still typing. Would you like a soul? I shoot back. He ignores that, which is a shame because it was a really good burn. I reach the final paragraph, which states in boring legalese that we, the principal investigators of this ridiculous experiment, agree to uphold the terms of methodologically authentic romantic co-engagement for 30 consecutive days. There's even a signature line. God help me, I sign it. With a glitter gel pen, in pink. When I slide the paper back across the table to him, he frowns at the sparkle in the ink like it might infect the rest of the document. He signs his name, sleek, decisive strokes that look like his handwriting could cut glass. Do you sign everything like that? I ask. He doesn't look up. Like what? Like you're authorizing a nuclear launch. Only when required, he says. Moving into Damien Caldwell's apartment is what I imagine it feels like to be abducted by minimalists. It's silent, unnaturally clean. Everything is either matte black or stainless steel, like a James Bond villain decided to retire and design condos. The couch is gray. The walls are gray. The man owns a collection of black turtlenecks so vast it deserves its own Netflix docuseries. And his toothbrush holder, because yes, that was somehow a topic of discussion, is a sleek monogram chrome fixture that he physically rotated to face exactly northeast before I even got my bags up the stairs. I learned this because when I placed my toothbrush next to his that first night, he freezes in the doorway of the bathroom like I've walked in on him naked and reading poetry. That's mine, he says stiffly. Yes, I say. Toothbrush, recognizable by bristles and sad lack of personality. The holder, he says, pointing, is mine. That's a personal hygiene boundary. I pause. You bought a separate toothbrush holder? I anticipated this scenario. I blink. You pre-bought a second toothbrush holder for your fake girlfriend. He nods, as if this is both logical and inevitable. I didn't want you to contaminate my quadrant. His quadrant. Of the bathroom. I stare at him for a beat, then burst out laughing. He does not laugh. Not even a twitch. I reach into my bag, pull out a neon pink ceramic holder, shaped like a heart, and place it next to his. Loudly. There, I say. Now we both have our quadrants. He looks at it like it's radioactive. I watch him recalibrate his soul. Later, after we've gone over the calendar, he's color-coded it into time blocks that make my free-spirited brain want to riot. I find myself standing in the middle of his kitchen, trying to understand how a person can own 6 kinds of spatulas and 0 snack food. No chips? I ask, scandalized. Chips are nutritionally deficient. I am nutritionally deficient, I argue, which is why I eat chips. He doesn't answer, probably because he's inputting something into his sleep app or silently judging me from across the kitchen. This is the first day of cohabitation. We're not even pretending to like each other yet. We're just 2 opposites orbiting around a shared lie, spinning slightly closer every time one of us breathes too loud or reaches for the wrong drawer. Okay, I say, standing at the center of the living room, which might double as a psychological experiment in sensory deprivation. Ground rules. Damien looks up from his laptop with the expression of a man who deeply regrets every choice that led to this moment. We already have institutional boundaries documented. No, I say, grinning. Emotional boundaries, co-living boundaries, fake dating logistics. He closes the laptop, which is, I have learned, his version of giving someone his full attention. I take it as a win. I tick them off on my fingers. 1. No sleeping with other people during the experiment. His brow furrows. That seems obvious. 2. We eat dinner together at least twice a week. Not in the lab, at an actual table, like fake partners. He looks vaguely pained but nods. 3. If either of us develops, actual feelings, he cuts in immediately. That won't happen. We say something, I finish. That's unnecessary. That's honesty, I correct him, which is sort of the point of this whole mess. He doesn't agree, but he doesn't argue either, which I guess is his version of compromise. Anything you want to add? I ask, folding my arms. He hesitates. No glitter in shared spaces? I laugh. Too late. He rubs a hand down his face like he's suddenly aged 10 years. I feel bad, kind of, but also, it's the first time I've ever seen him look remotely human. This is going to be a disaster, he mutters. Maybe, I say, walking past him toward my room. But at least it'll be an interesting one. He doesn't respond, but when I glance back at him from the doorway, I see it. Just the faintest twitch of his lips, almost a smile.
Chapter 5. Damien. The table is set. 2 microphones, a clean spreadsheet, a digital timer synchronized to the lab cameras. I've checked the room temperature twice, precisely 71 degrees Fahrenheit, optimal for focused conversation. I've calibrated our neuro readout headbands and double-checked that the biometric trackers are functioning. Everything is in order. Except her. Celeste is sitting across from me, 1 foot tucked beneath her, sipping from a mug that says, "I believe in magic and mitochondria." Her curls are piled into some gravity-defying architectural feat, and she's wearing an oversized mustard sweater that looks like it belongs to a painter having a midlife crisis in Provence. She's radiant, distractingly so. "I brought snacks," she says, nudging a container of trail mix between us. "They're emotionally supportive." "This is a controlled study," I reply. "Food introduces metabolic variability." Her smile doesn't falter. "So does pretending to love your academic rival, but here we are." "Touché." She's too comfortable here. Too unguarded. She's humming softly under her breath, tapping her pen against the table like she's scoring a soundtrack I can't hear. The fluorescent lighting catches the gold flecks in her eyes when she looks at me, directly like she always does. I clear my throat and pull up the shared document titled Phase 1, The 36 Questions to Fall in Love, Session 1. "Are you ready to begin?" Celeste nods, but instead of answering, she adjusts her microphone, leans in with faux seriousness and says, "Dr. Caldwell, if we fall in love, I want you to know I'm not cleaning your bathroom." "Duly noted," I say without looking up. "I'm not rearranging your color-coded emotional mementos either." "Fair," she says, biting back a grin. "Shall we dive into the mess?" The first question appears on the screen. Number 1, given the choice of anyone in the world, whom would you want as a dinner guest? It's basic, open-ended, designed to lower psychological defenses. I answer first, deliberately clinical. Marie Curie, for her scientific brilliance and historical significance. Also, I imagine she wouldn't attempt to discuss astrology over dessert. Celeste snorts. You think she'd be into molecular gastronomy? I think she'd value intelligent conversation over spectacle. Celeste tilts her head. That's not a bad answer. Boring, but not bad. I ignore the bait. Your turn. She hums, then leans forward slightly. Robin Williams. That surprises me. Why? Because he made people laugh when they were drowning, she says, soft and immediate. He saw the shadows in people and chose to meet them with light. I want to ask him how he did that. I stare at her longer than I should. There's something raw in her voice. Not performative. Not for the camera. Just honest. I note the spike in my own biometric readout and quickly redirect. Number 2. Would you like to be famous? In what way? No, I answer flatly. Fame compromises objectivity. She raises a brow. What if you could use it to make the world better? I'd prefer to make the world better anonymously, without distortion. Celeste twirls her pen. I'd want to be famous for kindness. The kind that outlives me. I scoff quietly. You think kindness is legacy building? I think kindness is the only thing that survives us. That sentence echoes louder than I want it to. I move on. Number 3. Before making a telephone call, do you ever rehearse what you're going to say? Why? Yes, I answer. Efficiency. Celeste grins. That checks out. She pauses, thoughtful. I rehearse because I'm afraid of being misunderstood. The way she says it, so unflinching, makes something in my chest tighten. I record the moment mentally, log it somewhere deep. She says the things most people bury. We move through a few more. Laughter, fear, repetition. Her responses are always layered, funny on the surface, sincere underneath. I give her answers that are clean, logical, calculated. And then we reach question 7. Do you have a secret hunch about how you will die? I answer first. Statistically, heart disease is likely. My family has a history. Celeste's gaze sharpens. That's the most Damien Caldwell answer imaginable. She doesn't answer right away. For once, her usual lightness fades. I study her face, how her fingers curl around the mug, how she inhales like she's choosing vulnerability over safety. I think it'll be something slow, she says finally. Not painful, just unnoticed. Like I gave everything away and forgot to keep enough for myself. I go still. She laughs. Yikes, that got dark. Forget I said that. But I don't. I can't. Her biometric readout jumps systolic pressure, minor cortisol spike. Emotional vulnerability confirmed. My brain categorizes it, but the rest of me feels unsteady. She moves on. Pretends it didn't matter, but it did. And then comes question 9. For what in your life do you feel most grateful? I say something about academic freedom, about my lab, about intellectual independence. She doesn't interrupt. She listens, but she doesn't look impressed. When it's her turn, she smiles softly. A birthday cake. I frown. A cake? She nods. When I was 7, my mom baked one from scratch. We didn't have much, but she spent all day making this lopsided strawberry cake. It collapsed in the middle and tasted like sugar and food coloring and happiness. That's what love felt like. Messy, but intentional. I stare at her, unblinking. Because that answer, simple, strange, entirely illogical, lodges itself somewhere beneath my sternum. Birthday cake, that's what she holds on to. Not a degree, not an accolade. Not even a person. A moment of effort, messy and flawed, but chosen. It doesn't compute. But it won't leave me. By the time we finish the first 12 questions, I've collected 143 data points, 9 physiological response markers, and 1 persistent knot in my chest I can't explain. Celeste closes her notebook and smiles at me. You're doing great, she says. It doesn't feel like mock.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla, this story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 6. Damien. I rerun the data 3 times before I admit it. It's not a sensor malfunction. It's not a coding error. It's definitely not, despite my most hopeful denial, caffeine-induced interference. The biometric anomaly that's been appearing in our logs during the sessions, the one with the irregular pulse acceleration, increased dermal conductivity, and an inexplicable uptick in limbic system activity, it's me. More specifically, it's my readout. Every single time Celeste speaks, particularly when she leans in or laughs without restraint, or says something soft and devastating about birthday cakes or being afraid to disappear, I spike, minimally, but consistently. A pattern, a statistically significant one, and I hate it. I detest that I've cross-checked her baseline, her variables, the room temperature, the lighting, and every other imaginable influence, and the numbers keep circling back to me. My body is responding to her, emotionally, chemically, uncontrollably. It's unacceptable. "Are you okay?" she asks the next morning, stepping into the lab with a coffee cup that has her name written in pink Sharpie and a smile that doesn't require caffeine to exist. "Fine," I mutter, adjusting the neuroband on my temple. "Just recalibrating." Her gaze sharpens. "You're twitchier than usual, and that's saying something." I glare at the tablet in my hands, trying to look busier than I am. There was a sensor irregularity in yesterday's data. I'm investigating the cause. Celeste sets her cup down and immediately invades my bubble of solitude, peering over my shoulder like we're co-conspirators instead of forced cohabitants. "What kind of irregularity?" she asks, her curls nearly brushing my cheek. I lean back instinctively, but the scent of her shampoo, lavender, maybe something citrusy underneath, clings like a question I can't answer. I clear my throat. "Elevated biometric response, localized and inconsistent." She leans in closer. "Inconsistent? How?" I don't look at her. I look at the screen, at the column marked DC-01, my subject code, at the rows where my own body betrayed me. I mumble, "Unrelated to external stimuli." Celeste hums. "Unrelated to known stimuli, you mean?" I glance at her finally. "You think this is chemistry?" She shrugs, then smiles far too confidently. "I think you're a human being, not a spreadsheet. I don't feel anything." "Oh, darling," she says with a little laugh. "You feel more than anyone I've ever met. You're just pathologically bad at admitting it." We sit down for today's session on opposite ends of the room-length lab table. Her choice, she said, to observe long-distance intimacy versus proximity attachment. But halfway through the pre-session checklist, she's perched on the table again, ankles swinging, close enough to make my rational brain short-circuit. "Let me guess," she says, gesturing at my plain black thermos. "Unsweetened, oversteeped green tea with no personality." I blink. "It's coffee." She mock gasps. "I never would have guessed you indulged in something so impulsive." I grind my teeth. "It's measured. 1 cup. Morning only. Black. Of course it is." Her eyes twinkle. "Let me know if your heart rate spikes. I'll log it." She's joking, but I freeze. Because it does spike. She doesn't notice, or maybe she does and doesn't press, which, for her, is oddly merciful. Instead, she nudges the tablet toward me. "Ready for round 2? By the time we hit question 16, what do you value most in a friendship?" She's barefoot again. She kicked off her shoes around question 10 and tucked one leg beneath her, balancing a pen between her fingers as if she's conducting some internal symphony while she thinks. She says, "Forgiveness, the radical kind. The kind that doesn't wait for perfect explanations. Just sees your broken pieces and says, 'Yeah, okay, I'll sit here with you anyway.'" I stare at her. She tilts her head. "What? Did I say something too emotionally complex for your logic processor?" "I was considering the neural implications of high-empathy relationships," I lie. She grins. "Sure, that sounded suspiciously like a compliment, though. It wasn't." "Okay, Dr. Denial." Her voice is light, teasing, but the words dig deeper than they should. "I've never had that kind of friendship. Not once. Not even with past partners, most of whom viewed emotional intimacy the same way I did. A potentially useful but ultimately overstated concept. No one has ever offered to sit with my broken pieces. No one's ever seen them. Until now. And she doesn't even know she's doing it. After the session, I stay in the lab long after she leaves. The silence is comforting. Predictable. I run the data again, searching for another explanation. Hormonal fluctuation. Adrenal response. Undetected environmental factor. But all the readings confirm the same thing. Celeste Harper walks into a room and my brain, my cold, trained, well-governed brain ignites like I've just been exposed to a variable I never accounted for. A statistical anomaly. That's what she is. She doesn't fit. Not into the tightly controlled world I've spent decades building like a fortress against exactly this kind of storm. I close the screen and rest my head back against the chair. This can't be happening. Because if it is, if these numbers mean what I think they mean, then the study's already working, and it's working on me.
Chapter 7. Celeste. 2 weeks and 4 days seem to pass in the blink of an eye, and we've had countless encounters and discussions about the 36 questions. And I even feel like I know him better than myself. But tonight is our first real challenge as a couple. Every fake relationship movie montage includes one thing: a public event where the two reluctant lovers must pretend, in front of others, that they're into each other. Everyone claps. There's twinkly music. The camera pans in slow motion on the exact moment the couple makes accidental eye contact and realizes, oh no, I feel something. This is not that montage. This is the academic gala version, featuring white wine that tastes like printer ink, a jazz trio that's a little too committed to improvisation, and a sea of overachieving intellectuals in poorly tailored formal wear. And me, in a red dress, standing next to Damian Caldwell, the most emotionally constipated man alive. He hasn't said a word in 17 minutes. I know because I've been keeping count. He's standing at my side like a bodyguard hired to protect me from the concept of joy. Suit tailored within an inch of its life, tie an elegant charcoal silk that I may or may not have helped him choose under the guise of coordinating outfits. You're glitching, I whisper to him under my breath as we pass another colleague who greets us with an overly invested, "You two look so happy together." "I'm not glitching," Damian says without moving his mouth. "You're absolutely glitching." He adjusts the cuff of his shirt for the 5th time. I didn't anticipate so many cameras. "They're phones, Damian. No one's documenting this for historical record." "Your colleague posted a selfie with us on Twitter with the caption #couplegoals. I grin. "See? The experiment's working." He says nothing, but his jaw clenches, just slightly. We weave through the crowd. I wave to other faculty, ducking in and out of conversations, while Damian hovers like a controlled variable forced into chaos. There's something fascinating about watching him here, outside the sterile white light of the lab. His discomfort is quiet but immense, like a silent protest written in the shape of his posture. But he's trying. God help me, he's actually trying. At one point, someone from the provost's office leans in and asks how we met, and I watch Damian's brain blue screen for a half second before he says, "She insulted my methodology during a panel discussion on neurotransmitter interaction." I laugh like it's a love story. "And he called me an emotional anarchist in front of 60 people. "And you thought," says the administrator, clearly delighted, "that's the one I want to take home to Mom." "Oh no," I reply with a twinkle. I knew he was a nightmare. I just also happen to like challenges. Damian doesn't deny it. Later, when the jazz trio quiets and someone starts tapping a glass for a toast, I find myself standing near the refreshment table with a plate of tiny desserts, watching Damian talk to a department chair. His arms are folded, head tilted in that assessing way he gets when he's listening, but already calculating his rebuttal. He glances at me. Not just a glance, a look. And just like that, I feel it. The thing I'm not supposed to feel. Desire. Not theoretical, not playful, not a passing, oh, he's hot moment. Real desire. Deep in my chest, warming the space beneath my ribs. I set the plate down. Walk toward him. His gaze doesn't leave me. "I think it's time for our romantic display," I whisper when I reach him, arching a brow. His expression is perfectly neutral. "Are you suggesting public affection?" "I'm suggesting we don't tank the experiment by acting like awkward strangers at a party we both hate." He nods once. Acceptable. I expect him to offer a hand, maybe a fake embrace. What I don't expect is the kiss. He doesn't warn me. He just leans in, slow and precise, like he's solving for X in an emotional equation neither of us signed up for. And then his lips are on mine, not playful, not performative, purposeful. My heart stutters. His mouth is warm, firm. He kisses like he thinks ahead, like he's plotting the outcome even as it unfolds. But there's a tremor there, just beneath the control, just beneath the surface of his careful touch. It's the tremor that undoes me, because it's not fake. At least, it doesn't feel fake. Not when his hand finds my waist, pulling me infinitesimally closer. Not when I feel the way his breath shudders against my cheek right after. Like maybe this cost him something he didn't plan on giving. When we pull apart, the room blurs. Not with tears. With the static of a moment that doesn't belong to the crowd. It belongs to us. Our gazes lock. I don't smile. Neither does he. We're too busy calculating. Too busy unraveling. That because somewhere between the gala lights and the weight of his palm on my hip, I stopped pretending. And I think so did he. Later, we ride home in silence. His arm brushes mine once in the car. He doesn't apologize. Neither do I. Because some part of me knows this is no longer just an experiment.
Chapter 8. Damien. I've watched the footage 6 times, not the entire session, just the final 20 seconds. The kiss. I tell myself I'm reviewing the facial data from the faculty gala for baseline expression tracking, which technically isn't a lie. We agreed early on that body language during public displays would be part of the study. I told her I wanted documentation for sociometric coding. She agreed, mostly because she wanted to see if I would ever admit to enjoying myself. I didn't, but now I'm sitting in the lab, hours past our scheduled session time, staring at the moment her mouth brushed mine, and something in my chest kicked like faulty wiring. I paused the frame, her face close to mine, eyes wide, surprised, but not recoiling, the corner of her mouth lifting slightly before I kissed her, almost imperceptible. A twitch of anticipation or amusement, I can't tell. I hit play again. Our mouths meet. I remember how warm she was, how soft. But it's not the kiss I'm analyzing anymore. It's what happens after. The second she pulls back, just before she turns away, she looks at me. Like she sees something. Like she's waiting to see if I see it too. I scrub back to that exact moment. Freeze the frame. Zoom, enhance. I tell myself I'm studying her. But really, I'm trying to understand myself. Because whatever this is, this knot in my chest, this tension in my limbs, this quiet, persistent ache, I can't code it, can't name it, can't suppress it. And I've tried. I've stayed up late every night this week rerunning every round of biometrics we've collected. I've analyzed the way her voice modulates when she's relaxed, how her pupils dilate when she talks about something she loves, the pattern of her laugh when she forgets she's being recorded. Her laugh is the worst part. It's not consistent. It's not even rational. It bubbles out of her like it has its own gravitational pull. Like the world can't be dark for long when that sound exists. And every time I hear it, something in me slips. A crack, a tiny breath, a feeling. I turn from the monitor and scrub my face with both hands. This is a mistake. This entire experiment is a mistake. The more data we collect, the more my body contradicts the theory I spent my entire career building. Love is not an equation. If it were, I wouldn't be unraveling over the sound of her laugh. Later that morning, I find myself in the staff lounge, a space I usually avoid unless coerced. I'm stirring black coffee that tastes like printer toner, staring blankly at the corkboard of faculty flyers and bake sale requests, when Professor Lin from the anthropology department sidles up next to me. "Morning, Damien," she says, cheerful. "Professor." I nod, keeping it curt. She doesn't take the hint. "Saw you and Dr. Harper at the gala last night." I say nothing. Sips are a shield. "You two are," she raises her eyebrows. "Convincing." I freeze. Just slightly. Then I force a shrug. "That's the point." She sips her tea. "Sure, but you didn't look like you were acting." I don't reply, because I don't have any idea what to answer that without telling a partial truth. And I've spent my entire career avoiding partial truths. Professor Lin smiles knowingly. "Just be careful. That kind of fire has a way of burning through hypotheses." I nod mechanically, but her words echo louder than they should. Back in the lab, I adjust the temperature again. Celeste enters 10 minutes later, humming something upbeat, holding a paper bag. She tosses it onto the table. Muffin, cranberry orange. Thought you might need vitamin C for that stress complex forming between your eyebrows. I don't get stress complexes. She arches a brow. So the hunch in your shoulders and the chronic eye twitch are just fashion statements? I say nothing, because she's not wrong. She plops into her chair, unwrapping her own muffin like it's a sacred offering. Did you review the gala footage? I hesitate. Some of it. Her gaze cuts to me. And what? She shrugs. Did you see the part where we accidentally made 20 faculty members believe in soulmates? I look at her, hard. You kissed me. She grins. You kissed me. Silence. Then she softens. Did it mess with your data? She asks, quieter now. I think about lying, about brushing it off. Instead, I answer honestly. Yes. Her smile falters for a second. Not in embarrassment, something else, something deeper. Like she knows exactly how dangerous honesty can be when the variables are human hearts. Well, she says, pushing her hair back, then maybe it's working. I stare at her. She stares back. And for one terrifying second, I can't remember why I ever wanted to disprove love in the first place. That night, I'm alone in the apartment. She's out with her sister, or maybe at that bookstore she disappears into like it's a portal to another universe. I sit in front of our shared experiment logs, and instead of typing, I find myself opening a blank document. I don't label it, but I write the first sentence. Her laugh shouldn't affect my heartbeat, and yet, I don't stop, because I'm not losing control of the study, I'm losing control of myself, and I can't stop!
Chapter 9. Celeste. I knew it would happen eventually, not the part where I started liking him. I mean, really liking him, like against my will, emotionally inconvenient, can't stop wondering what his childhood bedroom looked like liking him. No, that was inevitable the moment he called me an emotional anarchist, and I nearly proposed on the spot. I didn't expect to see him smile, like actually smile, like something warm cracked through his glacial facade, and he chose to let it live on his face for a whole 3 seconds. It happens during the department roundtable on Emerging Frontiers in Human Connection. A title so sterile it makes me want to run screaming into a pile of weighted blankets. We're sitting in one of the university's smaller lecture halls, surrounded by a modest group of faculty and grad students. Everyone sipping flat coffee and pretending their egos aren't 12 seconds away from open warfare. The moderator opens the floor to Kwanda, and of course, the second I start speaking, passionately, I might add, on the symbolic impact of verbal intimacy during the 36 questions protocol, someone scoffs, actually scoffs. Emotional priming is not real data, Dr. Stephen Chow says, his words crisp and dismissive. It's a narrative filter, not an observable variable. I feel my body tense. It's not the first time someone's tried to write off my work as romantic fluff, and normally I could handle it. But this project, this one is different. It's not just theory. It's mine. It's vulnerable. Before I can respond, Damien speaks. I disagree. 3 words. Calm, measured. But the entire room shifts like someone opened a window during a snowstorm. Dr. Chow blinks. Excuse me? Damien leans forward, elbows on the table, voice still impossibly even. Verbal priming is a measurable influence on emotional regulation, particularly in pair-bonded interactions. If you'd reviewed Harper's latest data logs, you'd note clear correlations between open-ended personal disclosures and neural synchrony. The room stills. I still. Because not only is he defending me, he's using my last name like it's earned, like it means something, like he's proud of it. Chow flounders. Well, yes, but the data set hasn't been replicated in an isolated environment. It doesn't need to be, Damien replies. Because love isn't sterile. Love isn't sterile. Those words from him, my heart lurches like a meteor just hit my ribcage. I study his face, trying to find the catch, the tell. But there's nothing smug or performative in his tone. Just belief, quiet and unflinching. I don't even realize I'm smiling until he looks over and mirrors it. It's not big, barely more than a twitch at the edge of his lips, but it's real. And I nearly fall out of my chair. Later, in the hallway, I chase after him. You smiled. Damien doesn't stop walking. I frequently use facial expressions to communicate. Liar, I say, jogging to keep up. You have two expressions, disdain and mild judgment. Today, you smiled, in public, at me. He stops, sighs. It was a professional response to an unprofessional attack. No, I say, stepping in front of him, blocking his path. You defended me. I defended the data. I cross my arms. Damien, he pauses. You were right, and they were wrong. I blink. Also, he adds, voice lower now, I found myself irritated. By what? By the implication that your work is less valid because it makes people feel something. I swallow. That shouldn't be a big deal. It's just a statement, just a rational defense. But my pulse is doing something erratic again, and I can't quite get enough air. Thank you, I say, and mean it. He studies me. His eyes trace my face like he's mapping something for the first time, not as a scientist, not as a partner in an experiment, as a man standing still in a moment that might matter more than he wants it to. You look surprised, he murmurs. I was? Why? Because I didn't think you cared. He looks at me for a long time, then says, neither did I. And then he walks away. That night I lie awake in the guest room of his apartment, which doesn't feel quite so sterile anymore, because there's a pink Post-it note on the fridge that says, don't forget to feel something today, and a heart-shaped toothbrush holder in the bathroom that hasn't been moved. I stare at the ceiling and think about the moment he looked at me in that lecture hall, like I was the answer to a question he didn't know he was asking. And my heartbeat? It's absolutely violating all known ethical parameters for neutrality, because I'm in trouble, the real kind, the falling kind, and I don't think I can stop. Jesus, I'm screwed. I shake my head, pushing away my wayward thoughts. What the hell am I thinking?
Chapter 10. Damien. There's a sound in the apartment that doesn't belong. It isn't a door or a faucet or the dry whisper of my neurostimulator warming up. It's something melodic, rhythmic, the kind of sound that makes order nervous. Music, and underneath the music, singing. Correction, Celeste singing, which means something is either on fire or she's decided the kitchen is her new stage. I sit up too quickly, throw on the first sweater I can find, and pad barefoot down the hall toward the noise. I expect chaos. I expect a catastrophic violation of my sacred morning silence. I do not expect what I find. She's in my kitchen, our kitchen, I suppose, dancing. Actually dancing. In fuzzy socks with little planets on them, twirling between the counter and the fridge like she's reenacting the physics of joy. Her hair's tied up in a loose knot, and she's wearing one of my button-down shirts over leggings. Sleeves rolled haphazardly to her elbows, flour dusting her cheek. There's a whisk in her hand like it's a microphone. Music blares softly from her phone speaker, Fleetwood Mac, of all things, and her hips sway to the beat like it's encoded into her molecular structure. I cannot move. My first thought is that the eggs will be overcooked. My second thought is that this is the most alive my kitchen has ever looked. My third thought is one I refuse to name. She doesn't see me at first, which allows me an embarrassingly long window to stand there like a stunned scientist watching a butterfly land on his hypothesis and rewrite his entire theory of the universe. Then she twirls around, catches sight of me in the doorway, and gasps in delight. "Good morning, Grumpy Starman," she beams. I blink. "What are you doing?" "Cooking breakfast and physics. You know, momentum. Whisking is a full body thing." She holds up the whisk and shimmies. I feel something in my brain misfire. "There is flour on the floor." "There's joy in the air," she counters, unrepentant. I look at the pan on the stove. That egg is overcooked. She leans over it dramatically. "That egg is golden brown, lovingly crisped on the edges and filled with affirmations." I want to scold her. I want to tell her this is a research week and we have a session to run in 45 minutes. I want to retrieve a cleaning cloth and scrub the counter she's leaning on with her forearms. But instead I sit down at the table, silently. Because the alternative, the truth is that I want to keep watching. She brings me a plate without asking how I like my eggs. It's perfect. Damn it. She sits across from me, sipping coffee with more sugar than liquid, humming under her breath as she flicks through our shared project calendar. "We're on round 3 today," she says, chewing a bite of toast. "Questions 25 to 36. "The final round," I confirm. "The most intimate tier?" She lifts her mug and mock cheers. Time to fall in fake love. I don't respond, because somewhere in the spaces between her voice and her socked feet twirling across my floor, I think I already have. Back in the lab, we sit opposite each other like we always do. 2 microphones, 2 biometric monitors. 1 slow, irreversible descent. She's wearing a sundress today. Yellow, bright, completely seasonally inappropriate for mid-March, but on her, it makes sense. She brushes her curls out of her face and smiles. "Ready?" I nod, clearing my throat. "Question 25. Share 5 positive characteristics of your partner." She laughs. "This is unfair. I've already given you like 8 on sticky notes." "Those do not count." She squints. "Okay." She taps her chin. 1, you're unexpectedly hilarious when you don't mean to be. 2, you remember exact citations like their birthdays. 3, you defended me in front of Chow, and I haven't stopped thinking about that. She pauses. 4, you make room for silence without making it feel like absence. I stop breathing for a moment. "And 5, she says gently. You look at people like they're puzzles worth solving, even when they scare you. I stare at her. My pulse jumps. The monitor beeps louder. "Your turn," she says. I don't answer right away. I can't. The things I want to say aren't measurable traits. They're feelings. And I still don't know how to hold them. But I try. "You see patterns where other people see chaos," I begin. "You speak in metaphors that somehow make sense. You laugh like the universe is still worth believing in." She blinks, startled. "You make people feel real," I add quietly. "Like we're allowed to be messy. Like it won't scare you." Her lips part, but no sound comes. The monitor logs both our heart rates rising. "Damien," she whispers, "you're not supposed to make me fall for you when I'm wearing socks with Saturn on them." I say nothing, because I'm terrified that if I speak, I'll say, "Please, please don't stop. Please keep dancing in my kitchen. Please don't leave when the experiment ends." By the time we finish the final question, if you were going to become close friends with your partner, what would be important for them to know? We're not scientists anymore. We're not pretending anymore. And we're 2 people sitting in the glow of something that should be impossible. And all I can think is, what happens when this becomes real?
Chapter 11. Celeste. It's supposed to be a joke. That's how it starts anyway. The morning is quiet. Damien's already left for the lab, obsessing over statistical cleanup from yesterday's session, like the fate of the universe depends on a perfectly plotted scatter graph. I stayed behind to finish some paperwork and water the succulents. I'm 60% sure he resents for their unpredictable leaf patterns. I find one of his notepads on the kitchen counter. Cream-colored, thick paper. Fountain pen ink dried neatly in precise rows from his last list. Probably inventory for the experiment. Extra leads, scanner calibration, Celeste's chaotic handwriting. I grin. And then I write. It's not planned. It just happens, like all dangerous things. At the top of a fresh page, in swoopy, soft cursive that could easily pass as romantic parody, I begin. Dear Damien, if I were the kind of person who believed in fate, spoiler alert, I absolutely am, I'd say it's no coincidence that I ended up here, in your lab, in your orbit, making you roll your eyes so often I'm surprised they haven't fallen out yet. But here's the wildest part. I like you. Not in the let's fake date to prove a theory way, in the you make silence feel safe way, in the I remember your coffee order and kind of want to poke your heart until it laughs way. If this were real, if we were real, I think I'd fall for you, completely. And maybe I already have. Love, or something inconveniently close to it. Celeste. I fold it in half, pause. Then slide it halfway beneath the folder labeled Session Anomalies on his desk. The plan is for him to find it and assume it's just part of the experiment. A planted emotional trigger to test for nonverbal reactions. Totally professional. Absolutely not a confession. Later, when I return from my meeting, the apartment is quiet again. Eerily so. Damien isn't in the kitchen, not in the living room, not at his desk, where his laptop still glows faintly. I step closer, and there he is, sitting on the floor, back against the cabinet beneath the window, legs stretched out, still in his button-down, sleeves rolled to the elbows. Hair slightly mussed like he's been running his hands through it, which he has, because I see the note. My note. Open in his lap, he's staring at it like it's a foreign language he desperately wants to learn. Something about the way he's reading it, slowly, intently, like it hurts and heals him at the same time, makes me feel like if I speak, I'll break it. Or maybe I'll break me. He reads it again. A third time, my heart is pounding in my chest like a warning. This was supposed to be a joke, a lark, a twist on the experiment. But he's not laughing. He's holding the paper like it's fragile, like it's glass. I see something on his face I can't unsee. Softness, fear, hope. He presses the page flat with both palms. Doesn't fold it, doesn't crumple it, just breathes. I take a step forward. The sound startles him, but he doesn't jump. Just looks up at me like I caught him doing something he wasn't meant to feel. I thought it was part of the experiment, he says finally, his voice quiet. Hoarse. It was a beat. He nods slowly, but I hesitate. Maybe not all of it. His throat works around a word he doesn't say. I kneel beside him, my legs folding awkwardly on the floor. And for once, I'm not feeling the silence. I'm just in it, with him. It doesn't have to mean anything, I whisper. His eyes flick to mine. It already does, he replies. 3 words, simple, terrifying. He looks at me the way no one ever has before. Not with lust or admiration or amusement, but with absolute unflinching presence. And that's when I know. This isn't fake anymore. That night, he doesn't mention the letter again, but when I open my bedroom door after brushing my teeth, there's a single post-it on the doorframe. His handwriting, neat, unyielding, deliberate. You're not a variable anymore. I stare at it, then press my forehead to the door and laugh. Because, oh, look, feelings.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby. But he's fine, so let's see where this goes.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance book bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet. And the best part?
90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $59.99, you'll get over 500 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 books for 59 cents a book anywhere else.
Less than $1 per book for all the dirty fun I can handle?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Damien. The lab is too quiet, not sterile, not peaceful. Too quiet. Like something is waiting to break. I set the timer on the console, double-check the biometric monitors on both our chairs, and press record on the audio feed even though I doubt either of us will speak. The script for this part of the experiment is simple. No more questions, no discussion. Just 4 uninterrupted minutes of direct eye contact. The final protocol of the 36 questions to fall in love study. Staring into your partner's eyes. No blinking out of it, no laughing through it. Just presence. And I already know I'm not ready. She walks in just as I'm realigning the camera. Her curls are down today, loose around her shoulders. She's wearing that navy blue cardigan with the tiny constellation stitched into the sleeves. The one I pretended not to notice when she bought it at the thrift shop near campus last week. She's smiling. Not the big kind, the quiet kind. And that's somehow worse. 'Cause I know she means it. And I'm starting to want to deserve it. Is this it? She asks, settling into the chair opposite mine. The staring contest of doom? I nod, adjusting the placement of her wrist monitor. 4 minutes of sustained eye contact. No blinking. Blinking is allowed. Looking away is not. She exhales. Okay, I'm not nervous, but also my soul is not dressed for this level of vulnerability. I don't laugh, but I feel it. A ripple just under the surface of where I'm still pretending I can hold the line. I sit, line up our chairs, start the timer, and then I look at her. At first, it's clinical. Pupil tracking, facial micro-expressions. I register the shift in her gaze every time she breathes a little deeper. I note the flicker at the corners of her mouth when she's trying not to smile, the slight widening of her eyes, probably an oxytocin spike. I am a scientist. I know how to watch. Something shifts. It happens just past the 1-minute mark. She softens. Not in her posture. Not in any quantifiable, trackable way. Just in presence. Like she stops performing. Stops waiting for what she's supposed to say or do. She just is. And that's when everything I've ever understood about controlled environments begins to disintegrate. Because looking at her stops being an act of observation and becomes an act of feeling. She's not blinking away from me. She's not playing. She's seeing me. Not the neuroscientist, not the polished speaker, not the well-armored cynic. Just me. I want to look away. My fingers twitch on my lap. I calculate breath cycles, blink intervals, heart rate. I try to stay in my body by thinking through it. But she's looking at me like she already knows the equation I'm trying to solve. And not only that, she loves it anyway. I blink again. I shift in my seat and my throat feels too tight. I want to reach for something, anything to steady myself. A clipboard, a number, a barrier. But there's nothing left between us. Nothing except her gaze. And God help me, I want her to see me. Even the parts I swore I'd never let anyone close enough to map. I break at 2 minutes and 47 seconds. I don't mean to, but I do. I drop my gaze just for a second. A sliver of time, way less than a breath. But she notices. Of course, she's observant to a fault. She doesn't say anything, doesn't call it out. She just smiles, soft, radiant, devastating. I win, she whispers. And I hate how much I love the way she says it. After the session, I leave the lab in silence. I don't wait for her. I don't trust myself to. Instead, I walk campus loops until the sun sinks behind the engineering building, and my footsteps finally outpace the sound of my own heartbeat. Because here's the thing no one tells you about staring into someone's eyes for 4 straight minutes. If you're lucky, you fall a little bit in love. If you're not, you realize you already have, and it's too late to undo it.
Chapter 13. Celeste. There's a particular brand of masochism involved in willingly staging a fake fight with your fake boyfriend, who might very possibly be your not-so-fake emotional undoing. Damien and I stand outside the research observation room, waiting for the live relational dynamics team to cue us in. We're supposed to simulate a conflict. Escalated couple disagreement with moderately resolved outcome was the phrasing in the protocol draft he emailed me last night. With bullet points and color-coded escalation tiers. Because, of course. Let's keep it professional, Damien says, his jaw tight as we step into the room. No improvisational theatrics. I roll my eyes. You know I minored in improv, right? He freezes mid-step. Please be joking. I'm not. But he doesn't need to know that. Inside, 2 graduate researchers and an ethics advisor sit behind a one-way mirror. They can't interact, but they can observe everything. Facial expressions, vocal tone, body language. There's a live feed, too, running into another lab for post-analysis. In other words, this is the most performative moment of our pretend relationship, and somehow, it already feels like something real is waiting beneath it. We sit on opposite ends of a long, low couch. Cameras click on. The cue light turns green. Showtime. Damien clears his throat and launches straight into the scripted disagreement we practiced. Theoretical miscommunication over a shared calendar and missed dinner plans. It's supposed to be mild. Frustrated but fixable. A harmless lover's spat. I just think, he says, his tone sharp but not cruel, that if we're going to share a life, even as an experiment, you could at least respect the systems we put in place. It hits harder than it should. The way he emphasizes share a life, the word respect. I shift on the couch. And maybe if you weren't so obsessed with control, I wouldn't feel like I'm constantly being monitored like one of your data sets. That's off script. He knows it. His eyes flick to mine, tight, unreadable. Control is necessary when the alternative is chaos. I laugh. Not cute, flirty laughter. Sharp, defensive. God, you really can't help yourself, can you? You don't trust anyone to be messy around you. Because if they are, it means you don't get to call the shots. Damien's shoulders tense. This isn't about control. It's about consistency. Same thing. His mouth opens, closes. Maybe I don't trust people who turn everything into performance. It feels like a slap, even though I know it's fake, even though I told myself this wasn't personal, but it is. It is so much more personal than I was ready for. Maybe I don't trust people who run from feelings like they're viruses. I shoot back. Maybe I'm tired of pretending it doesn't matter that you never let anyone in. The silence after that isn't staged. It's oxygen being pulled from the room. Damien looks at me like I've touched something I shouldn't have. Since this whole experiment began, this is a first. He looks scared, not annoyed, not exasperated, just raw. I break the silence first, forcing a half laugh that's more armor than humor. Wow, we're good at this. He nods once, too stiffly. We sit there for the remainder of the observation period, neither of us speaking, barely looking at each other. The cue light turns red, session over. We stand without a word, walk out of the room like co-conspirators in a crime neither of us meant to commit. Later that night, I find him in the kitchen. Again. It's always the kitchen somehow. The space between everything else, where our silences seem to live. He's standing at the counter, staring at a mug of tea he hasn't touched. I lean against the doorway. I didn't mean it, I say softly. He doesn't look up. Some of it was true. Yeah, I admit. That's what scared me. He sets the mug down, turns to face me. His expression is tired, real, unmasked in a way I've only seen in flickers, between questions, in the echo of laughter, in the way he looked at me during those 4 minutes of eye contact, like he wanted to understand and escape at the same time. You were right, he says. I don't let people in. My chest tightens. I'm not used to being seen, he continues, voice low. It feels like failure. You're not failing, I whisper. He meets my gaze, and this time I don't look away. I don't think we were faking that fight, I say. No, he agrees. We weren't. Silence. Then he says it. The thing I wasn't expecting but needed more than I knew. I don't want to lose whatever this is becoming, but it terrifies me. My breath catches. I step closer. Not all the way, but close enough that if he wanted to reach, he could. I don't either, I whisper. I'm terrified too. And then, because we are who we are, two people too afraid to leap, but already halfway in free fall. We don't kiss. We don't touch. We just stay. And in that stillness, something fragile and beautiful and terrifying blooms.
Chapter 14. Damien. The rain starts somewhere around mile 8. At first, it's light, predictable. A casual drizzle tapping the windshield of the university Jeep as we drive toward the research cabin to drop off session logs and equipment for the upcoming off-site couple study. Celeste hums along to the radio. She picked the station, of course. Something lo-fi and soft, the kind of music that makes you feel like you're in a scene even when nothing is happening. Except something always is. Especially when it's quiet between us. Not tense. Not cold, just charged. It's been 2 days since the fight, or rather the performance that turned into a fight that revealed every carefully hidden piece of ourselves we swore we wouldn't let see daylight. Neither of us has mentioned it, but we haven't been the same since, and now the sky's darkening too fast. The road narrows into pine-flanked silence. The first clap of thunder rumbles just as the cabin comes into view, tucked between sloping trees and soaked in mist. Celeste leans forward, peering through the windshield. You think the heat works? I glance at her, then back at the winding gravel path. It's a research cabin, not a ski resort. So, no cocoa? No cocoa. She sighs dramatically. You really are the villain in every holiday romance novel. We unload equipment quickly, racing the sheets of rain, turning from drizzle to deluge. By the time I slam the Jeep's trunk shut, I'm soaked through, and Celeste is barefoot, laughing, her shoes in one hand, a soggy granola bar in the other. Emergency provisions, she declares, holding it aloft like a torch. If we die out here, we die with fiber. Inside, the cabin's power flickers, then steadies. The heat miraculously does work. A single radiator hums to life in the corner. The space is small, desk, kitchenette, one love seat, and a queen-sized bed shoved up against the far wall. One bed. I don't look at her when we both see it. She doesn't say anything. Neither do I. because we've passed the threshold of flirting and banter. We're somewhere else now. Quieter. Closer. Too close to pretend we're still pretending. I run diagnostics on the spare laptop while she towel dries her hair with one of the paper-thin linens left behind by a previous research fellow. There's no internet, no cell service. The storm has us locked in for the night. And when I look up again, she's curled on the edge of the bed, legs folded beneath her, hair still damp, hoodie far too large for her frame. She pats the spot beside her. "Come sit," she says. I don't bite. I hesitate. "You do, constantly." She smiles, soft, just emotionally. I cross the room and sit. Not too close, but close enough to hear her breathing. We don't speak for a minute, just exist. And then, without turning to me, she says, "Do you think we're fooling ourselves?" It takes me a beat to answer. About what? This, us, what we're doing, what it's turning into. I look at her. Really look. And everything inside me wants to reach for an explanation. A theory. A loophole that makes this less terrifying. But I don't. I don't know, I say quietly. Do you want to stop? She asks it so simply, but it knocks the wind out of me. No, I admit. Her eyes finally meet mine. I don't look away. I've been thinking, she says, about that question from the study. About what you'd need someone to know before becoming close friends. I nod. I remember. I didn't answer fully, she says. I wait. She exhales. I need them to know that I love too hard, that I get too attached, that I will memorize the way they take their coffee and the sound of their laugh and the stupid lines they highlight in books, and I'll remember all of it, even if they don't stay. The storm crackles outside. I speak before I think. I can't stay. She doesn't flinch, doesn't shrink. I know, she says. I hate how much she does know. She shifts, turning toward me. Her voice is low, like she's afraid if she speaks too loud, I'll disappear. Then let's just try this, she says. One night, one bed, no expectations. I nod, because I've never been held. But I think maybe I want to learn. We lay down, not touching. The storm rages. Her breathing evens out slowly, and mine doesn't. I listen to her heart in the silence between raindrops. And right now, she makes me think that maybe vulnerability isn't weakness. Maybe it's hope. Chapter 15. Damien. I start dreaming about her. It begins the morning we return from the cabin, still damp from rain, and full of the silence that doesn't settle. It stirs. That night, I see her in my sleep. Not in lace, not in a cinematic, fabricated projection of desire. She's barefoot, wrapped in my shirt, sitting cross-legged at the kitchen table with a psychology journal open in front of her, reading a paragraph aloud in an overly dramatic voice and laughing halfway through it. And I'm just watching her, wanting her, not neatly, not rationally, needfully. I wake up tangled in my sheets, her name on my tongue, and my hand fisted so tight into the mattress, it takes me a full minute to unclench it. The next morning, everything feels off-kilter. My coffee tastes too bitter. The overhead lights in the lab are too bright. My hands shake slightly during a neuroband calibration, and I snap at a first-year grad student who asks if she can reorganize the shared dataset folders alphabetically. I drink 2 cups of coffee, forget my lunch, and spend 5 solid minutes standing outside Celeste's office door before talking myself out of knocking. Objectivity is compromised. I am compromised! And it only gets worse. I need to do something to stop me from sliding. We're in the lab again, alone. The room is sterile, temperature controlled, exactly the same as it was yesterday, and the day before. But she isn't, and neither am I. We're supposed to be finalizing the draft for the conference submission. Instead, we're in the middle of what begins as a discussion, and devolves too quickly into something else. "Damien, this isn't just about metrics anymore," she says, pacing back and forth in front of the whiteboard. "We're not neutral observers. We're participants now. And we've accounted for that," I reply tightly, keeping my voice measured. "We've updated the protocol and logged the variables." "You can't log feelings," she snaps. "You can't slap a label on what's happening and pretend it keeps the study clean. We designed this to simulate intimacy. This is the result." "No, this," she gestures wildly between us, eyes bright, hands moving faster now. "This is not the result, this is real. And you're so terrified of acknowledging that you're willing to distort your own research just to stay safe behind your damned formulas." I cross my arms. "I'm maintaining integrity. You want to throw it out the window because you don't like what it reveals." She stops pacing, faces me. Her voice dips into something more dangerous. "I'm not the one lying about what I feel." Silence. It punches the air out of the room. I take a slow step toward her. "Be careful, Celeste," I say, quieter now. "You're making this personal." She laughs, sharp, raw. "It is personal. It became personal the second you started looking at me, like I was more than a subject." I shake my head. "You're projecting." "I'm observing, like you taught me." She storms forward, stabbing a finger toward my chest. "I've watched you pretend not to react every time I touched your arm. Watched you flinch away from every question that made you feel anything. You keep calling this an experiment, so you don't have to admit that your walls are falling, Damien. But they are." I feel something crack deep in my chest, a hairline fracture that spreads like glass under pressure. I exhale, slow and jagged. "You want me to say it, don't you? That I'm compromised. That I want you. That I can't think straight when you're in the room." She doesn't back down. "I want you to stop lying to yourself," she says, barely above a whisper. "I want you to stop looking at me like I'm a threat when all I've done is show up. Every day. With my heart in my damn hands. You're asking me to lose everything I've built. I'm asking you to stop pretending you're not already losing something more important." My breath stutters. She's not wrong. That's the problem. It would be easier if she were wrong. But she's standing there, eyes bright, voice trembling. Not because she's afraid, but because she's brave enough to say what I won't. And suddenly I can't think. I can't reason. All I can do is feel. "I didn't plan for this, I admit," voice hoarse. "You weren't part of the design. And you weren't part of mine," she says, eyes locked to mine. "But here we are." The silence between us stretches like a live wire. I step forward, and she doesn't move. Her chest is rising and falling too fast. Her lips are parted. Her hands, always expressive, always in motion, are still now clenched by her sides like she doesn't trust herself to reach. Neither do I, but I do. Because there's no formula left, no margin to hide in. I kiss her. It's not gentle. It's not poetic. It's messy, born of weeks of holding back and too many close calls. It's fire meeting oxygen. Her gasp is sharp against my mouth, but then she's kissing me back, grabbing my shirt, anchoring me like she knew I'd try to float away otherwise. And for a second, I forget everything else. The data, the ethics, the design. All I know is this. She's real. I'm real. Nothing else has ever felt this alive.
Chapter 16. Celeste. The kiss is still on my lips when the door to my heart slams shut. I don't sleep that night. Not really. I lie in my bed, covers twisted around my legs like vines, replaying it over and over. His mouth, his hands, the way his voice trembled when he finally said the quiet thing out loud. I didn't plan for this, and I believed him. God, I believed him, because in that moment, it didn't feel like we were faking anymore. There was no protocol, no lab, no control group, just him, just me. And something I haven't felt in so long, it scared me. Hope. I don't cry. Not at first. I stay too still, heart racing like I'm being chased through my own body. Like if I move, I'll break whatever spell is still clinging to the air in the graduate guest house from when he walked me home after the kiss. Hands in his pockets. Too silent. Too careful. I couldn't stay at his place last night, not after that kiss. And now, it's morning. And everything is wrong. I walk into the lab at 8:57 a.m. with a triple-shot chai and a chest full of chaos. The kind I'm trying very, very hard to keep folded beneath the silk scarf I tied around my neck like a security blanket. He's already here, of course. He always is. Except this morning, Damien isn't just early. He's frozen, back stiff, jaw set, eyes locked on the data monitor like it offended his ancestors. He doesn't turn to me when I walk in. He doesn't say good morning. And the smile I rehearsed on the drive over dies a quiet death on my lips. Hey, I say, careful. Bright, but not too bright. You sleep? He pauses for a heartbeat but keeps typing. A little, he says. Short, cool. I wait for more, for anything. But all I get is silence. I feel it start then. That slow, awful slide. Like the floor beneath me is shifting just a few degrees, and I'm too proud to grab onto anything. I brought you coffee yesterday, I say stupidly, because my brain is grasping at threads. But you'd already left. I don't need caffeine, he replies, still not looking up. I need results. I blink. Okay, this is the part where I remind myself to breathe. Right, I say, setting my bag down. Because feelings aren't data points. Got it? That gets him. His fingers still. His jaw ticks, but he doesn't turn. And I want to scream. Not because he kissed me, because I felt it. Because I'm still feeling it. And he's standing there like it meant nothing. We run through the study review like we didn't completely change the rules last night. His voice is dry, distant, professional. He doesn't joke. He doesn't glance at me unless absolutely necessary. His posture is perfect. His tone is neutral. He's an entire glacier. And I am melting at the edges. Halfway through reviewing Session 5 data, I can't take it anymore. I shut my laptop too hard. Seriously? He finally lifts his eyes. Excuse me? This, you, acting like that kiss didn't happen. Or worse, like it did and it meant nothing. He exhales slowly, like I'm an equation that won't solve. Celeste, we agreed this is an experiment. The kiss was a loss of control. We shouldn't have let it happen. A loss of control. Not a moment. Not connection. Just a lapse. You kissed me, I say, voice trembling. I know. And you meant it. He flinches. Didn't you? He doesn't answer, which somehow is worse than a no. I nod, pressing my hands into my thighs like it might stop the shaking. Right, I whisper. Of course. You're not allowed to feel things, I forgot. You have to catalog everything, classify it, measure it so it won't terrify you. He looks like he wants to say something. Like maybe he already hates himself for hurting me, but he doesn't move, doesn't speak. So I do what I've always done when I'm about to fall apart in front of someone who won't catch me. I smile, that bright, brittle, everything's fine smile I've perfected since I was a kid who cried too easily. Don't worry, Dr. Caldwell, I say, grabbing my coat. I'll make sure the emotional variables stay far away from your perfect little data set. And then I walk out. Before he can watch me break. Before I start crying for real. This was supposed to be fake, but I let my feelings take over. And I think it just ruined me. Chapter 17. Celeste. My heels echo down the marble hallway like a countdown I didn't agree to start. Outside the faculty auditorium, the university's crest glares down at me from a projection screen like it knows every lie I've told in the name of research. The words, "Live Panel," "The Psychology of Love" are stamped across the digital display, sleek and neutral and sterilized. I want to throw up. This is supposed to be a proud moment, the kind where I step into my own spotlight, declare my research meaningful, smile for the cameras and say, yes, love matters. Yes, emotion is data too. Instead, I feel like I'm walking into an interrogation chamber where the only person I want in my corner won't even look at me. It's been 2 days since we last talked. "Big day," says Dr. Ramirez, the Dean of Behavioral Sciences, as she passes me with a clipboard and a tight-lipped smile. "Big microscope," I murmur. She doesn't hear me, or pretends not to. I slip into the panelist seating area, my name on a card in front of a wireless mic. There are cameras, journalists, students, faculty with curious expressions and hidden agendas. I see 4 different psychology departments represented in the front row alone. Suddenly I see him, Damien, already seated at the far end of the long table, in black, of course, arms crossed, legs perfectly positioned, posture immaculate. He doesn't look up when I sit, not even when my elbow nearly knocks over the pitcher of water between us, not even when I whisper, "Hey," just a flick of his eyes toward the audience, then nothing. No warmth, no recognition, no trace of anything we shared. And I stupidly miss him. I just realized I also have masochistic tendencies. The moderator begins. Today, we're thrilled to spotlight a groundbreaking interdisciplinary study conducted by Dr. Damien Caldwell and Dr. Celeste Harper, exploring intimacy through the framework of the now famous 36 Questions to Fall in Love model. Let's start with the emotional premise. I barely hear the rest. I'm too busy cataloging the tightness in my chest. The moderator is smiling. The audience is engaged. Everything looks good from the outside, but my hands are trembling under the table, and Damien hasn't said a word. When it's my turn to answer the first question, I lean forward into the mic. Smile, but not too brightly. Love, I begin, voice steady, is often dismissed in academic spaces. We call it irrational, unquantifiable. But the truth is, love shapes the decisions people make more than any logical variable. My goal with this study wasn't to prove love exists. It was to prove that love deserves to be studied with the same rigor and respect we give every other psychological phenomenon. Applause, some nods, some smirks. But it's his stillness beside me that's the loudest thing in the room. He finally speaks after the third question, when a faculty member asks about scientific bias. Of course, emotion introduces risk to the study, Damien says smoothly. But risk does not equal failure. It invites nuance, which is why we built the framework to include biometric tracking and independent validation outside our own interaction. Neutral, intelligent, predictable, and completely devoid of acknowledgement. He doesn't acknowledge me not even once. I could be any colleague, any co-author, any stranger. It's a calculated erasure, and it hurts more than the kiss. The quanda is almost over when someone from the audience, a fourth-year neuroscience student I recognize from one of Damien's lectures, raises her hand. "Do you think," she says, "it's possible to completely separate your personal feelings from your findings in a study like this?" It's a trap question, designed for me. I glance at Damien. He doesn't flinch, so I smile, lips tight, and lean forward. I think love is messy. It doesn't show up on time. It doesn't ask for permission. And pretending that emotion can be surgically removed from human connection, that's not just bad science. That's denial. The room goes still. I don't look at him, but I feel the heat rise in my cheeks when the student thanks me and sits down. I wait for the moderator to close. I wait for Damien to say something, anything. But when the panel ends, he stands before I can, straightens his papers, clears his throat, then walks out. No glance, no word, no goodbye. And all I can do is sit in the chair beside his, the one that still holds the ghost of his presence, and try not to cry in front of the entire academic world, because I'm still in love with a man who refuses to see me. I don't know if that's science or heartbreak. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 18. Damien. I haven't looked her in the eye since the panel. Not during the walkout. Not during the awkward post-event debrief with the dean. Not even when she passed me in the corridor earlier today and offered the smallest, most exhausted smile I've ever seen her wear. Because if I look at her, I'll fall apart. And I cannot afford to fall apart right now. The data still needs organizing. The final case logs are due by Friday. I have a meeting with the board in 48 hours to justify why our experiment hasn't combusted completely. Even though I know, it already has. So I do what I've always done. I retreat to the lab. It's nearly midnight, and the building hums with fluorescent silence. It's the silence that always made sense to me. That wrapped around my thoughts like armor. Let me hide inside numbers and scans and behavioral charts instead of feelings. I don't notice her until she clears her throat behind me. Celeste. Still here. Still her. In a hoodie 3 sizes too big. Her hair in a messy braid. Her eyes glassy with some combination of fatigue and betrayal. "Didn't think anyone else would be here this late," she says, voice soft but not warm. I don't turn. I can't. "Needed to finish analyzing the biometric overlay from session 9, I reply, my voice tighter than I mean it to be. She nods. Right, because nothing says emotional regulation like a perfectly calibrated cortisol graph. I should tell her to go home. I should apologize. I should say something human. But instead, I just stare at the screen in front of me like it might answer all the questions I'm too scared to ask. She crosses the room and leans against the desk next to mine. She doesn't speak. For once. She just waits. And when I finally can't take the silence anymore, I whisper the words I never meant to say out loud. "I used to count tiles!" She glances at me, brow furrowed. What? What am I saying? I'm really losing it. I grip the corner of the desk, hard, on the ceiling, of the lab my mother used to work in. She brought me there on weekends when she couldn't find a sitter. I'd lie on the floor in the corner while she ran tests, and I'd count the tiles, over and over, to keep still, to stay quiet. Because if I made too much noise, she'd stop what she was doing and look at me like I'd ruined everything. Celeste doesn't move and doesn't interrupt. I swallow hard. She used to say emotions were distractions, that letting them in made you sloppy. I was 7 the first time I heard her call someone weak for crying. I told myself I'd never be weak, never feel anything that could be used against me. There's a long pause. And then, softly, she says, "That sounds incredibly lonely." "It was organized," She lets that sit, lets me sit with it. And then quietly she says, I used to leave love notes in library books. Not for anyone specific. Just in case. I think I was trying to believe that love could find people even if they weren't looking. I turn then. Finally. She's looking at me like I'm not broken. Like I'm trying. And maybe that's worse. Because I don't deserve that softness. Not after the way I've shut her out. After the panel. After the kiss. After everything I've refused to say because I'm terrified of what it means. But she's here. Still. Slowly she reaches out and places her hand over mine on the desk. Not demanding, not pushing. Just present. And I don't pull away. I don't flinch. I let her fingers rest there. Warm. Steady. Real. I close my eyes, then I see myself stopping counting tiles.
Chapter 19. Celeste. It starts with silence, not awkward, not tense, just still. His hand is still under mine from where I touched it minutes ago, and neither of us has moved. His eyes are distant, cast toward the desk like he's afraid looking at me might break whatever fragile thread is finally stitching itself between us. I shouldn't still be here, I whisper. He nods slowly. Probably not. But he doesn't pull away, and neither do I. My thumb drags softly across the back of his knuckles. He doesn't flinch, doesn't correct me. He just breathes, slow, shaky. I shift slightly, just enough to let my body turn toward his. The soft blue glow of the computer monitor lights his jawline, and God, he looks tired, beautiful and broken and too tightly wound. What I said at the panel, I meant all of them, I murmur. About emotion, about this not being weakness. He doesn't respond. So I go further. You looked through me, Damien, like I didn't exist. Like that kiss meant nothing, but I still showed up because I don't fake love, even when I'm supposed to. His breath hitches. I feel it in his hand before I see it on his face. I don't think I can face you, he says, his voice rough and low. Everything I've built, my career, my worldview, it doesn't hold when I look at you. I stand, and he finally looks up, eyes wide, dark, open. Then look at me, I say. Not like I'm part of your theory, like I'm real. I expect resistance, logic, some last-ditch defense. But instead he stands and kisses me like he's drowning. My hands fly to his chest, then to his face, pulling him closer, anchoring us to the only truth we've admitted out loud, this. The kiss is urgent, desperate, no finesse, just need. He presses me back against the desk, sending a few neatly stacked folders skidding to the floor. Neither of us cares. My hoodie is bunched at my hips. His hands are under it. Hot, steady, exploring like he's learning a new language, and I'm the only fluent speaker. I'm not pretending anymore, he mutters against my skin. Celeste, God, you undo me. I moan as his lips blaze a trail down my neck, teeth grazing the sensitive curve where my pulse thrums wild and reckless. His glasses sit crooked, fogged with the heat between us, and I reach up, slow, deliberate, to slide them off. They land beside the neuroband scanner, discarded like an afterthought, like we aren't seconds away from ruining every pristine piece of equipment in this room with the filthy, unscripted truth of what we're doing. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 20. Damien. The morning after I sleep with Celeste, I catalog everything. The shift in my neuroband readings from midnight to 2:47 a.m., the slight tremor in my dominant hand when I reached for her shoulder in the dark, the warmth that lingered on my skin even after she fell asleep on my chest, and the one variable I can't seem to isolate, the part of me that felt safe, which is precisely why I wake up in full-blown panic. She's still asleep on the couch in the lab when I slip out from under the throw blanket. Her curls are wild, her face soft, her breathing slow and even. I stare for too long, and then I bolt, because if I stay, I'll say something true, something I can't take back, and I'm not ready. I'm not ready for what it means to admit I've never been this undone. That last night wasn't a fluke, it was a fracture. One that split something open I've been patching together for 3 decades. Back in my apartment, I scrub my hands raw and change my shirt twice. My phone buzzes with a text from her. You okay? I stare at it for 20 minutes. Then I type, yes, and nothing else. By the time she walks into the lab, I've already realigned the EEG cables twice. The graphs on the monitor don't need adjusting, but my hands need something to do. Celeste pauses in the doorway like she's not sure if she should actually come in. That makes 2 of us. She's wearing a cardigan I've never seen before, cream with tiny embroidered hearts near the cuffs. The kind of thing that would have made me roll my eyes a month ago. Now it just feels like a bruise. Morning, she says carefully. My eyes flick toward her, but not up. I nod once. Morning. She hesitates, then walks to the opposite side of the room, opening a drawer a little too loudly. I watch her out of the corner of my eye as she grabs a new pack of participant forms and flips through them like she's never seen paper before. Do we have the Week 7 scan comparisons? She asks without looking at me. I uploaded them to the shared drive. She opens her laptop. You didn't label them. I did. No, she says, tapping. You labeled them 7_final_revised_final2_actual final. That's not labeling. That's emotional chaos in a file name. I pause, because that's the closest thing to a joke we've had since last night. But I don't bite. I just murmur, I'll fix it. She doesn't respond. The only sounds are the hum of the monitor, the buzz of the overhead fluorescence, and her quiet sigh when she leans her forehead into her hand and mutters, Okay, professional. We're being professional. I should say something. I should acknowledge anything. But instead, I hand her a clipboard without looking. Here's the revised script for the Session 11 prompt, I say. She takes it, our fingers brush. She flinches. So do I. Thanks, she says softly, then flips to a random page, pretending to read. I go back to typing. We sit like that for 30 minutes. 2 strangers inside a memory we're both pretending didn't happen. Later, while reviewing the oxytocin spikes from last week's eye contact session, she clears her throat. The levels, they're consistent with emotional arousal, she says. I nod. Makes sense. Do you want to add a qualifier for extenuating circumstances? I already flagged it. She sets the tablet down a little harder than necessary. Right, she mutters. Of course you did. I glance up. This time she's watching me. Direct, unflinching. Her eyes look tired. I look away. I have a faculty check-in this afternoon, I say, standing. I'll be out for an hour. She lifts her chin. I'll manage the participant intake. I nod. Good. She turns back to her laptop, and and I walk out of the room before I say something reckless. Like I miss her. Like I'm sorry. Like last night was the only moment I felt alive in years. But that's not how this works. Not for me. Never. Chapter 21. Damien. I'm halfway through decoding the oxytocin anomalies from Session 12 when my inbox pings. It's a forwarded email from the Office of Academic Integrity. Subject: Formal Inquiry. Notification: Allegation of research misconduct. For a full 30 seconds, I remain unmoving. Then I open the file. My name is right there in bold. Damien A. Caldwell, Ph.D., right beneath the words, accused of deliberate manipulation of neuroimaging data associated with the love experiment study. My stomach flips. Ice, then fire. There's a second attachment, a letter, unsigned but clearly authored by someone within the Behavioral Sciences Department. The phrasing is clinical, but the venom bleeds through. The subject's brain scan recordings, particularly in sessions 6 through 9, contain irregularities inconsistent with standard neural mapping protocols. The patterns suggest potential manual input adjustments made during post-processing. I know that language. It's Thorne. Dr. Jeffrey Thorne, tenure clinger, institutional relic, and my most persistent academic parasite. He's hated me since I published a rebuttal that invalidated his 2014 oxytocin empathy link paper publicly at a conference, while he was in the front row. He's waited years to strike. And now, he's found a wound to sink his teeth into. I slam my laptop shut and scrub my hands down my face, as if friction might knock clarity loose. It doesn't. Everything's spinning. Thorne's allegations aren't just political, they're surgical. He's gone after the core of my work, the part tied directly to the neuroband code I wrote myself. The raw data Celeste and I collected together, the proof that love does or doesn't manifest biochemically. If this sticks, the study is dead. My reputation? Ruined. Everything I've ever built gone. I force myself to breathe. To move, I pace the lab like the floor might offer answers. My pulse is erratic. Sweat beads at the base of my neck despite the AC blasting overhead. My vision tunnels. Every breath sounds like static. Suddenly I hear the door. Celeste. She walks in carrying a fresh notebook and 2 cups of tea. 1 chai, 1 plain black. It's a ritual we haven't acknowledged in days after that night in the lab. When she sees my face, she stops mid-step. Damien? She sets the cups down carefully. What happened? I turn toward her slowly. We're under investigation. Her brows knit. What? Thorne submitted a formal accusation, I say, voice flat. He claims I tampered with neural scan data to make our results seem conclusive. She blinks, hard. That's insane, you wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. I snap, too sharply. Her eyes widen, and I soften. I wouldn't, I repeat, quieter now. But it doesn't matter. The university is launching an inquiry. We're being frozen out of our own files. She's already moving toward the monitor. Let me see the email. I hand her my laptop. She reads in silence. Her lips press into a thin line. He's using my name, she says quietly. He mentioned me in the complaint. I nod. She scrolls to the bottom, jaw tightening. He's accusing me of bias, of emotional contamination. I'll handle it. Damien, I said I'll handle it. She goes still. There's a long, terrible pause. Then softly she says, This is because of me, isn't it? I freeze. What? She refuses to look at me. The kiss, the night in the lab, everything we did, it gave them ammunition. Stop, I say, voice hard. That's not... Do you regret it? She cuts in, eyes flashing. Because if you do, just say it. My breath catches. Not because I do, but because part of me thinks I have to. If I say no, I open the door to something I can't control. But if I say yes, she'll break. And I can't bear to add that either. I already can't give what she wants. I don't regret you, I say finally. but I regret what it's costing you." She closes her eyes like the words are knives, and I realize too late that in trying to protect her, I've hurt her again. The silence between us this time isn't cold. It's bleeding. She nods once. "Okay, we'll cooperate with the inquiry. We'll keep it professional." I want to stop her, to take it back, but I don't know how. She turns, grabs her tea, and walks toward the conference table. We sit. We work. And somewhere inside me, something fractures for real. Because this is what love looks like when you don't know how to fight for it. It looks like distance in a room full of memories. It looks like betrayal wearing a lab coat. And God help me, it looks like fear.
Chapter 22. Celeste. The hearing room smells like paper and polished anxiety. Damien sits to my left, spine a steel rod of silent resistance. His face is unreadable, all angles and detachment. But I can feel the tension radiating from him like heat. He hasn't spoken to me since our talk yesterday. Still, I show up. I sit beside him when no one else will. Because if I don't believe in him, who will? Dr. Singh from Academic Integrity calls the meeting to order. The panelists seated across from us look like a jury in very expensive blazers, people I've presented research to, shared coffee with at conferences, once laughed with in echoing university halls. Today, they regard us like we're evidence on trial. A slow ache builds behind my sternum. We're here to review allegations submitted against Dr. Caldwell regarding potential manipulation of brain scan data during the love experiment, Singh says, voice clipped but not cruel. Dr. Harper, we understand you're listed as co-investigator. Do you have a statement? I stand slowly, carefully. Every instinct in me screams to protect Damien, but I am also a scientist, a woman who's spent her life defending love, not just as a concept, but as truth. I do, I say, my voice clear. I glance at Damien. He's staring at the table, jaw rigid. I look back at the panel. I've worked side by side with Dr. Caldwell for a span of 2 months. We've disagreed, argued, nearly imploded more than once. But I have never known him to be anything but exacting and ethical. I believe in the integrity of this study. I believe in him. A murmur ripples behind me, whispers, shifting bodies, the hum of faculty observers. But I stay still, stay rooted, because my belief in him is not conditional. It's the one thing I haven't questioned, not until 2 hours later. Back in the lab, I'm alone. Damien's gone, off to clear his head, whatever that means for a man who sees therapy as a biochemical threat. I'm organizing files, trying to rebuild the narrative. We need airtight records to present to the review board. Everything must align. So when I open the Neuroband folder and notice the versioning sequence for sessions 6 through 9, I don't think twice at first. We've saved multiple versions before. I click the third one listed. Session 6_main_final. The data opens. Baseline readings, mirror neuron patterns. Everything looks, wait. I frown. There's a spike in prefrontal cortex activity that shouldn't be there, an anomaly. I know this scan. I sat in that room. I recorded that session. Damien's responses weren't that reactive. Not then. I checked the log. It was modified manually, not through the Neuroband, through post-processing software, the kind with a digital fingerprint. And the initials in the metadata? DC, I freeze. Pulse racing. Brain screaming that it's impossible. That Damien couldn't. I open session 7. Same story, same edits, same initials. My stomach knots. I tell myself there must be a mistake, a reason, some plausible explanation for why the man I just defended with my entire academic credibility altered the very thing he swore was unaltered. I check session 8. By session 9, I stop breathing, and I start shaking. When Damien walks in 20 minutes later, I'm still staring at the screen. He freezes when he sees me. Celeste, he says slowly, cautiously, like the name might burn if it's spoken too loud. I swivel the monitor toward him. What is this? His face doesn't change, but something in his eyes shudders completely. You weren't supposed to see those, he says quietly. My heart fractures. You told me everything was clean, that Thorne was wrong. I thought you have integrity. I didn't alter the results to prove love, he says quickly. I was trying to isolate neural patterns that disprove. No, I snap, rising to my feet. Don't do that. Don't hide behind your damn thesis. You lied, you changed our data. You let me sit in front of a boardroom of scientists and put my name behind your word. I didn't think it would matter, he murmurs, almost to himself. I didn't think you would matter. I blink, hard, and then I laugh, because there's nothing else left. You know what the worst part is? I whisper. I believed you. I believed you even when you didn't believe in me. And I stood up for you, again, because I thought we were partners. His voice cracks. We were. No, I say, backing away. We were never partners. I was your proof, your project, something you could control until it got messy. Celeste. I don't care what story you tell yourself, I interrupt. But I will not be part of it anymore. He steps forward. I step back, and then I walk out. The last thing I hear is the soft click of the monitor powering down, and the silence of a man who has finally lost the one variable he couldn't rewrite.
Chapter 23. Damien. The door closes softly behind her. No slam, no dramatic exit. Just the hush of a woman who has run out of reasons to stay. I stand frozen in the center of the lab, every monitor still on, every file still open. Her teacup sits abandoned on the corner of the desk, half full, lipstick mark faint on the rim. She always drank it in sips, like the world wouldn't run out if she took her time. I stare at that cup like it might shatter if I blink. I barely breathe as I wait for something, anything, to tell me what to do next. But the silence offers nothing, not comfort, not answers, just her absence. Life has to go on regardless of what I feel. I recalibrate and bury myself in work, but things doesn't go as planned. But I forget to calibrate the neuroband, twice. The student assistant, David, or maybe Daniel, asks if I'm feeling all right. I stare at him for so long he starts to backpedal mid-sentence. You usually catch those numbers before I do. Sorry. He's gone before I can respond. Not that I would. My inbox has 12 unread emails from the inquiry board, 1 from the dean, and 2 from Celeste. I open none of them. Instead, I spend 23 minutes watching the security feed from Lab 4C. She's not there. Of course she's not there. She transferred out 2 days ago, moved her notes to another office, left her coffee mug on the bookshelf, the one with "Don't touch my brain juice" printed in pink letters. I drink from it. It tastes like nothing. At the Wednesday faculty luncheon, I sit in the back corner, eating absolutely nothing. The hum of chatter around me is white noise, colleagues posturing, clinking their cutlery, discussing grant cycles like lives don't collapse in fluorescent-lit labs every day. "Caldwell," someone says behind me. "Looking a bit more human lately." Thorne. I grip the table's edge. He circles slowly, that smug grin polished like a podium trophy. He's holding a plate piled high with salmon and self-satisfaction. "You should be thanking me," he says conversationally. "You finally cracked that robotic exterior. Shame it took a fake relationship and a real scandal to do it." I say nothing. He leans in closer. "Though I'll admit I didn't think Harper would be the one to bring you to your knees." A bit soft, isn't she? All giggles and glitter pens. Did the fake relationship ever felt real? My fist connects with his jaw before I realize I'm standing. It's not graceful. It's not cinematic. It's loud. A single echoing thud as Thorn stumbles back into the dessert table, raspberry tarts and creme brulee shattering across the floor. A gasp rolls through the room. Chairs scrape. Someone drops a fork. I don't apologize and don't even blink. I just walk out. Later, the dean calls. I ignore it. I walk the campus perimeter for 2 hours, hands shoved into my coat pockets like they might hold me together. The air smells like wet leaves and impending rain. When I return to the lab, the light from Celeste's old desk is still on. I didn't notice I left it that way. I sit down, open her drawer. The heart-shaped stress ball is still inside. I squeeze it once, twice, then toss it across the room as hard as I can. It hits the whiteboard, bounces, lands near my feet. Still whole. By midnight, I've dismantled the EEG machine and put it back together 4 times. The cables are fraying. My hands are bleeding from over-tightening a connector. I need more of the pain, so it overpowers the almost debilitating ache in my chest. I want the pain. I crave pain. Because it's the only thing that tells me she was real. That I didn't dream her into existence and ruin it all with my need for control. That somewhere beneath the wreckage of precision and detachment, I'm still a man. Still a man who held her face in his hands and whispered that she wasn't data to him, and then proved himself a liar. I stare at the neuroband on the desk. I put it on. Press record? And I sit in the empty lab, facing no one, speaking to no one, and say aloud the thing I never wanted to admit. I loved her. The scanner pings, oxytocin levels spike, heart rate elevated, brain activity erratic. I smile. It's not pleasant. Congratulations, Caldwell, I whisper to the room. You're finally human. But I think it's too late for you to admit it. She's gone.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 24. Celeste. The press release is exactly 94 words long. It's clinical, cold, meticulously worded for damage control. The university has officially terminated the love experiment study, citing breach of research protocol. Dr. Celeste Harper has been cleared of any wrongdoing and remains in good standing. Dr. Damian Caldwell is under internal review. All data collected during the study is deemed invalid and will not be published. I stare at the screen for a full minute before I close my laptop and start packing. Celeste, are you okay? Dr. Kwan's voice is gentle, cautious, like she's not sure if she should speak or sit shiva. I blink up at her from where I'm crouched, sorting through a half-packed box on the floor of my old office. My knees are numb. My fingers are wrapped around a mug I haven't used in weeks. The one with a cartoon brain holding a rose. It's cracked. I don't remember cracking it. I'm fine, I say, too fast. She crouches beside me, her blazer sharp, her concern sharper. You haven't answered any of my emails. I've been busy, I murmur. With what? The study's over. I flinch, so does she. I didn't mean, she starts. No, you're right. I push up to standing. It's over. She watches me carefully. You haven't reapplied for any departmental placements. There's still time, but I'm not staying. The words come out before I know I'm saying them. Kwan's face tightens. Celeste. I can't breathe here, I whisper. Her mouth opens, then closes. She nods. Doesn't argue, and somehow that hurts worse. I pass Professor Ellis in the hallway. He's been on 3 grant committees with Damien. He used to greet me with a booming, Dr. Harper, and some compliment about my shoes or earrings. Today, he nods once and keeps walking. I catch my reflection in the glass of the psych lounge. My face looks like someone turned the brightness down. I push through the doors and head straight to the back wall where a framed certificate still bears my name. Outstanding contribution to experimental design. I tear it off the wall, not because I want to take it, but because I can't stand to leave it there. In the research library, I run into Amelia, the grad student who once begged to shadow my sessions. She's sitting cross-legged in an armchair, earbuds in, scrolling through a neurochem journal. She looks up, her eyes widen. Dr. Harper, hi. I force a smile. Hey. You look, she hesitates, like she's realized I'm not the woman who once left glittery stickers in her research binder. Still standing, I offer. She chuckles nervously. I heard about the study. I nod once. She lowers her voice. Was it true? What he did? I press my lips together, then softly. Some of it. She nods like that makes sense, like betrayal is just another scientific outcome. You were always my favorite lecturer, she says. You talked about love like it mattered. I feel something catch in my throat. Thanks, I whisper and walk away before she can see my eyes glass over. At the guest house, I leave the lights off. I sit in the corner of the room, arms wrapped around my knees, the window open just enough to let in wind that's colder than it should be for spring. My phone buzzes once. I don't check it. I don't want it to be him. Worse, I don't want it not to be him. Across the room, my duffel bag is still half packed. I never finished. I keep putting it off like staying somewhere liminal will stop me from feeling exiled. But I am. From the project, from my department, from us. And now, I'm just a woman in a room with no home and too many memories. So I do the only thing I haven't done since the study ended. I cry. Not dramatically, not loudly. I just sit on the floor and let the tears come like a slow leak in the ceiling, one that no one's going to fix. Because the thing that broke isn't the data. It's me. Chapter 25. Celeste. I'm not sure what I expected when I walked into Dr. Simran Hayes' office this morning. Maybe a couch and a box of tissues. Maybe a tray of herbal tea and soft lighting that whispers you are safe now. I didn't expect for her to be wearing cat socks and holding a glittery clipboard with my name spelled wrong. Dr. Harper, she says brightly. Or should I say celestial? I blink. That's not my name. She peers over her reading glasses. No, but it's what my spell check thinks your name should be. We're going with it. I almost laugh. Almost. She gestures for me to sit. The room smells like sandalwood and lavender and something vaguely herbal that might be judgment. I sink into the armchair like someone who hasn't slept in a year. She studies me for a moment. Head tilted, one eyebrow arched. Classic therapist stance. If I weren't so hollow, I'd feel seen. All right, Celestial, she says, crossing her legs. What are we unpacking today? I sigh. Damien. She nods slowly, like she's a fortune teller, and I've just said the inevitable. I might have told her last night while crying about Damien. And how long have you been pretending you don't miss him? My laugh is dry. I don't miss him. She hums. Do you miss him? Or do you just hate him less than you expected? I pause. She presses. Do you miss being right, or do you miss him? It hits me like a dropped beaker, because I don't know the answer. Or maybe I do, and I just don't want to say it. I stop. Start again. I miss the way he looked at me when he wasn't thinking. Like I was a mystery he was okay not solving. Simran softens. And now I'm the mistake he didn't account for. Silence stretches. I fidget with the hem of my sweater. I'm not saying you should forgive him, she says gently. But grief isn't linear, especially not when love got in the way. I was supposed to disprove him, I whisper. And instead you fell for him? I nod. And then he broke your trust? Another nod. She leans forward. That doesn't mean your feelings were fake. I shake my head quickly. I know they weren't fake. That's the problem. I meant it. I didn't expect to. I just loved him. I press my palms to my eyes. She lets the silence hold me. After a minute, she clears her throat and taps her glittery clipboard. You know what I think? I glance at her through my fingers. I think you need a break, she says. A real one. No journals, no data sets, no psychology podcasts about attachment theory at midnight. Just sun, or trees, or something not made of spreadsheets and heartbreak. I give her a look. She raises a hand. I'm not saying run away. I'm saying hit pause. Go somewhere, heal, then figure out what you want next. I hesitate. That feels like quitting. It's not quitting if you're resting. It's not running if you're recalibrating. God, even her metaphors are academic. I breathe out. Maybe I could go to my aunt's cabin. She's got this place in upstate Vermont. No Wi-Fi, tons of books, smells like cedar and burnt toast. She smiles. Perfect. Unplug your brain. Let your heart catch up. I hesitate, then nod. I'll go, I say. Just for a little while. I'll sort out my career stuff after. She taps her pen against her clipboard. Look at you, grieving and growing. I narrow my eyes. Are you always this smug? She grins. Only when I'm right. When I leave her office, the sun hits my face like it's apologizing for hiding all week. I tilt my head back, let it touch me. Finally, I'm able to breathe without choking on memory. I still hate him, but I miss him too. And maybe when I come back, I'll know what I really want.
Chapter 26. Damien. The lab is too clean. That's the first thing I notice when I walk in. Too quiet, too still, too untouched. Like a crime scene after the forensic teams packed up. Like someone wiped away the traces of a person who once filled this space with too loud laughter and candy wrappers stuffed in desk drawers and sticky notes that read, "Love is real, but so is caffeine. Pick your battles." Her desk is bare. The iconic mug is gone. It sat on the corner of her workspace like a talisman, filled with either tea or trail mix, depending on the time of day. I stand in the doorway, my hands curled into fists, and feel something loosen in my chest in the worst possible way. This is the part no one prepares you for, not the confrontation, not the grief, but the aftermath. The blank spaces where someone used to be. The ghost of her presence baked into the silence. She's gone. It's entirely my fault. Back in my office, I close the door and sit down at my desk. I stare at my computer screen. I don't move for 17 minutes. Eventually, I pull out the notebook she gave me, the leather-bound one she teased me about for being too emotionally constipated to fill. Inside, I find a single post-it stuck between the pages. A cartoon brain with hearts for eyes, Underneath it, in her looping handwriting, "You feel more than you admit. That's not weakness, it's science." I swallow hard, push the notebook aside like it's hot. I check my email. 26 unread messages. 4 are from the board, following up on my resignation from the study. 2 are from press outlets trying to bait a quote. 1 is from Ellis, which I delete before opening. None are from her. I text her. Just 3 words. "Where are you?" The message turns green. Unsent. Blocked, maybe. Or worse, deleted without hesitation. I start dreaming about her again. But the dreams shift. They're not sensual now, not tender. They're cruel. She stands in the lab doorway, says my name, and then disappears when I blink. I wake up breathless, sweating, with her name halfway out of my mouth like a plea I never learned how to say in real life. In the faculty lounge, I forget she won't be there. I carry 2 coffees out of habit. I sit across from her empty chair and wait 5 whole minutes before realizing what I've done. At one point, I pull open her desk drawer in the lab, even though I know it's empty. I don't know what I'm looking for. I find an old paperclip bent into the shape of a heart. It nearly guts me. She's not answering calls, not replying to texts. Her office is still locked, the lights off. HR tells me she's on approved personal leave. No one knows where she's gone. Or they know, and they're protecting her. Good. She deserves to be protected. Even from me, especially from me. It's 3 a.m. when I finally crack. Not in a dramatic, drink too much and scream at the void kind of way. In a calculated, quiet, obsessive way that would probably horrify her. I open the shared research drive. There's a folder labeled H_Celeste personal _backup _do _not _touch. I touch it, naturally. It's locked. I try her birthday. No dice. I try love is real. Nothing. I try Damien. The folder opens. Damn. My name as the password is a different kind of blow. Inside, it's chaos, photos, scanned notes, PDFs of journal entries with doodles in the margins and lines like, "What if this works? And what if I fall for him before he even sees me?" I can't breathe. I click on the last file. It's a picture, a slightly blurry scan of a photograph. Her and a woman with the same wide, expressive smile. They're sitting on a dock. Celeste has a fishing rod, and the other woman, her aunt, probably is holding a thermos and wearing a Vermont hoodie. Below the photo, in her handwriting, "Cabin reset. Lakewater therapy. Hide me here next time." And then an address, coordinates. A place. My breath catches. I don't think. I print the photo. I pack a bag. And without even thinking about it, I leave without checking the weather. Because I don't care if it rains as long as she... Chapter 27. Damien. I've made many mistakes in my life. This might be the most ridiculous one. My Audi is not designed for dirt roads. Nor is it designed for the emotional equivalent of a breakdown on wheels, which is what this drive has become. I haven't slept. I haven't shaved. I'm wearing a Columbia jacket I bought at a gas station an hour ago because my wool coat is dramatically unsuited for the Vermont woods, and also because it smelled like my office, like control, like regret. The GPS signal dropped somewhere past Montpellier. My printed map, the one I scoffed at when I grabbed it just in case, is now my only guide. It's folded wrong. Of course it is. I stop at a roadside general store to buy water, granola bars, and, apparently, judgment. "You lost, Professor." The voice comes from behind me, gravelly and unapologetically amused. I turn to see a wiry man with a beard that rivals Darwin's and a knit cap that's seen better decades. He's holding a can of sardines and staring at me like I've wandered into the wrong life. "I'm not a professor," I reply automatically, reaching for a protein bar. His eyes twinkle. "Sure you're not. Just got that I haven't slept since my girlfriend left me look about you. Either that or you're hiding a body." I blink. He grins. Name's Claude. You look like you need advice or whiskey. I live around here. I don't drink. Then you definitely need advice. He follows me to the checkout counter. I consider fleeing, but decide against it. This man probably speaks fluent shotgun. You heading north of the lake? He asks, glancing at the map, poking out of my jacket pocket. I pause. Possibly. He snorts. You're going to see a woman. Don't worry, I have the same problem. I didn't say that. You didn't have to. You're buying road snacks, wearing a jacket with the tag still on, and blinking like a man who just realized love isn't logical. I say nothing. He leans in, sardine tucked under his arm like a holy relic. You know what they say about women like that? Brace for misogyny. They ruin your ability to be mediocre, he says, smiling softly. It takes me a second to understand. When I do, I can't speak. Claude claps me on the back like we've known each other for years. Good luck, Professor not a professor. Don't screw it up. I leave the store with a paper bag full of peanuts and unsolicited wisdom. Somewhere around mile marker 114, I nearly turn around. Not because I've changed my mind, because I realize how badly this could go. She might not want to see me. She might slam the door in my face. She might look at me with the same disbelief she did the day I told her I manipulated the scans. I grip the steering wheel until my knuckles ache. Then I keep driving, because I can't not see her. By late afternoon, I find the road from the photo. It's more of a trail than a road, lined with birch trees and crunching leaves and the of silence that used to calm me, but now makes me uneasy. I stop at the edge of the clearing. And there it is, the cabin. Warm light spills from the kitchen window. There's a towel hanging from the porch railing, a pair of boots by the door. She's here. I can feel it. I kill the engine and sit there, heart pounding like it's trying to claw out of my chest. I can't knock. Not yet. Instead, I pull off to the edge of the gravel, lean the seat back, and close my eyes. Just for a minute. Just until I know what to say. Until I can see her again without losing what's left of me. I watch the light flicker through the trees. And I wait. Because love, as it turns out, is not an equation. It's a choice. And I'm finally ready to make mine.
Chapter 28. Celeste. Healing doesn't come with fanfare. There's no lightning bolt of clarity, no single moment where I look in the mirror and gasp, there she is, the woman who's over him. It's quieter than that. Like trying to hear your heartbeat underwater. Like learning to breathe again after forgetting how. It starts with little things, small rituals. The soft shh of a pencil against paper as I write in my journal, each morning on the dock. The steam curling from my mug as I sit curled in one of Aunt May's oversized knit throws. The feeling of lake water cradling me as I float on my back, staring up at a sky so endless, it almost makes the pain feel small. Almost. I'm not better, not yet, but I'm softer, less raw, less brittle. I cry less frequently now. And when I do, it's not the keening heartbreak of the first days after I left. It's quieter. Grief folded inward. Private. Forgivable. Aunt May gives me space. She always has. She's never been one to ask why you're crying or demand you justify a meltdown over a burnt grilled cheese. She just refills your wine glass and sits beside you until the storm passes, which is exactly what she does the day I catch my first fish. We're knee-deep in waders standing off the edge of the small wooden dock that creaks with age and stories, and I'm trying to pretend I know how to cast a line like I haven't lived my entire life in coffee shops and classrooms. My arms flail like I'm in a low-budget karate movie, and May is mid-laugh when I feel it, a tug, sharp and fast. Oh my God, Aunt May, am I? Reel it in slow, she calls. wiping her hands on her flannel shirt. Let it fight a little first. I do, half sobbing, half laughing as I haul the slippery, shimmery trout out of the water. It wriggles in my hands, flapping wildly against my palms, and something about the entire ridiculous moment unravels me. Tears spring to my eyes. "You okay?" May asks, stepping closer. I shake my head. "It's just a stupid fish." She tilts her head, watching me like I'm the puzzle she's been trying to solve for 20 years. "It's not just the fish, is it?" "No. Of course it's not. It's everything. It's losing my career, my partner, my theory, my dignity. It's loving someone who didn't know how to love me back until it was too late. It's realizing I might never get closure. Or worse, that I already did." I let the fish go. It darts back into the lake, a silver blur disappearing into stillness. And then I cry for real. Later that afternoon, I sit on the porch reading a romance novel with a shirtless man on the cover, and a plot so implausible it feels like a warm bath for my brain. "Didn't he die in the last chapter?" May asks, eyeing the book. "He got better," I say around a mouthful of kettle corn. We laugh, and it feels like flexing a muscle I'd forgotten I had. I don't check my phone. I haven't in days. I told myself I'd only use it for emergencies. But the truth is, I'm afraid. Afraid I'll find his name. Or worse, that I won't. I go to sleep early that night, wrapped in May's flannel robe, the windows cracked to let in the soft chirp of frogs and the rustle of wind through trees. That's when I hear it. A sound. Too soft to be threatening, but too intentional to be wind. I sit up, heart pounding. It's probably a raccoon or a deer. Definitely not a brooding British-American neuroscientist haunted by regret. I roll over, bury my head in the pillow, and will the silence to take me. The morning fog clings low to the ground like breath held too long. The air is still, the lake glass smooth. I wrap myself in a blanket and shuffle out to the dock, cradling a mug of lemon ginger tea. The warmth seeps into my palms. Suddenly I freeze, because he's there, standing at the far end of the dock like a statue that forgot how to breathe. Damien. My brain glitches. He looks ruined. The suit is gone. He's in jeans and a hoodie. His hair is mussed like he's been dragging his hands through it all night. He's thinner, pale, haunted. I take one slow step forward, then another. He doesn't move, doesn't speak, just looks at me like he's afraid I'll vanish if he blinks. And maybe I will. Because the sight of him, here, now, feels like I've been sucker punched in the chest. The tea sloshes in my mug, forgotten. My breath stutters. I should yell at him. I should demand answers. But all I can say is, "You're not supposed to be here." His voice is gravel when it finally comes. I know. We stare at each other across 10 feet of damp wood and 10,000 feet of unresolved tension. The silence stretches. "I don't have any idea what to do with you here," I whisper. "I came here to forget. I came here because I couldn't. And that's not fair, because just like that, my entire body remembers him, the warmth of his hand, the weight of his gaze, the night in the lab, the quiet after. I wrap the blanket tighter around myself, and I do the only thing I can do. I walk away, not fast, not angry, just unsure. I leave him standing on the dock with the sunrise behind him and the ache in my chest burning brighter than before, because this wasn't in the protocol.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 29. Damien. She walks away again, bare feet brushing dew-wet planks. Blanket still wrapped around her shoulders like a barricade I can't get through. I don't follow her because chasing her like a madman straight off the dock isn't going to change anything. It's not what she needs. What she needs is something I've never had to give before. Time, patience, humility, qualities I've long regarded as inefficient. I stay rooted until the lake light shifts to mid-morning, until my joints ache from standing still, and then I make my next move, not toward her, but toward the cabin, to her aunt. I half expect the door to slam in my face. I would have slammed it on me. But instead, it swings open to reveal a tall woman in a denim button-up and hiking boots, a long braid of silver hair tossed over one shoulder. She blinks at me once, eyes flicking down to take in my disheveled state. Hoodie, wrinkled jeans, the general look of a man recently dragged behind a philosophical truck. "You lost, sweetie?" she asks, eyebrows raised. "No," I answer, "I'm looking for Celeste." She folds her arms. "Well, I hate to break it to you, but she's not currently accepting visits from guilt-ridden, broody scientists who broke her heart." "So, she knows who I am." "Understood," I say, nodding. And I deserve that. Probably worse. But I didn't come to explain. Not yet. "Oh?" she asks, interest piqued. I glance at the woods, then back to her. "I came to apologize. And to do anything you need while I'm here, if that means I'm allowed to stay. Chop wood. Build fences. Wash the outhouse with a toothbrush, whatever's going." She narrows her eyes, then squints like she's trying to x-ray me. "You're serious?" "Yes." She stares at me for a long time, and like something shifts in her expression, her arms drop to her sides. "You remind me of my third husband," she mutters. "Looked just like that whenever he knew he messed up. Gaunt and poetic." "Poetic?" "Tragic, dear. A walking cautionary tale. You want to earn her forgiveness?" "I want to earn her." She lets out a low whistle. "Well, hell. Grab an axe, Professor." By mid-morning, I'm shirtless, covered in sawdust, and sweating like a sinner in church. The axe blisters my palm, and the rhythm of splitting logs is oddly cathartic, focused, predictable, unlike everything else in my life. May, Celeste's aunt, hands me a lemonade with the faintest smirk and mutters, "Damn, no wonder she's spiraled." I don't ask for clarification. I'm too busy trying not to throw up from exertion. And then I feel her. Not see. Feel. Celeste's presence cuts through the trees like a tuning fork against my skin. My back straightens. I don't look over immediately. But I know she's there. Watching. Measuring. When I finally dare a glance, she's standing on the porch, one hand on the railing, an unreadable expression on her face. Frustrated. Fascinated. Furious. Beautiful! We don't speak. She turns and walks back inside. But she didn't leave. And that, I think, is hope. The confrontation doesn't come until afternoon. I'm hauling kindling when I hear her voice behind me. "You should go." I freeze, then slowly turn. She's standing in the woods, just off the trail, arms crossed and chin up like a challenge. "I figured this would come sooner or later," I say, setting the bundle of wood down. "Do I get to explain?" "No," Her voice cracks on the word, but she clears her throat. You get to listen. I nod. She takes a breath. You didn't just hurt me, Damien. You humiliated me. In front of our peers, our students, the board. I defended you. I trusted you. I fell for you. And the whole time you were treating me like a variable you could tweak. You even made it look like you were falling for me, too. She steps closer, fury vibrating in her every word. You don't get to show up here, looking haunted and poetic, thinking one monologue will make this better. You lied to me. You made me feel like I was crazy for believing in something real. And you know what hurts the most? I brace. You made me doubt myself. You made me wonder if everything I've ever believed in magic, connection, love, was just chemicals and coincidence. Do you know what that does to someone like me? I swallow, throat dry. I do now, I say softly. She exhales, backing up. Good. Then you understand why I need you to leave. I nod, then I shake my head. No. She stares. What? I can't leave. Her jaw drops slightly. Excuse me? I don't mean to disrespect your boundaries, Celeste. I'll stay out of your way. I'll sleep in the shed. I won't so much as breathe near your tea stash. But I'm not leaving. She blinks, visibly caught off guard. You, Damien, you don't get to just show up and stay. This isn't a rom-com. You're not John Cusack with a boombox. This is real life. I know, I say, and I've never been more terrified. But if I walk away now, I'll prove every single one of your theories right. That people don't fight for love. That logic always wins. That some damage can't be undone. Her lip trembles. I step closer. Not too close. Just enough that she hears the tremor in my voice. I'm not here to win you back today. Or tomorrow. Or maybe ever. I'm here because I should have chosen you before everything went to hell. And I didn't. So now I'm choosing you when it costs me something. Her hands shake. I hate you. I deserve that. I don't trust you. I'll earn it back. And I don't want to see you right now. I nod. Then I'll go split more wood. She swallows hard, turns, and storms back toward the cabin. Not once does she look back, but I do. And I swear I see her stop at the porch steps, shoulders shaking, just for a moment. I don't chase her, I just pick up the axe again. Because I wasn't bluffing. I'm staying.
Chapter 30. Celeste. The smell of smoke is what wakes me, not the sharp, panicked kind, but something slower, earthy, intentional. A fire not meant to destroy, but warm, which, of course, is suspicious as hell. I sit up and squint toward the window, the morning light making everything a little too golden to trust. When I peek through the curtain, I spot him, Damien, in a flannel, in dirt, building something with stones like a man trying to undo centuries of emotional repression through landscaping. For a moment, I just stare. There's a ring of rocks taking shape in the yard, each one placed with the same surgical precision he uses to align brain scans. His brow furrows as he shifts one stone to the left, then back again, then forward by half an inch. He's not just building a fire pit. He's crafting a thesis statement, one that says, "Please forgive me, I'm still terrible at feelings, but good at manual labor." I drop the curtain and flop back down on the pillow. Of course he's making a fire pit. Oh God, what is his game? I fall back to sleep, hoping this is all a dream. By the time I trudge downstairs, hoodie wrapped tight around me like emotional armor, the sun's fully climbed the pines, and the scent of cedar smoke has been joined by something else, something warm, yeasty, familiar. My feet stop just before the threshold to the kitchen. Damien is covered in flour, elbows deep in what looks like a sad, aggressive dough ball. Aunt May sits at the table like she's watching the Great British Bake Off, Apology Edition. I cross my arms. You're using my sourdough starter? He turns, looking startled but determined. You said fresh bread made you feel safe. That doesn't mean you get to use my yeast to win me over like I'm a Victorian orphan. He shrugs. You don't have to eat it, but I'm not poisoning it, if that's what you're implying. He goes back to kneading the dough with all the grace of a man trying to wrestle a squid. There's flour on his jaw, a streak in his hair. And I'm furious that I still find him mildly attractive like this. I should turn around. I should tell him to get out. But instead, I grab a sticky note from the fridge, scrawl, build a compost bin on it in capital letters, and slap it where he can see. His eyes flick to it. Then he nods, just nods. Aunt May arches an eyebrow in my direction. I raise mine right back. Let him try. Let him sweat. Let him struggle like I did when he disappeared behind silence and cold logic and tampered brain scans. By mid-afternoon, the compost bin has taken shape. If you can call 4 uneven planks and some hopeful chicken wire a bin. I catch him duct taping one corner with a cut on his palm he's tried to hide under the sleeve of his button-down. He doesn't say anything when I hand him a Band-Aid. He just takes it and says quietly, "Thank you." The next day, he's on a ladder, scrubbing the gutters shirtless. I nearly dropped my tea. Rude, unnecessary, unfair. I close the curtain like it personally offended me and spend the next hour avoiding every window in the cabin. The day after that, Aunt May talks him into joining her for forest yoga. This is an activity I normally reserve for when I want to feel peace settle in my body. But watching Damien try to balance in tree pose while simultaneously being dive-bombed by a bee might be the most cathartic thing I've experienced in weeks. He topples, twice, groans his way through Warrior 2 like he's in a hostage video. During meditation, he sits so stiffly, I'm almost convinced he's astral, projecting into a board meeting. At one point, he hisses, "Are my legs supposed to feel like this?" I whisper back, "It means you have hamstrings. Welcome to humanity." To his credit, he doesn't glare. He just mutters something about biomechanical nonsense and tries again. And that's the thing. He tries. Badly. Sincerely. Without ego or snark or the usual damning detachment. That night, he's back in the kitchen with a second attempt at sourdough. It's still a crime against gluten, but I find myself hovering a little too close. Watching the way his brow furrows, the way he adjusts the oven timer like it's the most sacred act in the world. He offers me a taste. I decline. Later, I eat the whole piece he left on the counter anyway. I keep giving him jobs. Some make sense. Fix the broken shed door, clean out the pantry. Others are pure chaos. Wash the windows with vinegar and dance music. Label all the canned goods by emotional temperature. He just does it. Does it all. Like he's rebuilding something invisible. And maybe he is. Because the man who once argued love was a chemical illusion is now elbow deep in soap bubbles, humming off key to Stevie Wonder while peeling stubborn labels off tomato cans. And I, stubborn, smart, and not remotely over him, can't help but watch. Watch the man I once thought incapable of emotion try every day to prove he's wrong. About love, about me, about himself. And maybe, just maybe, I don't hate it. Even if I'm not ready to admit that yet.
Chapter 31. Damien. My body is at war with itself. Muscles I didn't know existed are being coerced into angles that violate not only physics, but dignity. Breathe through your hips, the yoga instructor chirps from the front of the clearing, somewhere between a human being and a woodland sprite. I don't even have any idea what that means. What I do know is that I'm outside on a thin mat that smells like tree sap, surrounded by a group of extremely limber locals, most of whom are twice my age and 3 times more graceful, trying to mimic a sequence that feels like slow-motion self-torture. Aunt May moves into tree pose with frightening ease, arms high, spine straight, one foot perched elegantly against her thigh. I, meanwhile, resemble a malfunctioning coat rack. Celeste is behind me somewhere. I know because I can feel her gaze, not the soft, romantic kind, the you better not fall on me kind. I'm here because she said I could stay. She didn't say she'd talk to me, or look at me, or laugh at my terrible downward dog. But she said I could stay. So I am. And apparently staying involves yoga. Lift through the crown of your head, the instructor says sweetly. I don't know what my crown is, but I lift something and immediately topple sideways, catching myself just before my face becomes intimately acquainted with a pine cone. Aunt May chuckles beside me, but doesn't comment. She's been gracious. Surprisingly so. She lets me chop wood, haul water, overcook bread, and mutilate compost structures with only the occasional arched eyebrow. Her method of approval is silence. I'm beginning to understand the language. Half an hour in, I'm sweating. Everything aches. And still, a ridiculous part of me is proud. Because I haven't quit. Because I'm doing something that makes no sense to my former life. Because it makes Celeste roll her eyes. We move into a seated position. Meditation. The instructor tells us to focus on breath, on presence, on gratitude. I close my eyes and exhale. For what feels like forever, I don't think about datasets or ethics panels or academic scandal. I think about her laugh. Not the polite one she used at faculty mixers. Not the teasing one that danced on the edges of arguments. But the real one. The big, messy, full-body laugh she let out when I burned the sourdough again, and she caught me Googling. Why is my bread emotionally disappointed in me? It rings in my ears now, louder than the wind, louder than the bird song. And something uncoils in my chest. I've studied neuroresponse to joy. I've charted serotonin spikes. But I've never truly laughed until her. Not like that. Not with my whole body. Not with the part of me I used to call irrelevant. That's the worst part. The best part. She made me human, and I didn't have any idea how to stay that way without her. I opened my eyes and glanced to the side. Celeste is talking to a woman in tie-dye pants, grinning, animated, alive. Her curls bounce as she laughs, hand slicing the air mid-story. I don't know what she's saying, but I'd bet my last research grant it's something deeply ridiculous and charming. I watch her for a beat too long. You're staring, May says beside me, her voice low but amused. I blink. Apologies. She stretches out her legs and leans back on her palms. Don't be. It's about time someone looked at her like that. I sit up straighter, knees cracking. She's not interested. Not anymore. May studies me with that same quietly terrifying insight I now know Celeste inherited. You hurt her. Bad, that doesn't disappear with bread and yoga. I know. But you're still here. Yes. Why? I hesitate. Then I say, honestly, because I can't remember what silence felt like before her, and I don't want to. She changed my life for the better, brought color and light. She doesn't respond right away, just watches me. Then, you're not chasing her, Damien. I turn toward her, confused. You're following her light. It hits me so hard I almost forget how to breathe. She's right. Celeste isn't just someone I want. She's someone I'm learning from. Her joy, her chaos, her fearlessness, her ability to live fully even when broken. She's light, and I've been living in grayscale. I nod slowly, letting the truth settle deep in my heart. Good, May says, standing. Then you can help me with the tomato beds before lunch. Follow that light too. I stand, joints protesting. Are there instructions? She smirks. You'll figure it out. Behind us, Celeste laughs again. I turn to her and smile without pain even if she's no longer looking.
Chapter 32. Celeste. There's a certain brand of petty that feels almost spiritual, righteous, sacred. Mine arrives just after breakfast, when I hear the unmistakable shatter of ceramic against tile and walk into the kitchen to find Damien, frozen mid-motion, staring at the wreckage of my favorite mug on the floor. To his credit, he looks appropriately horrified, like he's accidentally run over a woodland creature, or broken a Nobel Prize, or both. "It slipped," he says, deadpan, mortified. I fold my arms. "That was the last one with a llama in a spacesuit. I'll order another." "You can't. It was a limited edition Etsy exclusive from 2014. He lowers his head like he's preparing to be smote. "I'm sorry." "Are you?" I hum, tapping a fingernail against the counter. "Because I think this warrants penance." His eyes lift, wary. "Penance?" "No dishwasher today," I say sweetly. "You're hand-washing everything, and I'm supervising." There's a pause. The faint twitch of his mouth, and then he nods. "Understood." He rolls up his sleeves like a man preparing to enter combat. I make a mental note, possibly out loud, that he has no business looking good while doing so. I tell myself it's an observation, not an indulgence. He doesn't say a word as he fills the sink, methodical as always. But his movements are gentler now, more deliberate. When he picks up the first dish, he holds it like it might whisper secrets if he listens hard enough. I sit on the edge of the counter and sip my tea with as much disinterest as I can fake. "You missed a spot." "It's rinsing," he murmurs. "Not a religious cleansing." Says the man who stares at a sponge like it's a foreign object. He gives me a sideways glance, not quite a smile, not quite a glare. "Are you deriving pleasure from this?" "Oh, immense. I may write a dissertation on it." He doesn't banter back. Not fully, but I catch the faintest flicker of amusement in his eyes as he scrubs. And damn it, I hate that it warms me. There's something maddeningly sincere about watching Damien Caldwell, Ph.D., clean up my kitchen like he's trying to purify his soul. He rinses slowly, checks for soap residue, aligns each drying plate with surgical precision. I don't stop watching him. And unfortunately for me, the watching becomes noticing. Noticing the flex of his forearms, the way his brow furrows in concentration, how a small drip of water trails down the inside of his wrist and makes my throat inexplicably dry. Focus, Celeste. It's not the muscles. It's the metaphor. This man, once emotionally invertebrate, is here, washing dishes for my forgiveness like it's sacred ritual. "Pass the towel," he says, holding out a dripping dish. I toss it at him. He catches it with only a mild splash. As he dries, I hop down and move closer, fully intending to snatch the towel back and demand he redo it. But then, something shifts. We're standing less than a foot apart. His hand brushes mine as I reach for the same plate, and for a moment, just a heartbeat, it all slows down. He looks at me. Not the analytic stare I've known, but something else. Something quieter. "I'm sorry," he says again, softer this time. About the mug, and 1,000 other things I haven't said aloud yet. I inhale sharply. He swallows. "I'm not asking you to forgive me. I just needed you to know that I finally understand what I did, how much I hurt you, and that it wasn't about the data. It wasn't about winning. It was fear. And I let it make me a coward. It's not rehearsed. I'd know if it was." He's terrible at lying. Always has been. His voice is low, earnest, carrying none of the polished cadence of his lectures. No defenses, no justifications. Just a man, barefoot on a cabin kitchen floor, offering me the only thing I've ever really wanted from him: truth. I shouldn't have kissed you if I wasn't ready, he continues. I shouldn't have touched you like you were temporary. You weren't. You never were. My chest tightens. I grip the edge of the sink because I need something solid. He sets the dish down and doesn't move closer, just stands there, letting the silence bloom between us like some rare, fragile thing. When I speak, my voice is steadier than I feel. Don't do that again. He tilts his head. Which part? The part where you say the perfect thing and make it really hard to hate you. His lips curve, and for a second, one dangerous second, I almost let it crack me open. Almost let him in again. But I can't. Not yet. So I take the towel from his hand. You're still not allowed to use the dishwasher. He nods solemnly. Fair? And you owe me a new mug. I'll find another llama in a spacesuit, he says, voice wry. I'll accept a sloth with a jetpack as substitute. We stand there for another beat. It's too long and we're too close. I pull away first, because if I don't, I'll fall again. And this time, I need to be sure he'll catch me.
Chapter 33. Damien. I've never seen wood crackle like this. It's not the temperature or the humidity. It's something else entirely. Maybe the way Celeste's laughter carries across the yard. Light, untethered, not directed at me. The fire pit I built the other day now glows a soft amber, sending smoke curling toward the ink-blue sky. The logs I chose, oak, dry, perfectly split, burn hotter than I expected. It's ironic. I spend most of my life controlling heat in lab chambers down to the decimal point, and here I've somehow constructed a pyre worthy of a Viking send-off. Aunt May's yard is filled with people. She's turned it into something out of a Vermont catalog spread. Fairy lights draped over low-hanging tree branches, tables of mismatched camp chairs and quilts, children darting between legs with sticky marshmallow fingers, and the smell, molasses, smoke, chocolate, rising like some ancient spell over everyone, including me, especially me. Bonfire s'mores competition, Aunt May shouts from the center like a benevolent war general. Pears only. Prize is bragging rights and the last slice of lemon cake. People laugh and clap. I glance toward the porch. Celeste is perched on the railing, chin in her hand, curls glowing copper under the lights. She's watching the fire, but her eyes flick toward me just for a second. The air inside my lungs catches. I raise an eyebrow. She rolls her eyes back, and then, unbelievably, she hops off the rail and walks toward me. We're partners, she says, tone casual. Too casual. Oh, I reply, taking the tongs May handed me earlier and turning them awkwardly in my hands. Yeah, so you don't accidentally set yourself on fire? I huff a breath that could almost be mistaken for a laugh. That's statistically unlikely. You're wearing flammable flannel and moral guilt. I'd say the odds are stacked. There it is, her voice teasing and too familiar. The part of me that's learned to look for signs of her forgiveness flinches. But I nod, quietly grateful. Around us, the s'mores competition begins. Some locals are alarmingly prepared. Double roasting sticks, pre-sliced chocolate, even flavored marshmallows. Celeste, of course, goes rogue. She pulls out a weird brand of ginger biscuits and dark chocolate with chili flakes from her hoodie pocket like she's some sweet and spicy magician. Experimental variables, she shrugs. You should appreciate that. I do, I say, my voice low. Very much. We find a small bench close to the pit. I manage to thread a marshmallow onto the stick without impaling myself. Small win. Celeste sits beside me, warm but distant. She's not leaning in, but she's not walking away. The first marshmallow I roast catches fire almost instantly. Celeste laughs so hard she nearly falls off the bench. Oh my God, you're a literal scientist. I work with brain scans, not campfire confections. No excuses. She gently rotates her skewer, producing a perfectly golden, gooey orb like she was born in a bakery. Now, watch and learn. I do. Watch and learn. The curve of her mouth as she smiles, the way she breathes in through her nose when concentrating, the soft furrow between her brows that disappears only when she laughs. "You're staring," she says without looking at me. "I'm studying," I reply. Her eyes flick toward me, unreadable. She hands me a second marshmallow. "Try again." This one goes better. Slightly. I manage to keep it in the realm of edible, and we layer it with her weird biscuits and spicy chocolate. It oozes like molten lava, and when I take a bite, the heat of the chili hits me square in the mouth. "Water!" I gasp. "Why would anyone combine chocolate and combustion?" "Because," she says, licking marshmallow off her thumb, "you'll remember it." She's right. I will. We go again. The next round is smoother, less burning, more laughter. Somehow, without realizing it, we're leaning in, shoulder to shoulder, assembling what might be the winning s'more. Her fingers graze mine when we squish the top biscuit on, sticky sugar and all. We offer it to the group as our entry. People cheer. May gives us a look like she knows exactly what we're doing, even if we don't. The prize ends up going to a retired couple who incorporated bourbon caramel sauce and used blowtorches. Deserved. But someone declares our strange, spicy sweet abomination surprisingly sensual, and that, well, that's a win in its own way. Celeste stands, brushing crumbs off her jeans. She's glowing from the firelight and attention and possibly the sugar. And just as she turns to walk away, it slips out of me. "Love, can you hand me the tongs?" Oh, damn. It must be Aunt May's influence on me. She's been telling me about the romance novels she's been reading. I swallow visibly, shaking my head. Celeste freezes mid-step. I don't realize what I've said until the silence hits, and then it's all I can hear. Her shoulders tense. The back of her neck goes still. She doesn't turn around. I set the tongs down slowly as though not moving too fast will keep the moment from breaking further. She doesn't speak. Then, quietly, with no drama or edge, just heartbreak, she says, "Don't call me that." And she walks away. The night continues. The bonfire pops. People laugh and pass around the cake. I stay rooted to the spot, staring at the flames, tongs forgotten in my lap. She doesn't come back. And suddenly, nothing in this glowing, joyful evening feels warm anymore.
Chapter 34. Celeste. The morning after the bonfire is too bright. The sky is offensively blue, birds too chipper, and the air carries the faint scent of smoke and half-burnt sugar. My head aches, not from alcohol, because we didn't drink. Not from exhaustion, because I slept. Sort of. Not from heartbreak, because I don't feel anything. I stab a clothespin onto a wet pillowcase with more force than is strictly necessary. It snaps. Of course it does. I toss the broken piece in the direction of the compost bin, Damien's compost bin, which he built 2 days ago under my very specific, very unnecessary instruction. The worst part is, it's perfect. Sturdy, symmetrical, efficient drainage. That man probably read 3 scientific papers and ran a structural integrity analysis before touching a single plank. And now I'm air drying my sheets 20 feet from his emotional redemption arc. I reach for another pillowcase, lifting it from the basket in a wet clump. I wring it half-heartedly. My brain is on a loop, replaying the sound of his voice from last night. Love. 1 word. 1 syllable. Unscripted. Unconscious. And he didn't even seem to realize he'd said it until I walked away. Still angry, huh? I jump. Aunt May stands by the porch, one hip cocked against the banister, arms full of clean towels. Her eyes sparkle the way they do when she's either about to offer emotional wisdom or call me out with the grace of a sarcastic Buddha. I'm not angry, I mutter, pinning another pillowcase. No, not even a little, she hums. So you're just punishing innocent laundry with the vengeful precision for fun now? I sigh and give up the act, dropping my arms to my sides. It's not like that. I'm sure it's exactly like something. I don't reply. I don't want to give her the satisfaction. The wind flaps the pillowcase in my face like karma slapping me. She comes down the steps and hands me a towel. You want to tell me why you baked him banana bread last night and then stood at the sink, cursing under your breath like a sailor with a grudge? I look at her, deadpan. You weren't supposed to see that. Oh, honey, you made it in my kitchen, loudly, at 10 p.m. with jazz music playing. You used my cinnamon and my emotional bandwidth. I blink. He looked like he hadn't eaten a real dessert in months. I was being nice. Uh-huh. Very benevolent of you. Were you also being nice when you cut off the end piece and left it in a napkin on the porch bench, right where he could find it this morning? I flush. That was for the birds. Of course it was. We hang a towel in silence. The air is warm but not humid. It carries the faintest trace of pine and coffee. I hate that it reminds me of him. He's trying, May says softly, folding another towel over the line. I don't respond. I'm not saying you should forgive him, she continues. I'm saying he built you a fire pit. Tried to learn how to make sourdough for your sake, and yesterday, he voluntarily let a 10-year-old paint a flower on his cheek. He's not good at any of it, but he's still here. I close my eyes for a beat. I know. And that smile, she adds with maddening calm. You had it on your face last night. You don't smile like that for someone you don't love. I whirl on her. I don't love him. She raises her brows. Sure? I don't. May picks up the laundry basket, all-knowing and infuriating. Of course not. Is that why you keep track of what time he comes back from his morning walks and pretend you're not watching from the window? I clench my jaw. Or why you get flustered every time he rolls his sleeves up? That's not fair. Sweetheart, she says gently. If you didn't feel anything anymore, he wouldn't still be breaking your heart. The truth lands like a rock in my stomach. I turn away and pick up another towel, hanging it with shaking hands. Feeling something doesn't mean I trust him again, or that I should. I gave him everything, and he broke it, just because he's here now. Building fire pits and losing s'mores contests doesn't erase what happened. May nods slowly. No, it doesn't. I hate how kind she is. I want her to side with me unconditionally. I want her to say I'm right, that protecting my heart is the only rational move left. Instead, she touches my shoulder. It's okay to want to protect yourself, but be honest about what you're protecting yourself from. I'm lost for words and can't form a coherent sentence in my head. Because the truth is, last night, when he handed me a burnt marshmallow and looked like a kid hoping for approval, I didn't feel anger. I felt warmth. I felt the stupid flutter in my stomach that only he can cause. I felt the part of me that's still waiting for him to say something real, something true. But I won't let myself fall again. I can't. So I hang the last towel, face the sun, and tell myself I'm fine. Even as my heart whispers, liar.
Chapter 35. Damien. I ruin the kitchen before she even walks in. Flour is in the air, on the counter, on my shirt, possibly in my lungs. The bowl in front of me, a battlefield of mangled bananas, mismeasured oat milk, and what I now know was not the appropriate substitute for baking powder is mocking me with its stubborn refusal to become anything resembling pancake batter. I don't know what possessed me. She mentioned it in passing, offhandedly, 3 days ago, how she used to love the vegan banana pancakes from a little cafe by campus. Her voice had caught, just a little, like she missed it, like she missed something, so here I am, a grown man, a tenured neuroscientist, armed with 2 spatulas, a whisk I already bent, and a recipe off a Pinterest board titled Crunchy Cabin Mornings. And then I hear her, bare feet on tile, a soft shuffle and the unmistakable creak of the floorboard near the door. I know it's her without turning around, some internal calibration locked onto her frequency like muscle memory. "I thought I heard a war zone," she says, her voice half amusement, half incredulity. I turn slowly, and there she is. Celeste, arms crossed, hair still sleep-tousled, wearing one of those oversized sweatshirts that does something entirely illegal to my heart rate. The sunlight hits her like it always does, like it was designed to find her first. My mouth goes dry. "I was making breakfast," I offer. It sounds weak even to me. She lifts an eyebrow. "Were you, though?" I glance at the massacre. One of the pancakes is black on one side, raw on the other. Another is somehow folded. I didn't even know that was possible. I had good intentions. She walks past me, grabbing a spoon and eyeing the batter like it personally offended her. It looks like sadness and regret had a baby. Harsh. Honest. She dips the spoon in, tastes it, winces. "Okay, I take it back. That's dishonesty in a bowl. Did you use salt instead of sugar?" "Possibly." She turns her face, but not before I catch it, the corner of her lips twitching up. She's amused, not smiling exactly, but almost. I'll take it. She rinses the spoon in the sink. I don't move, I just watch her. Her profile, the soft curve of her jaw, the way she tucks her hair behind her ear absent-mindedly. And then she catches me watching. "What?" she asks, but it's quiet, not irritated, more like curious. I should look away. I should focus on the mess I've made and not the mess I still am. But I don't. I hold her gaze. "You look good in the mornings." Her eyes widen a fraction. I don't stop. "You always did, even when you were mad at me and pretending not to be. Especially then." The air in the room shifts, thicker, warmer. She straightens a little. Walls flicker back into place behind her expression. "Don't flirt with me when you've just assaulted veganism." "Not flirting," I say honestly. "Just saying what's true." She stares at me, like she's waiting for me to drop the act, like she doesn't quite trust it yet. Fair. I look around, trying to break the tension. "I'll clean this." "Yes, you will. And remake the batter." "You're not allowed." She grabs the mixing bowl from my hands. Our fingers brush. It's the gentlest shock I've felt in weeks. I let her take it, retreating to grab a towel. As I start wiping flour off the cabinets, yes, cabinets, she glances at me over her shoulder. "I didn't peg you as the type who sulks into banana batter." "Desperate times," I mutter, wiping the handle of the fridge. She shakes her head, biting back a smile. "What were you trying to do, Damien?" I pause. "I don't know," I admit. "Make you laugh. Remind you I'm still here." She doesn't respond immediately. She pours measured oat milk into a fresh bowl. Calm. Controlled. "So that's your strategy now?" she says finally. "Charm your way back with tragically inedible pancakes?" "No," I say, stepping closer. "This isn't strategy." She glances up. "It's just me, wanting to do something that made you smile." The silence sits between us, weighty. She doesn't feel it, neither do I. Then, like she's changing the subject but not really, she mutters, "You're blocking the drawer." I shift, giving her room to grab a spatula. She doesn't turn to me, but her hand lingers a moment too long near mine, and then she turns back to the stove like nothing happened. "I'll let you do the dishes," she says. "A fate worse than death. Penitence." I smile. Fitting. She flips the first pancake with clean, practiced grace. It sizzles golden. Perfect. Of course it is. You're staring again, she says. I know. She sighs, flipping another. Do you regret it? I ask softly. Everything? She stills. And then, just as softly, she replies, only the parts where I believed you when I shouldn't have. Ouch. But I nod. That's normal. We don't talk for a while. She makes a full stack. I set the table. She refuses to let me help plate. And when we sit across from each other, and she pours maple syrup onto the stack she hands me, she says, try not to ruin these by association. I grin, hand over heart. I'll do my best. She takes a bite, rolls her eyes, good-natured this time. And even though she's not smiling at me, not fully, she's here. She made pancakes. She let me stay. And for this morning, that's enough.
Chapter 36. Celeste. Grief is a strange kind of ghost. It doesn't always wail or moan. Sometimes it just sits beside you, polite and silent, like it's always been invited. I wake up knowing. Before I check the date, before my feet hit the floor, I feel it. That hollow ache in the chest, that low, slow ache behind the eyes. My father's anniversary doesn't sneak up on me. It waits, patient and heavy. A calendar stone lodged in my gut. The sky is gray. The wind doesn't smell like hope today. It smells like damp bark and unfinished sentences. I move through the morning in silence. May doesn't push. She pours coffee into my favorite chipped mug and squeezes my shoulder as I pass. She says nothing. That's how you know someone loves you, when they know not to talk. By mid-morning, I'm sitting on the steps of the back porch with a flannel draped around my shoulders, staring at the garden patch we haven't used yet. The earth is dark, damp from last night's rain, quiet in a way that feels reverent. My journal sits untouched beside me. Even my words are tired today. I hear the door creak. Footsteps, softer than May's, slower than hers too. I don't look up. I know it's him. May told me, Damien says, voice lower than usual, about today. I stay silent, and I just pull the flannel tighter and wait for him to sit beside me. He doesn't at first. He just stands near the edge of the steps like he's not sure he's welcome. Eventually, he lowers himself down at a careful distance, like he knows he's still walking through fragile terrain. I finally glance sideways. He's holding something. A small packet of seeds and a tiny gardening spade. What is that? His eyes flicker to the packet. Marigolds and sage. My brow furrows. You told me once that your dad used to call you Sunbeam. Said your laugh reminded him of marigolds in late summer. I don't remember saying that, but I must have, because it's true. My throat tightens. And sage, he adds, clearing his throat, because you said he made the best sage butter biscuits, and also because it's a plant that's supposed to cleanse and protect spaces. He looks at the ground, not me. I thought maybe we could plant something. If you wanted. It hits me in the chest. This man, this awkward, emotionally allergic, logic-first man, bringing me seeds and a spade because I once said marigolds reminded me of my dad. I press my lips together. I will not cry over seed packets. I won't. But I nod wordlessly. We work quietly. Damien kneels in the dirt like it's sacred. His movements aren't practiced, but they're careful. He asks how deep to plant, how far apart to space them. I answer in short, hoarse instructions. He listens to every one. He presses the marigold seeds into the soil with more tenderness than I knew he had. There was this one day, I murmur suddenly, surprising even myself. When I was 12, I was mad at my dad. Some boy at school told me I was too weird, that I smiled too much. I hear Damien make a faint noise beside me, a protest or a growl. I'm not sure which. My dad came to pick me up. I got in the car and I didn't say anything, just slammed the door and crossed my arms. He didn't ask, he just drove. I pause, pressing a seed into the earth. My fingers tremble. He took me to this sunflower field on the edge of town. Didn't say a word, just pointed, told me, "Look at all those loud, bright, happy things. You think any of them care that they don't blend in?" Damien doesn't speak. I asked him if he thought I was too much. He said, "No, Celeste. You're just enough. And one day, someone's gonna think you're sunlight on purpose." The tears finally come. Quiet, not messy. They roll hot down my cheeks and fall into the dirt like offerings. I feel Damien's hand brush mine. Not grabbing, just resting there, like a lifeline. "He sounds like a good man," he says softly. I nod. He was. We finish the planting in silence. When it's done, Damien smooths the soil gently and presses the packet into the dirt like a marker. He stands, brushing off his hands, but doesn't walk away. "I don't have any idea how to say the right thing," he says suddenly. "I wish I could, but I think..." His voice catches, then steadies. "I think your dad would be proud of you, not just for what you've built or written, but for how fiercely you love, how you hold people even when they don't deserve it." I look at the soil, at the tiny mound we just made. "I'll take care of it," he says. "The garden, even if you don't forgive me." I blink up at him. His eyes meet mine. Honest. Raw. "I just wanted to do something good, for someone good." I look away. My hands clench in the flannel. And I nod. Not a forgiveness, not a concession, but a thank you. He walks away, leaving me with the marigolds, the sage, and the ghost of my father in the breeze. I sit there long after he's gone, watching the dirt, breathing through the ache, letting it settle, letting it heal. With Damien here, this day seems not as bad as I first thought.
Chapter 37. Damien. I don't understand why anyone would willingly sign up for this. By this, I mean the group of silver-haired women gathered in a semicircle at the small community library. There are 12 of them, 13 if you count the one crocheting quietly in the corner who hasn't looked up once since I arrived. But I know she's listening, her needle still every time I speak. May tricked me. She said, "Just swing by, Damien. They asked if you'd be willing to talk about neuroscience and relationships, nothing formal. Bring your brain, not a PowerPoint." So I showed up, with a folder and bullet points. Now I'm being stared down by an army of cardigans and rose-scented hand lotion. "Dr. Caldwell," one of them, Sandra, I think, says, leaning forward. "Do you believe love can really be measured? Like, in numbers?" I swallow. My first instinct is to give her a lecture on dopamine receptors, oxytocin levels, and measurable neural pathways. My second instinct is to run. My third? I glance out the library window. Celeste is leaning against the hood of May's truck, sipping something out of a thermos and pretending not to watch. Her legs are crossed, her eyes hidden behind round sunglasses. But I can feel her smirking from here. "Dr. Caldwell," Sandra presses. I clear my throat. "Love, at its core, is chaotic." There's a murmur. "But," I add, surprising even myself, "it's also pattern-driven. Not predictable, but not entirely random either. It's less an equation, more a fractal, complex, repeating in ways that feel new every time." There's a beat of silence. Then one of them claps. "Woo!" says someone in the back. "You're handsome and poetic. If I were 30 years younger." "You'd still scare him," another adds, and the group erupts into cackles. I feel my ears flush. They ask questions about attraction, about long marriages, about grief, about loneliness. One woman talks about her husband who passed last spring and how she still talks to his pillow every night. I'm rendered speechless, but I don't try to sound like I do. Instead, I listen. I answer softly, carefully. Not like I'm presenting at a conference, but like I'm here, human, not polished, just present. They seem to appreciate it. You're a strange one, Sandra says at the end, packing up her knitting needles. But you're trying. We like men who try. I nod, unsure what to say. But it settles something warm inside me anyway. Later, as I'm packing up, Celeste comes. I feel her even before I see her. That particular flutter in the air when Celeste walks into a room. Like gravity shifts just a few degrees. I glance up, and there she is framed in the doorway, arms folded, amusement barely contained on her face. "You giving TED Talks now, Caldwell?" she asks, stepping into the space. I arch a brow. Hardly, more like Grandma Court. I saw the flyer. It said neuroscience and the heart. A chat with Dr. Damien Caldwell. You soft launching your romance novel career? I smirk. Not yet. Working on the title, though. Maybe frontal lobe, full heart. She rolls her eyes and leans against the desk. They liked you. They were terrifying. She snorts. I let my eyes settle on her then. Just settle. The light in here is golden from the afternoon sun. Her hair is pulled back into a loose braid, a few strands falling into her face. She's not wearing makeup. She doesn't need it. You laugh different around them, I say quietly. She tilts her head. Different how? Freer. Her teasing smile fades slightly. You watch me. I always watch you. It slips out before I can catch it. She blinks. The space between us thickens, charged. I don't look away. Celeste. No, she says, shaking her head quickly. Don't make this a moment. But it is a moment. Her jaw tightens. You're doing the thing again, where you get intense and then pretend it never happened the next day. I'm not pretending anymore. She looks at me then. Really looks. And for a second, I think she's about to believe me. But instead, she exhales and turns toward the door. You should tell May you're done charming the knitting coven, she says. Dinner's at 7. I nod, but I don't move. I watch her walk out, her silhouette lit like some kind of myth against the sunlight. Back at the cabin, May hands me a glass of lemonade and smirks. Heard you got grilled harder than a 4th of July hot dog. I groan. They asked about my love life. Well, at least you have one now. I look at the marigolds we planted 2 days ago. They're starting to bloom. Bright, sunbeam-colored petals opening slowly, defiantly. I think about what Sandra said. We like men who try. I think about Celeste watching me, her lips curving against her will. And I know I'd go through 100 more awkward library workshops if it means getting even one more half-smile out of her.
Chapter 38. Celeste. There's something quietly terrifying about routine. I didn't think Damien Caldwell could fit into one. Not in a place like this. Not among Aunt May's lavender hand soap and floral tea tins, and the relentless predictability of the rooster 2 cabins down, who crows at 6:03 a.m. like it's his full-time job. But somehow he does. Which is, of course, the problem. He builds May a new bench by the rose trellis. He finds a way to organize the pantry, alphabetically, though she makes fun of him relentlessly for putting quinoa under Q instead of G for grain. He takes to sweeping the porch steps in the evenings, like it's meditative. Like he's not the same man who used to carry 2 phones and once forgot to eat lunch because he was tracking neural oscillations in rats. And me? I'm watching it all happen from a dangerous distance. Tonight, I find him lying flat on his back on a picnic blanket just past the garden, arms folded behind his head, eyes turned upward. There's a book open beside him, a collection of translated Rumi poetry I abandoned halfway through last week. The stars are out in full, sharp, glowing pinpricks across the Vermont black. I should walk away. I sit down next to him. Stargazing or sulking, I ask. My voice is deliberately light. Teasing, so he won't know I've been thinking about this all day. How long he's stayed. What he's still doing here. What he's not saying. Damien doesn't answer at first. He just hums, low in his throat, and nudges the book toward me. You dog-eared page 78, he says. But the best poem's on 92. I blink at him. You read it? I read all of it, he says, and the way he says it. It isn't about the poetry. It's about me. There's that heavy quiet again, the one that starts in my chest and spreads outward. I have to ask, I say, before I lose my nerve. What's the plan here, Damien? He lifts his head, just slightly, like I surprised him. You've been here for weeks. You chop firewood like you're repenting for murder. You let Aunt May make you wear sun hats. You built a squirrel feeder out of recycled spoons. But you're still on leave. You're still... I trail off, then find my voice again. What are you doing? His breath catches. For a second, I wonder if he'll lie. I'm trying to figure that out, he says. The university still hasn't closed the inquiry. That's not what I asked. And he knows it. You didn't answer me. He sits up, slowly, turns to face me, moonlight catching on the edge of his cheekbone, softening the shadows. Do you want the scientific answer or the honest one? Honest, I say, before I can stop myself. I'm staying because, for once, I don't want to be the person I was, he says. And I think, he pauses, frowning like the thought is painful or new. I think following you was the first time I've done something brave, something irrational, something that made sense not because of logic, but because it felt right. My pulse skips. He exhales, almost a laugh. You're my light, Celeste. My stomach tightens. Don't say things like that. Why not? Because it's too late, I whisper. Because I can't do this again, not with you. His eyes search mine. I'm not asking for anything, I'm just telling you the truth. Truth. The man who used to define it with bar graphs and brain scans is now staring at me like I'm the only axis he's ever wanted to plot himself against. We fall into silence again, but it's not hostile this time. It's full, lush, like the night itself is listening. Did you always know you wanted to be a scientist? I ask suddenly. He blinks. Yes, but I didn't always know I wanted to be a person. That breaks something open in my chest. I lie back down beside him, heart pounding against the grass. I don't think I can't forgive you, I say softly. He nods, still staring at the stars. I don't even know if I deserve it. The quiet between us feels sacred. The night wraps itself around us like a slow exhale. And then, without meaning to, without thinking, I shift. So does he. Our hands brush. My pinky grazes his. It's the smallest contact and it's electric. I turn my head. He turns his. Our faces are close, absurdly close. His breath is warm, mint and honey and something heavier underneath, something his. If I moved 1 inch forward, if he did, we would crash, we would break. But we don't. I clear my throat, pulling back just a fraction. It's late, I say. We should... Yeah, he says. He doesn't move. I stand up anyway. My knees feel shaky. He watches me the whole way to the porch. And as I disappear inside, I hear him whisper behind me, just barely. I'd wait forever, you know. There's a rock lodge in my throat, and the words refuses to come out. The door closes slowly behind me, and I do my best to forget I heard them. But it's too late because it's seared in my memory.
Chapter 39. Damien. I hear the engine before I see the car. It's too smooth to be local, an imported purr of German engineering winding up the dirt road like it's offended by gravel. I'm elbow deep in compost bin plans, sleeves rolled, forehead slick with sweat and cedar sawdust. When the silver BMW rounds the bend and stops with surgical precision next to May's red dahlias, I already know who it is. Only one person makes punctuality feel like judgment. The car door opens. Stiletto heel, expensive fabric, a flash of pearl earrings and cold precision dressed in cream cashmere. Dr. Eleanor Caldwell, my mother. The last time I saw her was 3 years ago. We were at a donor banquet for the National Science Foundation. She congratulated me on winning the Emerging Innovator Award, then asked why my tie was crooked. That was the full extent of the maternal interaction. She surveys the cabin grounds with a surgical sweep of her eyes, gaze lingering on the wooden beams, the stacked firewood, the wild garden like their poorly run lab equipment. "So," she says, stepping down from the car like it's a stage, "this is where you've decided to hide, charming, rustic, smells like pine and delusion." I don't stand up. I wipe my hands on a towel and give her a slow blink. "Hello, Mother." She doesn't flinch. "Hello, Damien. You look unmedicated. You look overdressed." Her mouth lifts slightly like I've just repeated a tired formula incorrectly. Is this some kind of extended identity crisis? I assumed this phase would involve a younger girlfriend and a tattoo, not hiking boots and an emotional retreat. I didn't realize I was due for psychological assessment today. Do I need to fill out a consent form? Her eyes narrow. "Don't be glib. I've spoken with the board. The university's considering terminating your post unless you realign your focus and reaffirm your academic credibility. They called you, right? What did you tell them?" The words hit harder than I expect, even though I saw it coming, even though I stepped away first. "I'm still under review," I say. "The study's being audited. There hasn't been a final verdict. Also, there's no need for you to know about my decision beforehand. I'm your mother, Damien. I have every reason to know. We both know they're not interested in your metaphysical revelations about human intimacy. They're interested in data, in reliability, in prestige." I laugh, short, humorless. "You mean your name?" I ignore the rest of her statement. It's no use arguing with her. "You dragged it into this with your experiment. The school's legacy is built on decades of intellectual rigor, not..." She gestures vaguely toward the house. "Whatever this is." This comes another voice, clear and cutting from the porch steps. "Is called healing." My pulse stutters. Celeste. She's standing on the porch, arms crossed, sundress swaying slightly in the breeze. Her eyes are sharp, spine tall, voice calm like a lit fuse. My mother tilts her head coolly. "And you must be the root cause." Celeste smiles. "And you must be the reason he flinches when someone tells him he's enough." I should say something. Intervene. But I don't move. I can't. Because she's walking down the steps now, barefoot and furious, and the ground feels like it's tilted toward her. "You don't get to show up here and talk about legacy," she says, every word carved from ice and flame. "Not when the man you raised had to learn how to be human by losing everything first." My mother's jaw ticks. "I'm not the villain here. I built his foundation." Celeste steps closer. "No, you built a robot. He became a man all on his own." Silence stretches long and tight between them. My hands curl into fists at my sides, not because I'm angry, but because she sees it. All of it. Me. And she's still here. Eleanor turns to me. "Are you really going to let her speak for you like this?" I meet Celeste's eyes. "She's not speaking for me," I say. "She's saying what I wish I could have said 20 years ago." My mother looks at me like she's seeing a stranger. Maybe she is. "You're throwing your career away," she says, "over a woman and a failed experiment." I nod once. "It wasn't a failure. Not even close." Without waiting for her rebuttal, I turn to Celeste. Can we walk? She nods tightly. We step into the trees toward the dock, the lake glinting just past the pine trunks like a memory trying to surface. She's going to hate me forever, Celeste says once we're out of earshot. She hates most people by default. Consider it a rite of passage. There's a silence, softer than before. She stops walking, leans against a tree. I didn't do that for you, she says. I did it because she made you small. I nod. Still, thank you. A deafening pause follows, then I say quieter. She wasn't always that way, or maybe she was, and I just kept trying to pass the tests. Celeste looks at me with something like understanding and something like sorrow. She shouldn't get to decide who you are, she says. I know, but her voice is loud. Well, she says, tugging a pine needle off a low branch, then we just have to make yours louder. I laugh, but there's heat behind my eyes. I stand by my words earlier, I murmur, about you being my light. I know. And you don't have to tell me anything, I add quickly. You don't owe me anything, but I need you to know. I'm not leaving, even if it costs me everything, because everything without you doesn't feel like anything at all. She presses her lips together. Her throat works. Then she nods once small, firm. Okay, she says. Just okay. But it's more than enough. Then she surprises me with her next statement. You're getting close. Before I can say my piece, she walks away. I smile, looking at her figure walking away. Does she mean she's close to forgiving me? If that's what she means, then I'm willing to do anything. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 40. Celeste. When I return to the cabin, the silence is a different kind of loud. Not peaceful, not serene. This one is heavy, like the air is holding its breath, like the walls heard things they'd rather forget. The BMW is gone, thank God. No more judgmental head tilts or emotionally sterile word dissections. But the tension she left behind clings to the doorknob as I push inside. Aunt May? I call. She's in the kitchen, arms crossed, leaning against the counter with a wooden spoon like she's been debating whether to stir the soup or stab something. She glances up at me, and her expression is one I haven't seen often on her. Stormy, tight, deeply unsettled. Please tell me that woman is legally barred from Vermont now, I say lightly. May snorts, but it's a tired sound. She left, eventually, after reclassifying me as emotionally under-optimized and suggesting I replace my cabin porch with steel reinforcement. I blink. She critiqued your porch? She critiqued my soul, Celeste, May says, setting the spoon down like she needs both hands to keep from throwing something. She picked me apart like I was a failed dissertation. I exhale, stepping further into the kitchen, toes cold against the wooden floor. She told me I was an enabler of sentimental dysfunction, that my bread making was a coping mechanism for abandonment issues, and that my tea selection was borderline regressive. I blink. You served 2 kinds of chai and hand-picked elderflower. She's lucky you didn't throw a mug at her. Oh, I thought about it, May mutters. But then I remembered she's Damien's mother. And I thought, God, he grew up with that. My chest tightens. That jagged, sudden squeeze of empathy you can't prepare for. The kind that sneaks up behind your ribs and pulls. I sit across from her slowly. I didn't realize. I knew she was intense, but she's not intense, May says, voice quiet now. She's cold, strategic, and convinced she's always right. You can't grow soft under someone like that. You armor up, or you break. My throat tightens. Damien didn't break. No, May agrees. But he never learned how to bend either. I rest my elbows on the table. He told her he was staying, even if it cost him everything. May studies me. And what did that cost you? I open my mouth, then close it again, because it's too complicated, too tangled. I want to say nothing, but that would be a lie. I want to say everything, but that would be cruel. So I say the truth that fits somewhere in the middle. I don't know yet. May sighs and stands, walks over to the drawer, pulls something out, a folded piece of stationery, cream-colored, sharp, elegant cursive across the front. My name. She left this for you, May says. Said it was important. I take it with a frown. The weight of it is disproportionate to its size. Are you sure it's not laced with judgment? She seemed deliberate, May says. Whatever's in there, she meant for you to know. I wait until I'm in my room to open it. Sitting on the bed, legs curled beneath me, heart doing something complicated in my chest. The handwriting is precise, surgical, like her. Celeste, I assume you've gathered I don't approve of this, any of this. But you deserve to know what they offered Damien. Call Dr. Richard Langley at Stanford. Ask about the paper, the deal, what he turned down, and what they threatened to do if he didn't comply. You're a smart woman. Ask the right questions. Regards, Dr. Eleanor Caldwell. My breath catches. A paper? A deal? Before I even know I'm moving, I'm reaching for my phone, fingers trembling, logic trying to fight the blooming ache in my chest. Langley answers after 2 rings. Dr. Harper, he says, voice surprised. Didn't expect a call from you. Hi, I say, voice steadier than it feels. Sorry to jump in, but I've been told you're aware of a proposal made to Damien Caldwell involving a paper, a contradictory analysis of our study. There's a pause, a long one, then a soft sigh. Ah, he says. She told you. So it's true? More or less, he says. The board's been nervous about the fallout from the study, given the public interest and the faculty politics. There's pressure to distance the institution from emotional subjectivity. I almost laugh, but it would sound too much like a sob. They asked Damien to author a counter-analysis, Langley continues, a piece discrediting the love hypothesis in your study, framing it as unscientific, overly biased. It would reestablish academic balance. And he said no? There's another pause. He didn't say anything, not yet. He asked for time. I ended the call before I can hear any more. I sit in the silence for a long time, the note still on my lap, my phone warm in my hand, my mind colder than it's been in weeks. I don't cry, but I feel something tear. Because it doesn't matter whether he said yes or no. It doesn't matter that he's baking pancakes and building fire pits and doing yoga in the forest. He's still standing on a ledge I can't pull him back from. What makes it more painful is the fact that he didn't tell me. But the most painful is, how can I possibly watch him spiral further?
Chapter 41. Damien. It's a gray morning, one of those listless skies that seems to lean too close to the ground, threatening to press everything beneath it into silence. May's porch creaks when I step onto it. She's sitting there with a steaming mug of something herbal and judgmental. She doesn't even look at me. Not right away. I don't blame her. Celeste hasn't looked at me either. She was quiet last night. Quieter than usual. Like her smile had slipped into a closet and forgotten to come back out. She went to bed early, told May she had a headache. Didn't say anything to me at all. Which is worse than yelling. Worse than cold shoulders or forced pleasantries. Dr. Eleanor Caldwell rocked whatever goodwill I managed to build. It's the distance, the hollow absence of her. It cuts deeper than I want to admit. May finally speaks, her eyes still fixed on the field ahead. You've done something stupid, haven't you? I sit down beside her, slowly, like the weight of what I haven't said is physical, tangible. A stone I carry around my neck. Yes. She sips her tea. Want to be more specific or just let me guess? I exhale slowly, rub my palms together like I'm trying to conjure answers from friction. The university gave me a choice. Publish a counter-analysis of Celeste's study, or they'll strip my position. My tenure, my research access, everything. May doesn't react. She just sets her mug down on the railing, slow and precise. I haven't done it, I say quickly. I haven't signed anything. I didn't accept, but I didn't. I didn't tell her either. Because... I swallow. Because I'm afraid she won't believe I didn't even consider it. May turns to me then. Her gaze is sharper than I expect. Not cruel, just cutting. Like she sees through the nonsense, through the half-built defenses I've spent years calling personality. She's not mad at you for the offer, Damien. She's mad because you didn't let her stand beside you when it came. My throat tightens. I wasn't taught how to do that, I say, and it sounds small, petulant almost. But I force myself to keep going. In my house, you didn't ask for help. You anticipated consequences. You preempted failure. You didn't share weakness. Ever. May's expression softens, slightly. I keep going. My mother is clinical, impeccably detached. There was a schedule, a resume, a list of objectives. If I got a B, it was, why didn't you get an A? If I got an A, it was, let's hope you can sustain that. There was no reward, no joy, just higher bars, always moving. May doesn't speak, so I do something I rarely do. I rewind. Flashback, age 7. I'm standing in our sterile living room, my hands fisted behind my back. There's a painting I made in art class. A crooked sun and a house that doesn't quite sit on the horizon. A stick figure family. One of them is smiling. Where are the shadows? My mother asks, holding the paper like it might smudge her suit. What? The shadows. The lighting isn't realistic, and you misspelled home. She folds the paper. Tucks it in a folder I won't see again. That night I erased the sun from all my future drawings. Stopped smiling in photos, too. Flashback, age 13. I win 3rd place in the junior science fair. My father looks at the ribbon, sighs, and says, 3rd place means you lost to 2 people who probably didn't work as hard. That should bother you. It does. It still does. Back on the porch, I exhale slowly. I was conditioned to excel, not to connect. Everything was performance, outcomes, deliverables. I can't want something just because it made me feel something. That was weakness. May reaches out, puts a hand over mine. It's warm, calloused, real. You love her. I nod. And you think love is a liability. I used to. She watches me for a long beat. Then she nods as if satisfied. You know what I think? What? I think your mother tried to turn you into a product, but Celeste, She sees the man underneath. I don't say anything because there's too much. Because I'm afraid if I speak now, I'll say all the wrong things in the wrong order. Or worse, I'll say the right things, and it still won't be enough. Don't spiral now, May says, squeezing my hand before standing up. Spiral later, after you help me dig a trench for the berry bushes. I huff out something like a laugh. Manual labor is therapy. You want to win her back? Prove you've got roots. She heads inside. Also, she's really into guys who sweat respectfully. I blink. Respectfully? You'll figure it out, she says through the screen door. Later that afternoon, I'm knee-deep in soil, hands blistering, brain fogged with emotion and exhaustion. But I don't stop. Maybe this is part of being human. I'm learning how to be one, how to bend. And even if I break, at least I'll know I did it for something that mattered.
Chapter 42. Celeste. He's on the porch when I find him, shirt damp with sweat, dirt smudged along his forearms, a shovel propped beside him like it's his awkward new emotional support item. He looks up like I've startled him, but doesn't flinch. Doesn't smile either. Good. I'm not here to smile. I walk past the porch steps and into the yard where he's been digging God knows what for May. The sky is overcast, wind shifting through the trees like it's eavesdropping, and my lungs feel like they've been wrapped in static since I read the note his mother left me. She didn't sign it with love, just Dr. Eleanor Caldwell, which somehow made it worse. Damien wipes a hand across his brow. Hey. Don't, I say. He freezes, hand half lowered. You don't get to hey me right now. Something flickers in his eyes. Guilt, maybe. Or dread. I don't care. What's wrong? He asks, voice low. He's asking as if he doesn't know what I'm on. What is he pretending for? My frustration is so close to exploding like an atomic bomb. What's wrong? I repeat, stepping closer. Do you really want me to answer that? Because I've got a list, Damien. A real winner of a psychological profile. Chronic emotional repression, compulsive overcorrection, a God complex wrapped in self-loathing. Shall I go on? No, I cut him off. Don't defend it. You came here with a mission, didn't you? You were going to be humble, helpful, charming even. Get in good with Aunt May, chop some wood, sweat in flannel, maybe win me back with your new therapy-worthy personality. He stares at me like I've just carved the accusation directly into his chest. I'm not your redemption arc, I say, voice shaking. And I'm sure as hell not your project. He finally speaks, quiet and raw. You're not. Then why does it feel like you've been performing this entire time? I haven't. His tone sharpens. Celeste, I came here because I needed to get away. From everything. From the board. From the pressure. From the version of myself that kept choosing achievement over honesty. I didn't come to perform. I came because I didn't know what else to do except try. Try to what? Rebrand yourself? To find out who I am without a lab coat and a scoreboard. The air goes still. A bird somewhere overhead chirps once and decides to shut up for self-preservation. I cross my arms. You didn't tell me about the board? I know. You didn't tell me they asked you to publish a paper that contradicts mine. I didn't sign it. But you considered it. He hesitates. The silence is answer enough. My chest burns. I didn't do it, he says again, more quietly this time. Because I couldn't. When I sat down to start, all I could think about was the way you read data like it's poetry. The way you ask questions that make people feel seen. I couldn't reduce that to a footnote. I couldn't erase you just to keep my title. You still should have told me. I was scared. Of what? That you wouldn't believe me. that you'd think I was manipulating you again. I take a shaky breath. And yet, here we are. He steps forward, slow and deliberate. Celeste, I love you. My stomach lurches. He doesn't look away. You don't have to confess it back. I just need you to know it's not an angle, not a thesis. It's not convenient or strategic or neatly composed. It's messy, terrifying, and true. Tears sting my eyes, but I hold them back. Do you think that fixes anything? No. Good, I whisper. Because it doesn't. He nods once, swallows hard. Okay. I expect him to push, to plead, but he just nods. And the restraint in that gesture, the quiet grief of it, cracks something in me I've worked too hard to rebuild. I have to go, I say, voice tight. Will you come back? I don't have a clue. It's the most honest thing I can give him. I turn around before he sees me cry. Behind me, he doesn't chase. It's for the best.
Chapter 43. Damien. There's something pitifully poetic about writing love letters in pencil. It smudges, blurs, doesn't last, which feels appropriate for something I'm not sure I'll ever have the courage to deliver. The window beside the cot May calls my man cave is fogged up again. Morning condensation, or maybe my guilt has started leaking out of my pores. The notebook in my lap is soft around the edges, worn from weeks of late-night scribbling and tear-resistant refusal to admit things. I've written 23 versions of I'm sorry, 7 of I was scared, only one of I love you. I tore that one out and burned it in the fire pit last Tuesday. She deserves clarity. She deserves space. But I can't seem to stop writing to her like a ghostwriter for the man I was too afraid to be. The current letter I'm rewriting, again, starts with, Celeste, I used to think the most dangerous thing in love was misinterpretation. Turns out, it's fear. My hand freezes. That line feels right, which means it's what I'm scared of most. I drop the pencil, press my thumb to my temple, and close my eyes. I shouldn't be this exhausted at 8 a.m., but apparently heartbreak rearranges your circadian rhythm. The floorboards creak outside my room. I assume it's May at first, maybe checking on the herbs drying near the back window, but then there's a knock, a hesitant one, and a gruff voice calls, "You up, boy genius?" Claude. It's the same man who I met at the general store. He's been around here quite a few times, just lingering and talking to Aunt May, but I never really paid him no mind. He's just Claude. I open the door and there he is, standing like he walked straight out of a different century, faded flannel shirt, work pants that have seen a lifetime of chores, and a canvas sack over one shoulder with what I assume is venison or something equally rustic. "May around?" he asks, eyes flicking past me. "She went to town for supplies. You can wait in the kitchen." He nods and ambles in without ceremony, but as he passes me, his eyes snag on the corner of my desk, on the letter I didn't realize I'd left exposed. "You got a pen, pal?" he asks casually. "It's nothing." Claude shrugs but doesn't move on. Instead, he reaches over, picks up the paper, and squints at it. "Celeste," he reads aloud, lips curling slightly. "Looks like something, not nothing." I snatch it back, more embarrassed than I want to admit. They're just letters, unsent. Claude studies me. Writing's the most honest thing a man can do when he's too chicken to talk. I'm not, I start to object, but Claude's already making himself comfortable at the kitchen table. He pulls a thermos from his sack, unscrews the cap, and pours out black coffee that smells like it's been brewing since the Reagan administration. He takes a sip, then squints at me. "You still in love with her?" I stare at the letter in my hand. Every sentence I write says yes. Claude grunts. "Then why haven't you told her?" "I have told her. but I can't articulate it with just words, and there's no way to express my feelings that way. But she deserves better than words. She deserves action. She deserves trust, not rehearsed lines or convenient truths. And right now, I don't think she believes a damn thing that comes out of my mouth. There's a pause. Then Claude says quietly, "You're more like me than you know." I almost can't hold back my grimace. That's terrifying. Should be. He smirks, but it's the kind of smirk that carries years of regret behind it. May and I, we've been dancing around each other for decades. Never said what we meant. I used to bring her rabbits and hope she'd read between the lines. You brought her rabbits? Claude shrugs. It's country courting, don't knock it. And right on cue, the front door creaks open. May walks in, arms full of brown paper bags and her voice sharp as ever. "Claude, if you brought me another dead thing, I swear I will turn it into stew just to spite you." He grins, toothy. "Now don't threaten me with a good time." She sets the bags down, eyes darting between us. "What's going on here?" "I was just reminding your house guest here not to waste his chance." May raises a brow, clocking the letter still in my hand. "Oh, for the love of Claude," she says, exasperated. "You're good at dishing out wisdom, but have you looked in a mirror lately? You've been holding a torch for me since Y2K, and you still won't take me dancing." Claude splutters. "I asked you to the winter formal last year. You asked while handing me a bucket of fish. It was symbolic." "For what? You're slippery and smell like lake water." They're bickering now, full-throated and fond, and I sit there watching, stunned by the surrealism of it. Claude and May, country soap opera edition. And somehow it's the most human, real moment I've seen about two people in love. It's obvious. May has this glow in her eyes as she talks with Claude, and Claude looks livelier with May around. May be on to her fourth husband. Claude quiets down first. "Don't end up like me," he says, glancing at me over his thermos. "Don't let pride make you a ghost in your own story." May softens a little, her scowl melting. He's right, for once. I'm speechless, and my mind's blanking, so I fold the letter and slip it back into the notebook. "I'll get there," I murmur. "Eventually." Claude stands, slaps me on the back. Just make sure eventually doesn't mean never. As they walk toward the back porch, May tosses one last look over her shoulder. "Damien?" she says. "Yes?" "If you do send her a letter, don't edit it to death. She already knows your brain. Let her see your heart." I nod. And later, alone again, I pick up my pencil. I don't start over this time. I write, "Celeste. I loved you long before I knew what love could look like outside a lab. I was just too scared to call it what it was. I loved you way before you started dancing in my kitchen. And this time, I don't stop."
Chapter 44. Celeste. The hall smells like coffee, ambition, and too many colognes worn by people who haven't graded a single paper this week. Every voice buzzes with theories, hypotheses, subtle name drops, and the constant undertone of who's winning the publishing war this year. I hate how loud my heels sound against the marble, like I'm announcing my loneliness. I tuck my badge beneath the lapel of my blazer, forcing my lips into a polite professional smile as I pass through the entryway of the conference's opening session. The panel banner reads, "Contemporary Frontiers in Cognitive and Affective Neuroscience." And there, sandwiched in the lower right corner, is my name. Celeste Harper. Finalist. I should feel proud. I should feel powerful. Instead, I feel bare. Because I'm here without him. There's a bitter irony to being at a conference themed around connection and vulnerability, while feeling like a misplaced puzzle piece, jagged on every side. I smile through the ache, shaking hands with a few peers, nodding at old professors, and pretending I don't notice the sideways glances from the other attendees whispering around their paper lanyards. Isn't she the one who faked a relationship for research? She used to be with Caldwell, right? Did you hear about the ethics dispute? I smile tighter. Every compliment feels barbed. Every stare, a microscope. I know academia too well. I know how it devours rumors like wine at faculty mixers, slow, indulgent, and determined to stain. I slip away to the restroom, lock myself in a stall, and press my forehead against the cool tile wall. Breathe in. 1, 2, 3. Breathe out. Pretend your heart isn't pounding like it's being chased through a forest of regret. When I emerge, I check my reflection in the mirror. Lipstick still intact. Mascara still pretending I'm not exhausted. Eyes pretending I'm not looking for someone who isn't here. Not that I expected him to be. Not after what I said. Not after the way I walked away from him and didn't look back. But part of me, stupid, reckless, in love part of me, hoped. Celeste Harper, someone calls as I exit. It's Dr. Brennan from Yale. She's charming and sharp and always 2 minutes ahead of the gossip curve. I plaster on my conference face. Dr. Brennan, hi. She tilts her head. I just wanted to say how much I admired your paper. It's refreshing to see emotional intimacy studied without the usual clinical coldness. Thank you, I say, genuinely warmed for a second. But, she adds, glancing over her shoulder, I thought you should know. There's some buzz going around about a new piece being pitched to the Journal of Applied Neuropsychology, a rebuttal to your study. My stomach drops. A rebuttal? She nods. Anonymous contributor. Word is, it critiques the foundational bias in your design. A chill runs through me. I know what that means. Foundational bias is code for you let your feelings taint your data. And there's only one person who has both the credentials and the board access to make such a case stick. Damien's name doesn't leave her lips. It doesn't need to. I excuse myself quickly, practically speed walking down the corridor into the expo hall. The fluorescent lights overhead hum like judgment. I pass booths displaying wearable EEG headbands and love mapping software. But none of it cuts through the tightness in my chest. Would he? Could he? 1,000 images flicker behind my eyes. Him fixing May's gutters. Him handing me a dish towel like it was an apology. Him building a fire pit because I mentioned missing late-night s'mores once. But then I remember his mother's note. The offer, the deal, the cost of his silence. Don't panic, I tell myself. This could be someone else. This could be nothing. But it doesn't feel like nothing. In the evening, I'm seated at a table near the stage, staring at the back of someone's head as presenters are introduced. Applause fills the ballroom. I sit straighter, tuck my nervous hands into my lap, and then I hear it, a whisper. Word is Caldwell was spotted on site. My breath stalls. I twist slightly, scanning the crowd. No sign of him. But my heart leaps anyway, and that alone makes me furious. I shouldn't want him here. Not if he's betraying me with a pen and a publisher. Not if he's turning the study we built together into an argument against my credibility. But I do want him here. I want him beside me. Not to defend me, but because he believed in me, and at least he used to. I excuse myself again before the awards are announced. I can't sit still. Not like this. Not with the atmosphere in the room, suddenly heavier than science and expectations. Outside, the city is cold, unforgiving. Wind slices through the plaza, and I hug my coat tighter. My phone buzzes in my bag. For 1 second, I hope, but it's just a reminder. Panel, Ethical Frontiers in Intimacy Research, 9 a.m. I stare at the notification, eyes burning. I start to doubt everything. My data, my instincts, my heart. Because the man I built it all with might be the one helping tear it down. The man who told me he loved is the one that will destroy my hard work.
Chapter 45. Damien. They say you shouldn't make life-altering decisions when you haven't slept, or eaten, or when your heart feels like it's been turned into a battlefield of guilt and longing. But here I am. The name tag clipped to my coat says, Dr. Damien Caldwell. The man underneath it, though? I'm not sure I recognize him. He's someone new. Someone who spent 3 nights rewriting a speech that may ruin the last shred of credibility he has left, or save the one thing that still feels real. Celeste. I stand at the back of the conference auditorium, just outside the glare of the fluorescents. She's sitting in the 3rd row, toward the center, her blazer crisp, her posture rigid. She looks like power and poise and brilliance. She also looks alone. I want to take that ache from her. I want her to know I didn't write that other paper, that I never even considered it, that I've spent every moment since Vermont realizing that no algorithm, no research model, no neural scan has ever meant as much to me as the warmth in her laugh or the way she looks at the stars like they're maps of possibility. I want to explain, I want to apologize, but I don't want to take the easy way out this time. No whispers, no private corners. I step forward. The panel discussion is wrapping. Some ethics professor is droning on about the devolution of scientific boundaries in romantic behavioral studies and muddied lines between subjective experience and empirical rigor. Nonsense. Every muscle in my body tightens, but I wait, because I need the moment to feel earned. Not like a stunt, like something honest. When the moderator calls for closing thoughts, I raise my hand. It's subtle, but she notices. Celeste turns slowly and our eyes meet. A storm flashes across her face, surprise, confusion, the smallest flare of betrayal. She wasn't expecting me here. Good. I approach the mic. The auditorium hushes as I take the stage. I apologize for the interruption, I say. My voice echoes. My hands tremble slightly, but I grip the lectern. But I'd like to speak. Not as a panelist. Not even as a neuroscientist. Just as someone who forgot what it meant to be human. The silence that follows is immediate and loaded. I've spent the majority of my life reducing human connection into measurable variables, I continue. I've run algorithms, built neural feedback models, designed simulations meant to predict attraction, compatibility, even love. But in all that time, I missed something crucial, something that wasn't visible in a scan or reflected in a data set. I glance at her again. Celeste is still too frozen to react. I missed the person on the other side of the data. A few murmurs ripple through the crowd. I was part of a study you all know, I say, the one Celeste Harper authored. The one currently under scrutiny by peers who think it was flawed because feelings got involved. Because the results weren't clean or comfortable. Our job was to record the data, pretend to be together, and convince the world of our relationship to make it more realistic. A few people shift in their seats. I'm here to tell you that those results were the most accurate thing I've ever encountered. There's a sharp inhale somewhere up front. She didn't compromise the science, I say. She made it honest, real, and it scared the hell out of me. I take a breath, not the rehearsed kind, the shaky, raw kind. Because in all the years of my career, I couldn't hide behind a monitor, or my title, or my excuses. I had to look at myself and realize I wasn't just studying vulnerability, I was avoiding it. A quiet stillness settles over the room. I've written and deleted more versions of this confession than I can count. But here it is. Celeste Harper changed my life. Her compassion, her chaos, her relentless pursuit of truth and love, and everything in between it cracked me open. And I needed to be cracked open. A low buzz starts near the back, phones being pulled out, fingers typing, recording. I don't care. This isn't a defense. It's an apology, I say. To her. And to everyone who's ever believed that emotion has no place in science, because it does. It always has. Science is driven by curiosity, and what is love if not the most vulnerable kind of curiosity? The moderator tries to cut in. I hold up a hand. One more thing, I say, softer now. We talk about algorithms like they can save us, like they can perfect us. But love doesn't follow code, it resists predictability. And thank God for that. I step back from the mic. The silence stretches. Then someone, maybe one of those tech startup interns, starts to clap. Then another, and another, until the whole room is thundering with it. I don't glance at Celeste as I leave the stage, because I said what I needed to say. Now it's her move.
Chapter 46. Celeste. The rooftop is strung with warm cafe lights and the leftover clatter of academia dressed in cocktail attire. I should be soaking in the moment. Paper nominated, panel survived, applause still echoing in my ears. But all I feel is static under my skin. Because Damien Caldwell just shattered my carefully composed world. I don't remember how I got here. I think someone handed me champagne. I think I smiled at 3 people on my way up. I think someone said, "Congratulations, Celeste. Your name's everywhere right now." But none of it landed. Not really. Not after he walked off that stage like a man with nothing left to lose and everything to say. He's leaning against the balcony rail now, backlit by city light and distant moon. Tie slightly loosened, sleeves pushed up, and God, he looks tired. Not just physically, existentially, like the weight of his own evolution is settling into his bones. I walk up behind him, quiet. He doesn't turn, but I know he knows it's me. The air shifts. "You weren't supposed to be there," I say softly. It comes out more breath than accusation. "I know." I step closer, arms crossed. "Then why did you come?" He turns to face me, and when he does, I see it. Raw, unvarnished Damien. Not the version who calibrates his tone to match the room, or the man who once treated emotion like an inconvenient side effect. Just him. "I couldn't not," he says simply. That's not an answer. His jaw ticks. I needed to tell the truth. And not in a lab, not through a neural pathway chart or a peer-reviewed citation. Just truth. I blink, slow. And I'm what? A cause now? A symbol? His gaze sharpens. No. You're the reason I remembered why the truth matters in the first place. The wind picks up, lifting the hem of my blazer. I feel stripped down, exposed. He steps forward, his voice gentler now. "I didn't come here to make you forgive me. I didn't even think you'd speak to me. I just couldn't let the people in that room turn your work into something it's not." I stare at him, hard. "So what is it, Damien? What's my work to you now?" He hesitates and then, "It's the reason I learned how to feel again." The sound catches in my throat. I look away. "I meant what I said," he continues. "You are my truth. You changed everything. Not because I studied you, but because I saw you, and you saw me." My hands curl around the edge of the balcony, cold metal under my fingers. "Stop saying these things. It won't fix what's broken." I don't expect it to fix anything. He's closer now, not touching, but near enough that the space between us feels electric. I expect it to just exist, in the air, between us, like gravity. I laugh. It's sharp, brittle. "You still talk like a scientist even when you're trying to be romantic. Old habits." "I know. I studied you, remember?" He smiles faintly. "Best subject I ever failed." I inhale, slow, measured. I'm still angry. I know. And hurt. I'm aware. And I still don't trust that you're not doing this, saying all the right things, Because you want redemption. I don't want redemption, Celeste. His eyes meet mine, steady and stormy. I'm proving that I love you, not just in words or in writing. Not because it was in the protocol, not because it made sense in the data, just because I do. I go very still. Neither of us moves for a long moment. The lights twinkle above us, casting a soft glow over the rooftop crowd. Laughter floats from the far corner. Music hums low from someone's Bluetooth speaker. But up here with him, everything else fades. What do I say to that? I whisper. Don't say anything. I should. No, he says. You should only say something if it's true. I nod. A quiet breath escapes me. I'm not there yet, I admit. His face doesn't fall. It softens. Okay. But you showing up like that? It meant something. He tilts his head. What did it mean? I meet his eyes. It meant you're willing to make up for your mistakes. It means you're willing to be a better person. There's a pregnant pause, and then, with the faintest trembling smile, he says, No, I'm not. We stand in silence, the city stretched out around us, the night too heavy and too sacred to touch. We don't kiss. But when I walk away, I look back, and he's still there, unmoving and just waiting, like someone who knows the light is worth it. Chapter 47. Celeste. The door closes behind me with a dull click, but the sound feels sharper than it should. Final, almost. The kind of sound that echoes, even in an apartment this small. My suitcase thumps softly as I wheel it inside, past the faint scent of stale cinnamon and papers overdue for recycling. I haven't been here in weeks, but everything is exactly where I left it. Except me. I'm not the same person who walked out that door to go play scientist at a cabin, or the woman who faced a panel of peers with a forced smile and a mouthful of doubts. I'm not even the version of myself who looked Damien in the eye on a rooftop last night and said nothing back, because something shifted. I keep my coat on, too restless to settle. My hands hover over unpacking, then abandon the effort. I walk into the kitchen, pour water, take one sip. Leave it on the counter. Damien's speech loops through my head like a melody I can't mute. I didn't come for forgiveness. I came because truth matters, and she is my truth now. I hate how clearly I remember the tremble in his voice when he said it. How that tremble lodged in my chest like it had been waiting for a place to land. I should be processing, or sleeping, or showering. But I do what I always do when my brain is too full. I open every window and breathe in the noise of the city until it drowns out my own. And that's when I find it. Tucked inside my tote bag, wedged between a folder of conference notes and a crumpled protein bar wrapper, is a thick folded sheet of paper. No name, just the edges soft with wear, the ink slightly smudged like someone held it too long before deciding not to send it. I know exactly whose handwriting it is. I sit down slowly, the letter trembling in my hands, and unfold it. Celeste. This wasn't supposed to be a letter. It was supposed to be an email, or a conversation, or maybe just something I managed to say without ruining everything. But it turns out, I can't speak when the stakes are emotional. That's why I'm writing this now, knowing you may never read it. Here's the truth I've never said out loud. I loved you before I admitted I liked you. Before the cabin, or the damn eye contact. I loved you when you danced with a whisk in the kitchen like physics didn't matter. I already loved you when you said vulnerability wasn't weakness. I loved you from the moment you made me feel something and didn't punish me for it. I was terrified. I still am, but not of you. Of being enough for you, of being someone worthy of standing beside you. You were never just a study. You were the reason I started feeling like I could be human. If you don't come back, I'll understand. But if you do, I'll be exactly where you left me, still loving you. Damien, my hands dropped to my lap. The letter trailing after them like gravity took it personally. I don't realize I'm crying until the drops darken the ink further. Aunt May must have slipped it in. That meddling, brilliant woman. I press my palms to my cheeks and sit very still, because if I move, I might fall apart. Or worse, run to him too fast and let it all tumble forward before I'm ready. But what does ready even mean anymore? I stare at the last line again. Still loving you. Not waiting, not fixing, not apologizing. Just loving. My chest aches with the weight of that honesty. I think about the fire pit he built, the compost bin, the awful downward dog. I think about the way he stared at the stars, like they owed him answers, and the way he watched me like I was the one who had them all. I think about Claude and Aunt May, and that moment on the dock when he didn't kiss me because he knew I wasn't ready. And I think about who he's become, who he's trying to be, not for me, but because of me. That's different. That's something. I rise, slow and steady, and grab my coat from the hook by the door. My fingers close around the letter, fold it carefully, tuck it into my pocket. The city is cold tonight, but I'm not. Not anymore.
Chapter 48. Damien. There's a pink tab sticking out of Chapter 16, and I don't know what it means, but I've been staring at it for 6 minutes, possibly 7. The page in front of me is describing a moment where the brooding hero, who, for the record, is wildly unrealistic in his perpetual shirtlessness, finally tells the heroine he loves her via a poem written on a napkin, a literal napkin, with metaphors, and vulnerable metaphors at that. It's absurd, it's ridiculous, I dog-ear the page anyway. Aunt May insisted I read it. She handed me the paperback before he left with a wink that could pierce Kevlar and said, "You want to keep her? Start with Chapter 5 and a bottle of sincerity." It's well past midnight, but I'm on my 3rd reread of the climax scene. I don't know if I'm studying or desperate, possibly both. I've dissected neural imaging with less intensity than I'm currently applying to these fictional idiots and their heart-fluttering escapades in a bakery. My apartment's quiet in a way that used to comfort me. Now, it just feels loud, too still, too absent of her. And that's when the doorbell rings. At first, I think I imagined it like a hallucination my tired brain conjured as reward for enduring 289 pages of romantic suffering. But it chimes again, and again. I drop the book, step over my half-folded laundry and 2 empty tea mugs, and open the door. And there she is. Celeste. In a coat too thin for the weather, cheeks pink from the chill, eyes blazing like she walked straight out of my daydreams and into my hallway. Her hair's half windblown, and she smells like that lilac shampoo she hates, because it's too girly, but uses anyway because it's the only one that doesn't dry out her curls. I can't breathe. "Hi," I manage. She doesn't return the greeting. Instead, she points a gloved finger at me and says, "You emotionally constipated buffoon." My brows shoot up. "Come again?" "You heard me, Caldwell, you baffling, poetic paradox of a man, you absolute lab-grown heartbreak disaster." I blink, my heart racing. Is that supposed to be flattering? No, God, no, don't get ideas. She steps inside like she owns the air around her. "You make me insane. You make me second-guess every boundary I've ever set. You make me want to throw Post-its at your face. And then you go and write a letter like that and say things like, 'You are my truth now,' and expect me not to feel anything?" I shut the door slowly, like moving too fast might break the moment. "I wasn't expecting anything," I say, voice lower than I intend. "I just had to say it." "You had to say it," she echoes, exasperated. "Of course you did, because you're this annoyingly self-aware poet-scientist hybrid now. Because you actually believe in emotional transparency. God help me." My throat works. "Are you mad?" I'm livid, she huffs. You ruined everything. You made me fall for you harder when I swore I wouldn't. And you're not even trying anymore. You're just being good. You're being thoughtful, helpful, soft. It's infuriating. You'd prefer I be a jerk? She narrows her eyes. Yes, no, maybe. I don't know. Stop looking at me like that. Like what? Like you love me? I step closer. I do. I love you. She throws her hands up. Then you're an idiot, because you still need to earn my trust back. And I don't even know if this is a good idea. Then why are you here? She falters. I take another step. Why are you here, Celeste? She swallows, eyes glassy but defiant. Because I realized I don't want to go back to my life before you. Because I realized that if I keep pretending I don't feel this, I'll regret it for a very long time. My chest aches. Her voice lowers. I still don't forgive you, not completely. Okay. But I will, she says. Eventually, if you earn it, day by day. I nod. I'll earn it. Every second. She glares at me. You're not allowed to make me cry, Damien. You're not crying. I'm pre-crying. Then I'm pre-holding you. And I do. I step forward and wrap my arms around her like I've been starving for the shape of her body, the warmth of her skin, the way her head tucks under my chin just right. She breathes against my chest like she belongs there. Then she tips her face up. One more thing. Anything. If we do this. I cup her cheek, gentle but aching. We're doing this. Then kiss me like you mean it. And I do. It's not gentle. It's not experimental. It's not careful. It's months of restraint shattering in one breath. Her hands twist in my shirt. Mine bury in her hair. Her lips part like a gasp, and I'm already gone. She tastes like need and home and fury and forgiveness wrapped in one impossible woman. The world tilts. Time bends. Every neuron in my brain that once believed love could be measured forgets everything but the way her mouth moves against mine. It's not a kiss. It's a surrender and a beginning.
Chapter 49. Celeste. The kiss should have ended 5 seconds ago, maybe 10. It started in the doorway like a dare, his hands in my hair, my palm on his chest, like I meant to push him away and forgot how. But it doesn't end, because neither of us knows how to let go of what we just found. He pulls back just enough to search my eyes. I think he's going to say something scientific, something safe. But his thumb grazes my cheek instead, like he's stunned I'm still real. Say it again, I whisper, breathless. He swallows. What? That you love me. His eyes soften. No, collapse. I love you, Celeste. I'm sorry it took me so long to learn how. That's when I break. I grab his shirt and kiss him like the world fell apart. And this is the only way I know how to rebuild it. His lips move over mine like they're memorizing every syllable of apology. My arms wrap around his neck like they're trying to hold the pieces of him together. And when he lifts me, just a little, walking us toward his bedroom, my heart doesn't panic. It doesn't retreat. It expands. We're quiet when we reach the bed, but the kind of quiet that vibrates, the kind that breathes with heat and hurt and a tenderness I wasn't ready for. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 50. Celeste. 7 months later, the spotlight is warm on my face, but not as warm as the look Damien gives me from the front row. I stand at the edge of the stage, the award cold and heavy in my hands, a beautiful contradiction to the way my heart is burning like I've swallowed the sun. A sleek plaque etched with my name. Our names? But mine's first. Professor Celeste Harper, co-lead author, principal investigator, recipient of the International Behavioral Sciences Breakthrough Award. There's a standing ovation echoing around me, but all I can focus on is the tall, awkward man in the navy suit at the front of the auditorium, clapping like his life depends on it. No, like my life depends on it. Damien is glowing, not in a metaphorical, sparkly vampire way, thank God, but in the way of someone who looks utterly, unapologetically proud. Every person in a 20-foot radius can hear him lean toward a stranger and say, "She did most of the work, honestly. I just helped interpret the neural data. Barely a contributor, really." And when the man next to him gives him a doubtful look, because Damien Caldwell is not the kind of name that's usually secondary on anything, Damien shrugs, beaming. "No, seriously. I'm just the co-pilot. She flew the damn plane." I grip the podium, blinking through tears and nerves and a surreal sense of wholeness that's still foreign sometimes, but getting easier to carry. "Thank you," I begin, and I swear my voice has never felt so small or so big at the same time. I want to thank the committee, my research team, and everyone who believed in this project from the beginning, but especially, I want to thank the man who challenged me, infuriated me, and accidentally fell in love with me during a fake dating experiment neither of us were emotionally stable enough to sign up for. A few gasps echoes in the room, and more knowing looks. I've always believed in love, in the beauty of asking someone to see you fully and hoping they'll stay when they do. I believed it as a kid, writing love letters I never sent. I believed it when I signed up to study connection in a lab, even if the science told me emotions were noise. I pause. The crowd is still listening. What I didn't expect was that love would look like this, that it could be messy, infuriating, unexpectedly academic, and heartbreakingly human. That it would show up in the shape of a man who wore logic like armor, but handed me pieces of himself like they were rare artifacts he didn't think anyone would want. There's a small laugh from someone in the front row. I smile. This award, it's for the work, for the hours and the data and the theory. But this moment is for the man who reminded me that love doesn't have to be perfect to be real. That science doesn't need to erase the heart to be true. That vulnerability isn't a side effect, it's the hypothesis. I glance down at Damien again. He's watching me like I hung the stars, moons, and neurotransmitters all at once. To the one who accidentally loved me while trying to study me, thank you for being the question and the answer. And just for the record, I add, voice hitching but sure, I love you, and I'd publish that 1,000 times. The room erupts. Chairs scrape, hands clap. Someone in the back lets out a sharp whistle, and Damien, dear God, Damien, looks like someone just electrocuted his soul in the best way possible. My heart's pounding so fast I think I might throw up. But instead, I do something even more reckless. I hold the mic a little closer and blurt out, "Marry me." The auditorium goes dead silent. Damien freezes. His mouth parts slightly, like he's trying to compute a sentence in a language he doesn't speak. A horrible realization creeps in. Oh my God, he's not saying anything. I laugh, nervously, too loudly. Okay, that was obviously a joke. Clearly, just, haha, emotional adrenaline, brain glitch, ignore me. But then Damien is moving, running, like actual running. And then he slips, like full-on slips on the slick stage ramp and almost eats it. There's a collective gasp from the audience. Damien, I squeak, rushing forward as he scrambles to his knees in a very unplanned, chaotic slide. He catches himself and still somehow manages to land on one knee in front of me. He's breathing hard, his ties crooked. I'm fine, he says quickly, holding up a hand and simultaneously fishing something out of his jacket pocket with the other. It's a small velvet box, not new, scuffed edges, like it's been carried. Wait, what? He pops it open with shaking fingers. I was going to do this after. I had a venue, a speech. Aunt May is literally waiting at the candlelit garden right now with a camera and gluten-free cupcakes. The crowd is laughing again, sniffling too. A few people are crying. I think I might be crying. But of course, Damien says, breathless, you had to beat me to it. I'm trembling as he holds out the ring. I love you, he whispers, kneeling in front of me with that perfect scientific chaos shining in his eyes. And if you'll still have me, despite being emotionally constipated and slightly concussed, I want to marry you. Yes, I gasp, launching myself into his arms. The auditorium explodes. He kisses me right there on the stage, with all the certainty of someone who's finally found his place in the world. Right here, with me.
Chapter 51. Damien. 8 months later. The first time I imagined our wedding, I thought it would be structured, efficient, quiet. Somewhere like the university library, maybe the lecture hall where we met, bathed in fluorescent lighting and peer-reviewed approval. Something minimalist, predictable, emotionally safe. So, obviously that's not what happened. There's a goat eating the floral arch. Aunt May is 2 mimosas in and arguing with Claude about whether his flannel counts as formal wear. And Celeste? Celeste is somewhere in a room behind this little clearing in the woods, laughing with her bridesmaids, probably adjusting flower crowns or orchestrating chaos in the form of love letters disguised as handwritten vows. I've never been this nervous or sweaty or in awe of my own life. The field is wild with color lavender, blush, sun-washed white. Friends from every corner of academia are here, plus half of the small town who somehow know her by name and now greet me with affectionate ribbing like I've been inducted into some secret society of people who smile first and think second. I'm not like them. Not exactly. But I want to be, because she is. And somehow, God knows how, I get to marry her. Claude's standing beside me, apparently serving as best man/moral support because that skinny one, his words from my grad student, didn't look like he could carry rings or secrets. Breathe, Claude mutters from the corner of his mouth. I am breathing, I hiss. No, kid. You're doing that thing again. The prefrontal cortex scrunch. You're overthinking joy. Don't. I open my mouth to argue, but then the music shifts and everything stops. Because she's there. Celeste Harper, soon to be Celeste Caldwell, is walking down the aisle in a dress that doesn't look anything like I'd imagined, and somehow still rewrites every theory I've ever had on beauty, grace, and gravitational pull. She's barefoot. She's glowing. She's crying and smiling and radiant and impossibly real. And I lose it. I cry in front of everyone. Openly. Like an idiot with a heart and no training wheels. Claude slaps me on the back. There he goes, my boy. She reaches me, eyes bright with emotion, and she whispers, You're crying. I nod, voice wrecked. I love you. I know, she says. I'm still marrying you anyway. The ceremony is a blur of words and wonder. We exchange vows. She slips a ring on my shaking hand. I say something ridiculous about marrying the only woman who's ever called me emotionally constipated in front of a lecture hall. She grins like it's a trophy. We kiss. Everyone cheers. May cries. Claude mutters, "Told you so." The reception is a wild, floral, woodsy fairy tale. There's no traditional seating plan. The tables are mismatched. Someone snuck in a karaoke machine, and Celeste's cousin won't stop singing Taylor Swift. I end up dancing with Celeste's Aunt Lucia, who dips me at the end and tells me I'm a great addition to the gene pool. Celeste's mom can't come because they've been estranged for like 20 years because she married someone else. Well, same with my mom, who I didn't even invite. I've cut ties with her. Anyway, Celeste has an abundance of aunts that are mother figures. Celeste watches me with that look, the one that says she's amused and delighted and only pretending not to love my terrible rhythm. I find her near the dessert table, stuffing a macaron into her mouth and looking like mischief in human form. "Come here," I say, pulling her away and into me. "I've got sugar on my face," she says, giggling. "I like you sticky." She chokes. "Oh my God, Damien." We laugh until we almost collapse. And that's when she tugs me aside, out of the clearing, into the quiet. The woods behind the venue glow in golden dusk light, and she turns to me, serious now, wide-eyed. "I need to tell you something," she says, voice barely above a whisper. My heart stutters. "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong," she breathes, then steps closer. "It's just, I didn't want to say it in front of everyone yet, but I've been feeling weird, like tired, and my body's been doing things, not bad things, just different." "Different how?" She takes my hand, places it flat against her stomach, then looks up. "It's different, like maybe we should buy tiny socks soon." I freeze. "Are you saying?" "I'm pregnant," she whispers. "You emotionally stunted genius. We made a whole human." I stare at her stomach, at her, and I start to laugh. It's not the kind of laugh I used to fear, the manic, brittle kind. This is different. It's joy cracking open my ribs and pouring through every scar. It's awe and terror and love. "So," I say, dazed, "are there spreadsheets? Do we make charts? Should we name them after neurotransmitters?" She laughs and swats me. "Don't you dare name our baby oxytocin Caldwell." I'm smiling so hard it hurts. I drop to my knees, press a kiss to her stomach, then look up at her, reverent and ridiculous. "Celeste?" "Yeah?" "I didn't think I could ever be this happy." She cups my cheek. "That's because you kept measuring it with numbers. You forgot it's something you feel." I rise, pull her in, and under the stars, newly married, slightly tipsy, and about to become a father, I kiss my wife with all the quiet desperation and infinite love of a man who finally understands what it means to be whole.
Chapter 52. Celeste. I always thought wedding nights were just an epilogue, a decorative bow on top of a day already overflowing with champagne toasts, flashbulb grins, and dance floor chaos. An obligatory romantic finale where everyone gets tucked into forever, soft focus style. But this isn't an ending. This is a promise. Burning and wild and finally ours. We stumble through the door of our honeymoon suite like we're drunk on each other, which, to be fair, we are. Not from the champagne or the sugared madness of the reception, but from the weight of months of rebuilding and the lightning crack of joy that still hasn't left my chest since I said, "I do." My heels are long gone. My dress is half unzipped and dragging, a white silk comet trailing behind me as I kick it off and turn toward Damien, my husband. God, that still doesn't feel real. Husband. He shuts the door behind us, breath ragged, eyes dark. The moment it clicks shut, the atmosphere changes. Softer, thicker, electric. Damien steps forward, loosening his tie with one hand and reaching for me with the other, but I beat him to it. I push his jacket from his shoulders, then undo the top button of his shirt, then the next and the next, my fingers trembling and reverent. You didn't let me finish my toast, I murmur, fingers at his collarbone. Celeste Caldwell, he says slowly, like he's tasting the words, like they're a language only he and I understand. You are trouble incarnate, says the man who spent months chasing me across rural Vermont, chopping firewood like an unpaid lumberjack and baking inedible sourdough for love. For love, he echoes, quieter now. The humor drains from his face, replaced with something more raw, more real. I love you, he says, like it's the easiest thing, like it's the most essential truth of his life. I reach for him, tangle my hands in his shirt and pull him down. His mouth meets mine in a kiss that tastes like everything we've been waiting to say. It's not rushed, but it's not gentle either. It's full of ache and memory. The way he holds my face, the way he kisses like I'm the last page in his favorite book, the one he's afraid to finish. It unravels me. I break the kiss first, gasping as I pull back just enough to whisper, I want you. Damien doesn't ask me if I'm sure. He already knows. He lifts me effortlessly, bridal style, and carries me to the bed like some sort of rom-com fever dream, only better because it's ours. The moment he lays me down, his jacket and tie hit the floor in a whisper of fabric, and he climbs over me, eyes blazing. I pull him down again, mouth to mouth, skin to skin, devouring every sound he makes. There's no hesitation anymore, no walls, no pretending. He undresses me slowly, like each piece of lace and silk is sacred, then sheds the last of his own clothes, revealing every line, every scar, every inch of the man I chose, the man who chose me. The first time we made love, it was desperate. Tonight, it's worship. Damien kisses every part of me like he's memorizing me again. He whispers words I don't catch, words I don't need to, because I feel them in every stroke of his hands, every tremble of his mouth. When he enters me, it's with a groan that sounds like surrender, and I let go too. We move slowly at first, like we're afraid to rush something this holy, but the rhythm builds, hungry, aching, real. The kind of intimacy that doesn't ask permission because it already has everything. His hands roam like he's afraid to stop touching me. And when he whispers my name into my throat, I swear I see stars behind my eyes. I love you, he gasps. I love you so much, Celeste. I clutch him tighter. Don't stop. I couldn't if I tried. We reach the edge together, shaking, gasping, bodies trembling like lightning just ripped through us. And when we fall into each other. After, he holds me like I'm not a woman, but gravity. His fingers trace lazy circles along my spine, and I press my face into the space between his neck and shoulder, letting my tears fall freely there. Happy ones, deep ones. You okay? He murmurs, voice hoarse, lips pressed against my hairline. Better than, I whisper. This doesn't feel real. He kisses my temple, then my cheek, then my lips. It's real, he promises. And I'll spend the rest of my life proving it to you. I nod against him, already half asleep, already more in love than I thought possible. This isn't just the best night of my life. It's the start of all the others. Epilogue. Celeste. 5 years later, our daughter Violet is lecturing the toaster again. Damien says it's an exercise in patience. I say it's concerning. It's literally a closed system, Vi. Her twin brother Julian mutters from the kitchen island, where he's building a molecular model out of toothpicks and gumdrops. It doesn't have ears or thermodynamic awareness. Yes, and you're literally missing the point of expressive catharsis, Violet huffs, planting her small fists on her narrow hips, like the 4-foot-tall CEO of emotions. I sip my lukewarm coffee and watch the chaos unfold with the kind of maternal serenity you develop only after surviving 2 back-to-back toddler phases, where one child tried to optimize diaper changes while the other composed emotional sonnets about nap time and justice. They're 5 now. Somehow. I'm still not sure how that happened. Violet is, well, Violet. Glitter in the veins, rage in the heart, with a vocabulary that could shame an Oxford professor, and a tendency to cry during Pixar shorts and battery commercials. She feels everything like it's symphonic. Julian is her mirror inverse. Quiet, calculating, composed. Until you let him near a physics set or a documentary about the evolution of black holes. Then he turns into a tiny astrophysics evangelist with a laser pointer. Together, they're brilliant. Terrifyingly so. And exhausting. Damien, I call into the hallway. Your offspring are arguing over whether breakfast appliances deserve empathy. Again. A familiar shuffle of socked feet on hardwood precedes my husband's appearance. He rounds the corner in his favorite threadbare MIT hoodie, hair rumpled from sleep and a pencil tucked behind one ear. Behind his glasses, his eyes are soft and amused and completely unsurprised. He looks at our children, then me. Did they start on Cartesian dualism again, or toaster feelings today? Ah, he says, grabbing the mug from my hands and taking a long, selfish sip. We're back in the toaster feelings era. Delightful. I snatch the mug back. That's mine. That's marriage. I narrow my eyes at him over the rim. Do you remember romance? He kisses the side of my head. Vaguely. Something about you in a white dress and me falling on my face. Twice, I remind him, grinning. Tragic, sexy. He's lucky he's cute. Damien slides onto the stool beside Julian, who wordlessly pushes his gumdrop molecule toward his father with an air of solemn expectation. Violet crawls into my lap, sighing with the long-suffering weariness of a tiny philosopher, cursed to live among the uncultured. I tried to explain anthropomorphism to him, Mama, but he's being obtuse. I understand anthropomorphism, Julian mutters. I just don't think a toaster requires therapeutic validation to toast. Violet gasps, clutching her imaginary pearls. Do you even hear yourself? Damien leans toward me and murmurs, do you think it's too early to drink? It's 8:12 a.m. So that's a no? Not unless you want to explain to the preschool board why your children believe mimosas are part of the food pyramid. He groans and rests his forehead against my shoulder, and for a moment, we're not 2 parents surviving a day of domestic circus. We're just us. Still us. Hey, I nudge him gently. This is kind of perfect, isn't it? He doesn't answer right away, just reaches for my hand and links our fingers, thumb stroking the curve of my knuckle like he still can't believe it's real. It's everything. We met in a lab. 2 equations with incompatible variables. Now we live in a house with child-proofed outlets, perpetual laundry, and framed abstract crayon art that Violet insists is emotion incarnate. And still, somehow it's never felt more right. We eat breakfast together, eventually. Violet sulks over her vegan waffles because we're out of edible glitter. Julian monologues about the structural instability of his gumdrop atoms, and Damien tries to cut fruit into heart shapes because it's thematically consistent with love. He's very bad at it, but he does it anyway. After the chaos settles, he kisses me by the sink, toothpaste still on his cheek and syrup on his wrist. The kids are in the other room, debating whether dolphins are more emotionally intelligent than humans. And he holds me like it's just us again. Like it always has been. You're glowing, he murmurs. I roll my eyes. Because I haven't showered and your daughter used my highlighter as finger paint. He grins. Still glowing. We're not perfect. We argue about whose turn it is to do preschool drop-off, We forget date nights and wake up at 3 a.m. to kids with fevers or nightmares about ethically confused robots. We get tired and messy and overwhelmed. But we show up every day. And that's what love looks like now. Not candlelight and violin strings, but juice boxes, debates about toasters, and a man who still reads romance novels in secret because he wants to understand me better. Later that afternoon, after the kids crash into their post-playdate sugar comas, I find Damien on the back porch, a book in his lap and a blanket around his shoulders. I curl up beside him, rest my head on his chest. "Do you ever miss the quiet?" I ask. He kisses the top of my hair. "Only when I want to hear your laugh louder." I tilt my head up. "You sappy, emotionally evolved nerd. You're sappy, emotionally evolved nerd." He says it like a vow. I believe him. And maybe that's the real ending, or the real beginning. Either way, it's ours.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.